Chapter 794. A Dharma treasure that had been completely refined was equivalent to its owner's clone. Basically, no one could take it away. However, a Dharma treasure that had not been completely refined was different. As long as it was branded with someone else's mark, there was a possibility that it could be taken away. Fellow Taoist, please? Seeing that Feng Zichen did not move for a long time, the primeval Lord of Heaven reminded him. All right, let me experience the power of the number one killing treasure in the untainted land. After taking a deep look at the primeval Lord of Heaven, Feng Zichen stepped into the Pangu banner. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as he entered the Pangu banner, the purplish-black Duqian divine killing chi surged toward Feng Zichen in an overwhelming manner. If it were anyone else, they would probably be scared out of their wits when they saw the Duqian divine killing chi and would hurriedly resist. However, Feng Zichen was different. He opened his mouth and inhaled, swallowing all the Duqian divine killing chi into his stomach. Feng Zichen, who had already reverted to the Pangu Taoist body, was not afraid of the Duqian divine killing chi at all. To others, the Duqian divine killing chi might be the most terrifying power in the world. However, to him it was just a tonic. After the Duqian divine killing chi, there were streaks of chaotic sword light that could split the sky and earth. They slashed from the depths of the Duqian world, densely packed and innumerable. Not daring to be careless, Feng Zichen directly activated the 10,000 spirit crown, and 72 streaks of dark light hung down to protect himself. At the same time, the two supreme-grade innate spiritual treasures, Zichen Sword and Million Sword Illustration, together with the innate ultimate treasure, the Human Tao Emperor Seal, blasted forward crazily under the control of Feng Zichen. The Pangu banner was not the Taiji diagram. Feng Zichen did not have the help of the Taiji ancestor to deal with it. If he wanted to break through, he could only use brute force. Moreover, it was not enough to destroy it from the inside. He had to use some external tricks. While Feng Zichen was frantically unleashing his mystic abilities in the Duqian realm, the outside world wasn't calm either. The myriad gods portrait hanging above the conferred god altar suddenly soared into the air and ruthlessly slammed into Pangu's banner. The current painting of the gods was incredible. The return of the myriad gods caused the destiny of the divine Tao to be perfect. As the treasure of destiny of the divine Tao, the power of the myriad gods diagram naturally increased as well. Once it erupted, its might was comparable to a connate cardinal treasure with the support of the divine Tao fortune. And just as the million gods painting was about to collide with Pangu's banner, the heaven and earth trembled and the innate sword Tao descended, turning into an invisible divine sword that slashed towards Pangu's banner from afar. Before the primeval Lord of Heaven could react, the Pantheon painting and the connate sword Tao had already struck Pangu's banner. Whoosh! Sensing danger, the Pangu's banner spontaneously flared with boundless light, turning into streaks of chaotic sword light that slashed at the two treasures. Heaven and earth trembled with a boom and even time and space seemed to freeze. An unparalleled power erupted, sweeping out in all directions with Pangu's banner as the center. Everywhere it passed, space shattered layer by layer, and rules and order crumbled one after another. Everything was destroyed, transforming into a state of nothingness. The onlookers couldn't help but be alarmed by this scene. They hurriedly employed various methods to eliminate the aftershocks of the mystic abilities. After the clash, the Pantheon painting and the connate sword Tao were both sent flying. As for Pangu's banner, nothing seemed to have changed on the outside, but the Duqian realm within it was in turmoil. Feng Zichen seized the opportunity and activated the Human Tao Imperial Seal with all its might. It turned into a giant Pangus phalanx and stabbed viciously at the Duqian realm. For some reason, the Pangus phalanx seemed to resonate with something in the depths of the Duqian realm. Then a streak of black light flew out and fused with the Pangus phalanx. In an instant, the power of the Pangus phalanx increased by a great deal. Rumble. A hole was forcefully punched through the Duqian realm. Let's go. Feng Zichen didn't dare to hesitate and didn't have time to check the situation of the Human Tao Imperial Seal. He put away all the treasures and turned into a ray of purple light that entered the crack of the Duqian world and charged out. In the outside world, the onlookers had just calmed down the mystic abilities when they saw Feng Zichen charge out of the Pangu's banner. Fellow Taoist primeval beginning, thank you for letting me win. Feng Zichen said modestly as he walked up to the primeval Lord of Heaven. He was in a very good mood right now, not because he'd broken through the Pangu's banner, but because of the changes in the Human Tao Imperial Seal. Just now, Feng Zichen had discovered that the black light surging out of the depths of the Duqian realm was a wisp of the Pangu's imprint. When the Pangu's imprint fused with the Pangu's phalanx, the phalanx, which had only been an empty shell, regained a wisp of the Pangu's Taoist rhyme. This alone was enough to double the power of the Panga's phalanx. Not to mention, after regaining the Panga's Taoist rhyme, the Panga's phalanx had turned from a dead object to a living object and had the possibility of continuing to grow. He'd only been invited by the primeval Lord of Heaven to challenge the Panga's banner once. He hadn't expected to obtain a fortuitous opportunity from it. How could Feng Zichen not be happy? My friend, you're really good, the primeval Lord of Heaven said with a dark face as he put away the Panga's banner. He hadn't expected that Feng Zichen would choose to attack the Panga's banner from the outside. He'd been careless for a moment and had run out. Otherwise, the primeval Lord of Heaven would have refined him to death in the Panga's banner. You're welcome, you're welcome. Feng Zichen, who was in a good mood, pretended not to hear the sarcasm in the primeval Lord of Heaven's words and replied politely to him. Umph. Seeing this, the primeval Lord of Heaven snorted coldly and turned around to retreat. Then, before Feng Zichen could speak, the Tongtian sect leader stood up and said to him, My friend Gaochen, the poor way will set the next test. Sage, please enlighten me. Feng Zichen stopped smiling and replied seriously. The Tongtian sect leader waved his hand and said with a smile, No rush, no rush. My friend Gaochen, you've passed 2 tests in a row and must have consumed a lot of energy. The poor way has no intention to take advantage of you. I'll wait for you to recover a little before I set the test. Hearing this, Feng Zichen didn't refuse and silently devoured the Khanate origin to recover. Just as the Tongtian sect leader had said, he had consumed a lot of energy after passing 2 tests in a row and didn't have much energy left. Especially in the Tai Chi diagram, he had almost used up half of his energy. The Tongtian sect leader's problem is most likely the fairy slaying sword formation, Feng Zichen thought silently as he recovered. The Tai Ching sage's test was the Tai Chi diagram, and the primeval Lord of Heaven's test was the Panga's banner. If there were no accidents, the Tongtian sect leader's test should be the fairy slaying sword formation. This was probably the most difficult test. As long as the fairy slaying sword formation was broken, the remaining 2 saints would be nothing to be afraid of. However, this fairy slaying sword formation was probably not easy to break. It wasn't that it was stronger than the Tai Chi diagram and the Panga's banner, but because of the uniqueness of the fairy slaying sword formation. When the world mentioned the fairy slaying sword formation, they probably only knew that this formation was unparalleled in killing and could not be broken without the 4 saints. However, very few people knew that the fairy slaying sword formation was not only a killing formation, but also a trapping formation. The so-called, it could not be broken without the 4 saints could be understood in another way. Only when the 4 saints worked together could they break the fairy slaying sword formation. What if the 3 saints worked together? If they couldn't break the fairy slaying sword formation, would the 3 saints be trapped in the formation? One could imagine the difficulty of breaking a formation. One might fall into the formation if they weren't careful. The Tongtian sect leader didn't need to trap Feng Zichen for long. He only needed 100 years and this battle would be considered his victory. All kinds of methods to break the formation flashed through Feng Zichen's mind, but he rejected them one by one. The fairy slaying sword formation was not easy to break. In the end, after Feng Zichen's strength had completely recovered, he couldn't think of any good ideas. But now he couldn't delay any longer. He sighed. Feng Zichen finally decided to go all out. Who said that one person couldn't break the fairy slaying sword formation? When Dao ancestor Hongjuan's 3 corpses came out together, didn't he break the fairy slaying sword formation with his own strength? Although the Dao ancestor cheated, that was also a formation that he broke with his own strength. If the Dao ancestor could do it, Feng Zichen would definitely be able to do it too. Who was worse than who? Moreover, who said that Feng Zichen wouldn't cheat? One had to know that the 4 fairy slaying swords were swords. Even if they were innate treasures, they were still swords and had to be restrained by Feng Zichen, the primordial sword ancestor. If he couldn't suppress 10,000 swords, how could Feng Zichen call himself the sword ancestor? Saint, please enlighten me. Standing up, Feng Zichen said to the Tongtian sect leader. Taking out the 4 fairy slaying swords, the Tongtian sect leader said, I think Taoist Gaochen has also guessed the question that the poor way is going to ask. That's right, it's the fairy slaying sword formation. The poor way has set up the fairy slaying sword formation here, and there's no need for you to break the formation. After 100 years, if you can walk out of the formation, you'll win. Otherwise, the poor way will win. The Tongtian sect leader didn't let Feng Zichen break the formation, but only let him break through the formation. The difficulty was undoubtedly reduced by a lot. The Tongtian sect leader was indeed an honest person. Feng Zichen didn't have much confidence in breaking the formation, but he still had the confidence to break through the formation. "Thank you, Saint." Thanking the Tongtian sect leader, Feng Zichen said, "Saint, please set up the formation." Well said, well said." With a laugh, the Tongtian sect leader read, "It's not copper, iron or steel. It was once hidden under Mount Meru. If you don't use yin and yang to refine it, how can you not use water and fire to temper it? The fairy slaying sword is sharp, the fairy slaying sword is dead, the fairy trapping sword is red everywhere, the fairy slaying sword is infinitely changing, the Daluo immortal's blood stains his robe." Accompanied by the Tongtian sect leaders singing, the 4 fairy slaying swords and the fairy slaying sword formation flew out of his body and slowly spread out between the two of them. In an instant, between heaven and earth, endless killing intent filled the air, dyeing the sky dark red, causing everyone present to feel a chill in their hearts. 4 blood-red long swords slowly appeared, divided into 4 directions of heaven and earth. Under the influence of the sword formation, the sword intent gradually connected into one. Whoosh, a blood-red light flashed, and a blood-red world suddenly appeared in front of Feng Zichen. That was the fairy slaying sword formation, one of the 3 major formations of the untainted land. Since the fall of the demon ancestor Rahu, the fairy slaying sword formation had not been shown to anyone. At this moment, in order to deal with Feng Zichen, the fairy slaying sword formation, which used to be invincible in the ancient times, once again showed its edge in front of the world. P.S. You didn't expect it, right? I updated 3 chapters. I heard that there are monthly votes, rewards, alliance leaders, silver alliances and gold alliances. I don't know if it's true. Chapter 795. Taoist friend Gaochen, please. After the immortal killing sword formation was set up, Sect Master Tongtian invited Feng Zichen to enter and then took the lead to enter the sword formation, waiting for him at the eye of the formation. There were 4 gates in the fairy slaying sword formation, east, west, north and south. Above each gate, there was a connate killing sword hanging upside down. The first fairy slaying sword, the second fairy slaughtering sword, the third fairy trapping sword, and the fourth fairy eliminating sword. The east was the fairy slaying gate, which was guarded by the fairy slaying sword. Its sharpness was the best among the 4 swords. The west was the fairy trapping gate, which was guarded by the fairy trapping sword. When the fairy trapping sword moved, all immortals were killed. The south was the celestial slaying gate, which was guarded by the fairy slaughtering sword. The north was the Jueshin gate, which was guarded by the Jueshin sword. To break this formation, 4 experts of the same level had to take down 4 swords at the same time. It was useless to take down 1 sword. It was not good to take down all 4 swords at the same time. One could imagine how difficult it was to break this formation. At the end of the primordial age, the demon ancestor Luoho had set up this formation. Even when the 4 super experts, Ancestor Hongjun, Ancestor Yang Mei, Ancestor Yin Yang, and Ancestor Chen Kuan joined forces, they could not break this formation. In the end, it was because Ancestor Yin Yang and Ancestor Chen Kuan risked their lives to break the formation that the fairy slaying sword formation had a flaw. Ancestor Yin Yang and his 3 incarnations took down 4 swords at the same time to break this formation. In an unknown time and space, Tongtian had set up this formation. The 4 sages joined forces with 2 connate treasures to break this formation. Feng Zichen wanted to break this formation by himself, which could not be described as difficult. However, it was fortunate that he was not breaking the formation but only breaking through it. This undoubtedly reduced the difficulty by a lot. While Feng Zichen was thinking, Tongtian had already arrived at the eye of the formation. He stood on a platform and shouted at him, "Taoist friend Gaochen, if you can break through here, you win this round." After that, Tongtian closed his eyes and stopped talking, waiting for Feng Zichen to break through the formation. After taking a deep look at the immortal slaying sword formation, Feng Zichen moved. A majestic divine consciousness gushed out from his body and established contact with the Gaochen Imperial Star in the boundless starry sky. After bowing to the Gaochen Emperor Star, Feng Zichen suddenly said, "Fellow Gaochen, please lend me a hand." As soon as his voice fell, the Gaochen Imperial Star immediately shone brightly. Boundless starlight fell and slowly condensed into a human figure in front of Feng Zichen. At the same time, in the sky above the heavenly court, where endless golden light gathered, the providence of the heavenly court began to tremble. Immediately after, a huge amount of fate energy suddenly separated from the heavenly court's fate energy, turning into the image of the North Star and pouncing towards the figure formed by the North Star's starlight. On the other side, the diagram of the gods trembled, bringing over divine Tao luck. The Gaoqian's fate descended and transformed into a noble imperial robe that draped over the figure condensed from starlight. The diagram of the gods flew over and landed in his right hand. The divine Tao luck energy also fused with him, causing his face to gradually become clearer. It was Feng Zichen's appearance. To be precise, it was his appearance when he was the Emperor of the North Star in the Heaven Realm. Greetings, fellow Taoist. As soon as the incarnation took shape, he bowed to Feng Zichen. At the same time, a powerful aura spread out from his body, sweeping through the heavens and the earth, the past, the present, and the future. Primordial Chaos. Primordial Chaos Daluo Jingxian. This was another expert on the level of Primordial Chaos Daluo Jingxian. This Gaoqian incarnation was formed by Feng Zichen using the essence of the Gaoqian Imperial Star, supplemented by the providence of the Heavenly Court and Divine Tao luck. Therefore, when it was born, it had a mighty power comparable to Primordial Chaos Daluo Jingxian. However, although its combat strength was strong, it had a huge flaw, and that was that it could not exist for a long time. At most, it could last for a period of time before dissipating. Otherwise, Feng Zichen would be invincible. Of course, just a period of time was enough for Feng Zichen to deal with the current crisis. After bowing to the Emperor of the North Star's incarnation, Feng Zichen said, "Thank you for coming to help, fellow Taoist. Please rest at the side for a while. 2 other fellow Taoists will be coming later." After saying that, Feng Zichen bowed in the direction of the human race and shouted, "I'm in trouble today. Please help me." As soon as he finished speaking, the providence of the human race and the path of the gods and demons shook at the same time and gathered in this direction. At the same time, the human Tao imperial seal in Feng Zichen's hand trembled non-stop. It flew out of his hand and fused with the 2 surging providences. Not long after, a majestic emperor wearing an imperial robe and a crown appeared in front of everyone with the imperial seal in his hand. His appearance was exactly the same as when Feng Zichen ruled over the human race. This was another primordial chaos expert, the sacred emperor of the ancient human race, the founder of the path of the gods and demons, the Zichen clan of the human race. The Zichen clan greets fellow Taoist. After the Zichen clan arrived, they bowed to Feng Zichen. Feng Zichen returned the greeting. "Thank you for coming to help, fellow Taoist." This was the incarnation of the human race in the path of the gods and demons, supplemented by the Khanate cardinal treasure, the human Tao imperial seal. Its strength was even stronger than the Emperor of the North Star. To break the immortal slaying sword formation, for primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian level experts were needed. Now, including Feng Zichen, there were already 3 primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian present. In other words, there was still 1 person missing. In the end, Feng Zichen took a deep breath and bowed to the sun, moon, mountains, rivers, and everything in the world. "Today I am in trouble. I hope Father can help me." As his voice fell, the world, the sun, the moon, the mountains, the rivers, the great Tao, the rules, everything in the world trembled as if they were excited and cheering. Then, an indescribable great power suddenly spread out. It was like a group of stars, but vaster than the starry sky. It was also like the earth, but heavier than the earth. At this moment, not only the people present, but even the powerful divines who were not paying attention to the battle were alarmed. They looked at Feng Zichen in surprise and doubt. Because, this power, it was the power that belonged to Pangu. It was great, great, unimaginably great. In the untainted land, there was no other power that could be compared to it. The moment this power appeared, the demon god of chaos who was hiding in the dark accidentally leaked a trace of his aura out of extreme shock. Although this strand of aura disappeared in an instant, it was still noticed by a certain observant person who was not present. It was Dong Huangtai. Although he left disheartened, he was able to hide in the dark and quietly track down the traces of the demon god of chaos. The battle between Feng Zichen and the 5 saints to settle the karma was earth-shattering. The result of this battle would affect countless spacetimes. Countless people were paying attention to this battle. Even the demon god of chaos would pay attention to this battle in order to settle the situation in the untainted land. And this gave the people a chance to find their traces. Therefore, Dong Huangtai found an excuse to leave. From the light to the dark, he stared at the untainted land, not letting go of anything that was wrong. Finally, God did not disappoint those who worked hard. At the moment when Feng Zichen summoned the power of Pangu, the demon god of chaos who had been hiding in the dark finally revealed a trace of himself. With a stir of his mind, Dong Huangtai followed this trace of aura and went down. The scene turned back to Feng Zichen. The moment Pangu's power appeared, the mark representing the great Taoist priest in his body suddenly flew out of his body and suspended in the air. After sensing the aura of the mark of the great Taoist priests, the surrounding Pangu's power all rushed toward it. Under the power of Pangu, the mark representing the identity of the great Taoist priests suddenly began to twist and slowly turned into a figure. In the end, the power of Pangu and the mark of the great Taoist priests disappeared at the same time, forming a supreme deity who looked exactly like Feng Zichen. Boom! As soon as the supreme deity appeared, a majestic power spread out from his body. The level of the power was only that of the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian, but it gave people the feeling that he could suppress everything and was even more powerful than the way of heaven. Under this power, the power of the extremely powerful immortal slaying sword formation was suppressed by 20% and could only exert 80% of its power. This was the weakening of the will of heaven and earth. Even if Tong Tian tried his best, he could not erase this suppressive power. Not only the immortal slaying sword formation, but the power of the rest of the people was also weakened by 20% when facing the supreme deity. It felt as if heaven and earth did not want anyone to hurt the supreme deity, so it took the initiative to suppress the power of all living beings to protect his safety. This incarnation was formed by Feng Zichen with the mark of the great Taoist priests and the power of Pangu. In a sense, it was not wrong to say that he was the noblest existence in the untainted land. Therefore, no one would be surprised by anything that happened to him, because his existence itself was beyond common sense. Before the fight started, the power of the immortal slaying sword formation was weakened by 20%. For a moment, Tongtian's heart could not help but sink. He felt that he was a little overconfident in this battle. He should not have been so confident to let Feng Zichen break the formation instead of breaking it. However, Tong Tian had already said it. Even if he felt guilty, he could not change his words now. After the great Taoist priests appeared, he bowed to Feng Zichen and said, "Greetings, Taoist brother. I am from the Pangu Zichen clan." "Greetings, Taoist brother. Thank you for coming to help." After returning the salute, Feng Zichen looked at the three incarnations of the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian in front of him and sighed with emotion in his heart. If these three incarnations could exist in the world forever, who in the untainted land could be his opponent? It was not nonsense to rule the world with one hand. Alas, although these incarnations of luck were strong, they could not exist for long. Was really a pity. This was also the reason why everyone was not too shocked when they saw Feng Zichen summon three incarnations of the primordial chaos in a row. They also knew this method of using luck to create an incarnation. They were also well aware of the drawbacks. The only difference was that they could not summon three incarnations at once like Feng Zichen. Looking at the three of them, Feng Zichen said, "Fellow Taoists, I am in trouble today. I hope you can help me and accompany me to break through the immortal slaying sword formation, which is one of the top three in the untainted land." Strictly speaking, these three people could not be regarded as the incarnations of Feng Zichen. Instead of calling them the incarnations of Feng Zichen, it was better to say that they were the manifestation of luck in the human world. In essence, they were the incarnations of luck. However, they were manifested through Feng Zichen's hands and had a relationship with him. Therefore, Feng Zichen was very polite to the three of them. The three of them had different personalities. After hearing Feng Zichen's request, they each replied, "It's a piece of cake." "Well said, well said. Fellow Taoist, you are too polite." After talking to the three of them, Feng Zichen turned to look at the immortal slaying sword formation and suddenly took out the Zichen sword and the million sword illustration. Without the luck of the human tribe, the karmic position of the Emperor of North Star, and the mark of the great Taoist priests. Now, in addition to his powerful strength, Feng Zichen had the identity of the Khanate sword ancestor. Whoosh! Gently shaking the million gods illustration, Feng Zichen integrated it into the Zichen sword. For a moment, the power of the Zichen sword skyrocketed. At the same time, the Khanate sword principle fell silently and blessed the Zichen sword. Rumble. At this moment, the Zichen sword surpassed the limit and stepped into the level of Khanate ultimate treasure. At this time, Feng Zichen pointed at the immortal slaying sword formation and shouted, "Swords, come!" The sword ancestor ordered. The famous swords of the primitive era vibrated together and each released a ray of sword light, rushing toward the direction Zichen sword was pointing in response to the sword ancestor's call. Even the two primordial killing swords, Yuan-Tu and Avici, as well as the four immortal slaying swords in front of Feng Zichen, responded to his call. Each of them let out a sword cry and a wisp of sword light. Sword realm open. Seeing the sword light converging, Feng Zichen waved his sword fiercely. There were more than hundreds of millions of famous swords in the past and present. At this moment, all of their sword lights gathered together. Under Feng Zichen's control, the sword lights gradually converged and formed a huge world that belonged to swords. Then it slowly enveloped the immortal slaying sword formation. Under the sword realm, even the powerful immortal slaying sword formation was suppressed. Its power was suppressed by another 10%, leaving only 70%. Of course, if the immortal slaying sword formation was in its peak state, Feng Zichen could only suppress 5% of its power at most. However, the current immortal slaying sword formation only had 80% of its power left. Its power was not as strong as before. Under the suppression of Feng Zichen, he could suppress 10% of its power. In the immortal slaying sword formation, sect leader Tongtian's face had completely darkened. The battle had not yet begun, but the power of the immortal slaying sword formation had been weakened to only 70%. How could he fight? Looking at the four primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian, sect leader Tong Tian was speechless. Given the current situation of the immortal slaying sword formation, it was certain that the other party would break through. In fact, if he was not careful, the other party might even break his formation. The power of this array formation was suppressed too severely. With a thought, sect leader Tong Tian thought to himself, I should just surrender and admit defeat. It's better than losing face in front of everyone after the formation is broken. With that thought, sect leader Tong Tian cleared his throat and was about to speak. Ahem, fellow Taoist Gaochen, you're really good. The battle has not yet begun, but you've already broken half of Poor Wei's formation. In this case, it's considered Poor Wei's loss. Sect leader Tong Tian had prepared his words, but before he could speak, Feng Zichen and the others had already entered the formation. Chapter 796. Fellow Taoists, leave the Celestial Slayer Gate to me, said Feng Zichen as he walked into the Celestial Slayer Gate. When the other three saw this, they each chose a door and entered. The North Star Emperor chose the Celestial Slayer Gate. The human sovereign Zichen clan chose the Celestial Slayer Gate. The Grand Taoist priests Pangu and the Zichen clan chose the Celestial Slayer Gate. The four of them stepped forward and entered the Celestial Slayer sword formation. The Tong Tian sect leader didn't say anything about surrendering. He formed a seal with his hands and shot out streaks of lightning, hitting the four Celestial Slayer swords. The four swords vibrated when they were hit by the lightning. There was a supreme sword light that swept towards the four of them. When the four of them entered the formation, they saw yellow fog and golden light in front of them. It was like a cloud, dazzling one's mind. At the same time, a murderous aura appeared in the formation and turned into the shape of swords and halberds. It surrounded the four of them like an iron bucket. After the four of them stepped into the formation, the four gates disappeared. The space slowly closed and became one. It was east, west, north, and south. It was like a bronze wall. They stepped forward and were about to enter the formation. Suddenly, the four of them heard the sound of thunder. Then billions of sword light covered the sky and covered the earth, drowning the four of them. There was a saying that when the sword light flashed in the Celestial Slayer sword formation, it would be difficult for him to escape even if he was an immortal. Seeing the sword light coming, the four of them felt chills all over their body. The Celestial Slayer sword light was extremely sharp. The Celestial Slayer sword light was fatal. The Celestial Slayer sword light was bloody. The Celestial Slayer sword light was full of changes. Whoosh! Before the other three of them could attack, Feng Zichen raised the Zichen sword and shot out billions of sword light to meet the attack. Rumble. The sword light collided with the Celestial Slayer sword light, but the Celestial Slayer sword light was stronger. It shattered Zichen's sword light and slashed towards Feng Zichen. Buzz buzz buzz. Inexplicably, the void trembled and the phantoms of 10,000 spirits appeared. They gathered behind Feng Zichen and formed a dazzling divine halo. It hung behind his head and shrouded him in boundless divine light. Human Dao blessing, Human Dao halo. Although the sword light pierced through Feng Zichen's protective divine light, its power was reduced by another 30%. Human Dao halos had the ability to weaken the enemy's attacks. The immortal slaying sword light, which originally only had 70% of its power left, was now only 40% of its power after being weakened by 30%. What could 40% of his strength do? Dang 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 dang. When the sword light hit Feng Zichen's body, it made a sound as if iron was being struck, but it did not hurt him at all. It made sense. Feng Zichen's physical body had long been polished to the point where it was comparable to a primordial treasure. How could the immortal slaying sword beam, which only had 40% of its power, hurt him? Seeing this scene, Tongtian's face, which was already dark, became as dark as the bottom of a pot. He really wanted to leave. How was he going to fight? This was not the way to bully others. This was the first time the immortal slaying sword formation had shown its power in his hands, and he had encountered such an opponent. This had dealt a heavy blow to Tongtian's confidence. Moreover, if the immortal slaying sword formation, which could not be broken except by the four saints, was broken by one person, then everyone would not say that the immortal slaying sword formation was not good enough, but that he, Tongtian, was not good enough. After all, the immortal slaying sword formation had a glorious battle record in the hands of the demon ancestor Luoho. Because of this, it was known as one of the three great formations of the primordial world. Why did the same magic treasure become useless when it was in his hands? Then wasn't it obvious whose problem it was? He could not let the reputation of the immortal slaying sword formation fall in his hands. Thinking of this, Tongtian's face darkened, and he exerted more strength to activate the immortal slaying sword formation. In an instant, the power of the sword light that surged over increased by 30%. Moreover, in the sword formation, there was suddenly an endless murderous aura. It was like a bloody cloud that was extremely ferocious. It enveloped the four people in the formation and eroded their innate true spirits, obliterating their vitality. After Feng Zichen realized that the immortal slaying sword light did not have any effect on him, his gaze suddenly became strange. He felt that he could break the immortal slaying sword formation by himself. It was not to break through the immortal slaying sword formation, but to break the formation and take down the four immortal slaying swords by himself. Did he seem to value the immortal slaying sword formation too much by summoning his three incarnations? At present, other than the suppression power of the incarnation of the great Taoist priests, the other two incarnations had not made a move yet. Moreover, looking at the current situation, it seemed that there was no chance for them to make a move. As expected, this immortal slaying sword formation is not complete. After looking around at the immortal slaying sword formation, Feng Zichen silently withdrew his gaze. As he expected, the Grandmaster of Heaven's immortal slaying sword formation was not complete. Dao ancestor Hongjun had left a trick up his sleeve. As one of the three great formations of the untainted land, how could the immortal slaying sword formation be so weak that it was broken by Feng Zichen by himself? No matter how badly the immortal slaying sword formation was suppressed, it should not be like this. The reason why Feng Zichen was confident that he could break the immortal slaying sword formation was not because he was too powerful, but because the immortal slaying sword formation was not complete, causing his power to be far less powerful than in the legends. One must know that when the demon ancestor Rahu set up the immortal slaying sword formation, he had already been fighting with the 5 clan leaders of the 3 innate clans for many days and was seriously injured by the 5 innate sacred beasts. It was under such circumstances that the demon ancestor Rahu set up the immortal slaying sword formation in a seriously injured state and fought against the 4 peerless masters including Dao ancestor Hongjun. Dao ancestor Hongjun was at the half-step primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian realm. He held the heaven-opening treasure, the Pangu banner. Patriarch Yin Yang was also at the half-step primordial chaos realm. He held the heaven-opening treasure, the Taiji diagram. Patriarch Heaven and Earth was also at the half-step primordial chaos realm. He held the Khanate cardinal treasure, the cauldron of heaven and earth. Patriarch Yang Mei and the half-step primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian had unknown Dharma treasures, but they were definitely not weaker than the heaven-opening treasure. 4 great masters of the same level came with 4 powerful Khanate cardinal treasures. They joined forces to fight the seriously injured demon ancestor Rahu. The difference in strength between the two sides was extremely obvious. This should have been a crushing situation. But the result was, 2 of the 4 great masters were killed before the immortal slaying sword formation was broken and demon ancestor Rahu was forced to self-detonate. From this, it could be seen how powerful the immortal slaying sword formation was. Compared to demon ancestor Rahu's immortal slaying sword formation, and then look at the immortal slaying sword formation set up by the Grandmaster of Heaven. What the hell is this? Primordial Chaos number 1 killing formation? Don't come out and embarrass yourself. If this formation was seen by outsiders, they would think that there was no one in the primordial chaos. Why did this happen? Because Grandmaster Tongtian's immortal slaying sword formation was missing a lot of formation materials. The complete immortal slaying sword formation was not only made up of the immortal slaying 4 swords and the immortal slaying sword formation. It also had many powerful Khanate spiritual treasures. Why did Feng Zichen know so much? Of course he saw it from Patriarch Yin Yang's memories. From that small piece of Patriarch Yin Yang's Khanate indestructible true spirit fragment, Feng Zichen saw all of his memories. Among them, it included the last moment of his life, when he fought the demon ancestor Rahu in the immortal slaying sword formation. Through Patriarch Yin Yang's vision, Feng Zichen saw the complete immortal slaying sword formation, which was many times grander than the one set up by Grandmaster Tong Tian. It was the real immortal slaying sword formation. It was the supreme formation that the Chaos Demon God had comprehended from the Great Tao inheritance. Once it was set up, it directly covered more than half of the Western land. In front of him, the immortal slaying sword formation set up by Grandmaster Tong Tian was not small, but compared with the immortal slaying sword formation that covered more than half of the Western land, it was the difference between Mount Kunlun and Mount Buzhou. At that time the primordial chaos had not been broken. How big was more than half of the Western land? It was much bigger than the current primordial chaos. Feng Zichen found that the immortal slaying sword formation set up by the sky-reaching school was completely different from the immortal slaying sword formation he saw in the memory of Taiji ancestor. That was why he dared to enter this formation with confidence. If Grandmaster Tong Tian had set up the complete version of the immortal slaying sword formation, Feng Zichen would have surrendered and admitted defeat. Although the evil spirit in the immortal slaying sword formation was powerful, even the ordinary Daluo Taoist priests would be killed in an instant if they touched it. However, Feng Zichen and the other three were not ordinary people. They could even eat the evil spirit in the immortal slaying sword formation. The evil spirit in the immortal slaying sword formation was not even enough to tickle them. As for the sword light of the immortal slaying sword, it was more powerful, but Feng Zichen added another layer of defense for himself. Thanks to deity Taoist Ziyun and Taoist Donghua, who had tried their best to refine an emperor's robe for him, which was at the level of a primordial spirit treasure. A defensive magic treasure of this level was rare in the entire untainted land. With the protection of the emperor's robe and the 72 mysterious lights hanging down from the 10,000 spirit crown, the immortal slaying sword formation, which only had 40% of its power left, could not even break Feng Zichen's defense, let alone hurt him. In this way, Feng Zichen withstood the attack of the immortal slaying sword formation and walked slowly in the direction of sect leader Tong Tian. Seeing this, sect leader Tong Tian's face was so cold that a layer of frost could be scraped off. At this time he really wanted to take out the Qingping sword and poke a few holes in Feng Zichen's body to suppress his arrogance. However, sect leader Tong Tian had said before that this sentence only tested the immortal slaying sword formation. Therefore, except for the immortal slaying sword formation, he could not use any other magic treasures. Otherwise, how could sect leader Tong Tian let Feng Zichen be so proud? He would have used all kinds of magic treasures to smash his head. Looking at sect leader Tong Tian's increasingly ugly face, Feng Zichen could not help but point out the key point. Sect leader, do you feel that there is something wrong with the power of the immortal slaying sword formation? It seems to be much weaker than the rumors? As he walked leisurely, Feng Zichen said to sect leader Tong Tian. Hearing this, sect leader Tong Tian's heart could not help but sink. Without Feng Zichen's reminder, he also noticed that the situation of the immortal slaying sword formation was not right. Judging from the current performance of this formation, it was completely inconsistent with the rumors. Its power was much weaker. Sect leader Tong Tian was very suspicious whether this formation was really as the Tao ancestor said, that only the four saints could break it. If he was not careful, he would be tricked by the Tao ancestor. With the performance of the immortal slaying sword formation, when the four saints came out together, he was afraid that they would directly tear down the formation and pull him out to fight. Fortunately, he had set up the immortal slaying sword formation in advance and knew the power of this formation in advance. Otherwise, if he really believed the Tao ancestors' nonsense and used this formation to fight against the four saints, the consequences would be unimaginable. Narrowing his eyes slightly, sect leader Tong Tian stared at Feng Zichen with eyes full of surprise and doubt. Did he know something by asking this? Curious, sect leader Tong Tian asked directly. Yes, the power of this formation is indeed far less powerful than the rumors. Judging from its current performance, it is not a problem to say that it is one of the top 10 formations of the untainted land, but it is a bit exaggerated to say that it is one of the top 3. Why? Taoist Gaochen seems to know the reason. After saying that, sect leader Tong Tian stared at Feng Zichen closely, waiting for his answer to solve the doubts in his heart. Smiling, Feng Zichen did not answer sect leader Tong Tian's question. Instead he asked him, sect leader Tong Tian was born at the end of ancient times. Your experience is far from what Zichen can compare to. It can be said that you are experienced and knowledgeable. Then I wonder if sect leader Tong Tian has heard that when heaven and earth were first created, the qi of the four directions of heaven and earth gave birth to an innate door. Although he did not understand why Feng Zichen asked this question, sect leader Tong Tian still answered, of course I have heard of it. The 4 doors are all primordial spiritual treasures of the highest grade. They were obtained by Poor Wei's master. When Di Jun established the heavenly court, Master gave them to him and turned them into the 4 heavenly gates of the heavenly court. Seeing that sect leader Tong Tian knew about it, Feng Zichen nodded and said, "Sect leader Tong Tan, have you thought about the consequences if you turn these 4 innate doors into the 4 gates of the immortal killing sword formation?" Wonderful. As soon as Feng Zichen's voice fell, sect leader Tong Tian felt his heart tremble. He really wanted to shout out loud. Turning the 4 innate doors into the gates of the immortal killing sword formation. Why didn't he think of such a wonderful idea before? The combination of these 2 things was simply a perfect match. It was as if they were born to be like this. They were born to be like this. Thinking of this, sect leader Tong Tian seemed to have understood something. He vaguely seemed to have grasped something, but he could not explain it clearly. Of course, it was a perfect match because the 4 doors of the original immortal killing sword formation were composed of 4 primordial spiritual treasures of the highest grade. Later, when the formation was broken, the primordial doors were taken away by ancestor Hong Jun and turned into the 4 heavenly gates of the heavenly court. When sect leader Tong Tian came to his senses, Feng Zichen continued to ask, "At the beginning of the world, the primordial 4 symbols Qi gave birth to a Taoist platform. Have you seen it?" After thinking for a while, sect leader Tong Tian replied, "Poor Wei seems to have seen 4 primordial Taoist platforms on the treasure-snatching rock. Each of them exuded the Qi of the 4 symbols. I think they are the treasures you are talking about." "But why do you ask about them? Are they also related to the immortal killing sword formation?" Feng Zichen smiled and said, "Sect leader Tong Tan, don't you think there is something missing behind the 4 doors? If you put 4 primordial Taoist platforms corresponding to the primordial 4 symbols, wouldn't it be more perfect?" Without giving sect leader Tong Tian time to think, Feng Zichen continued to ask, "Moreover, if you set up a Taoist platform, shouldn't you put something on it? In this way it can be said to be perfect." "What should I put?" Sect leader Tong Tian asked almost subconsciously. "P.S. My thumb hurts. Writing is too tiring. It's too difficult. In addition, I met a fortune teller today. He told me that anyone who doesn't give me a monthly ticket for reading books won't have seasoning packs for instant noodles in the future. So, for your seasoning packs, give me your monthly ticket. Also, I beg you to come and support me. A lousy author looking for subscriptions online." Chapter 797. Without answering his question, Feng Zichen continued, "There used to be 4 primordial magic lamps in the world. Have you ever heard of them?" This time the sect leader of Tong Tian did not try to recall. He blurted out, "Poor Wei has seen the 4 primordial magic lamps. They are my eldest brother's Baiying Palace lamp, my second brother's Jade Palace lamp, Taoist Tai's Green Yin and Yang lamp, and Taoist Ronding's Coffin Palace lamp." Nodding, Feng Zichen asked, "Where did they get these primordial magic lamps?" Sect leader Tong Tian was silent for a long time before he answered, "I got it from the treasure-snatching rock." "Did you see a Yin and Yang 8 trigrams platform on the treasure-snatching rock?" Feng Zichen asked again. After recalling for a while, Tong Tian became even more silent. "Yes." After saying this word, Tong Tian suddenly became weak, as if he had been drained of all his strength. Feng Zichen had made it so obvious. How could he not guess that the primordial spiritual treasures mentioned just now should belong to the immortal killing sword formation, the real immortal killing sword formation? Substituting the primordial spiritual treasures into the formation, Tong Tian tried to imagine the scene in his mind and suddenly found that it was the real immortal killing sword formation. Compared to it, the immortal killing sword formation in front of him was nothing. Tong Tian's reaction was not out of Feng Zichen's expectation. In the memory of Yin and Yang ancestor, the real immortal killing sword formation was this powerful. In addition to the 4 immortal killing swords and the formation map, it was composed of the 4 gates of heaven, the 4 great Tao platforms, the 4 spiritual lamps, the Yin and Yang 8 trigrams platform, and 13 primordial spiritual treasures. In other words, a complete set of immortal killing sword formation required 18 primordial spiritual treasures. No wonder the immortal killing sword formation set up by demon ancestor Rahu was so powerful. With so many primordial spiritual treasures, how could it not be powerful? Compared to the Grandmaster of Heaven's God-slaying sword formation, it lacked 15 supreme-grade innate spiritual treasures. Naturally, the difference in power was like heaven and earth. "Our master has misled me." After a long silence, Tong Tian sighed. The immortal extermination sword formation was broken by Tao ancestor Hongjun, so how could he not know what the true immortal extermination sword formation looked like? Moreover, the supreme-grade innate spirit treasures that formed the immortal slaying sword formation were also distributed from him. The meaning was already very obvious. Tao ancestor Hong Jun did not want the true immortal slaying sword formation to appear in the world. After all, its power was indeed a little terrifying. The 15 connate numinous treasures that formed the immortal slaying sword formation were given to everyone by Tao ancestor Hong Jun. What did this mean? It meant that even if the Grandmaster of Heaven knew the truth one day, he would not be able to find these supreme-grade innate spiritual treasures and form the real immortal slaying sword formation. This path had already been severed by Tao ancestor Hong Jun. However, this did not mean that the prime of Tong Tian would be completely useless after knowing the truth. At the very least, after knowing the true appearance of the celestial slaying sword formation, he could modify his own celestial slaying sword formation according to its appearance. Innate spirit treasures were hard to find, but he could replace them with acquired cardinal treasures. In this way, even if it was not as good as the original version of the immortal slaying sword formation, he could still increase the power of his formation by a lot. Moreover, these supreme-grade innate spirit treasures were not necessarily impossible to obtain. For example, the 4 great heavenly gates of the heavenly court. It would not be difficult for the prime of Tong Tian to get them if he planned carefully. As for the others, such as the 4 symbols Taoist platform, the Yin-Yang 8 trigrams platform, and so on, the prime of Tong Tian really could not get them. However, he could also plan a little about the 4 great innate spirit lamps. As the prime of Tong Tian thought about this, he thanked Feng Zichen. "Thank you for reminding me, fellow Taoist, to let the poor Wei understand what the true immortal slaying sword formation is. This round, fellow Taoist has won." As he spoke, the prime of Tong Tian suddenly raised his hand and shot out 4 sword seals, flying toward Zichen's sword. Those were the sword seals of the 4 immortal slaying swords. They were extremely important to Zichen's sword and the million sword illustration. If enough sword seals were collected, then Feng Zichen could fuse these 2 supreme-grade innate spirit treasures and transform them into a sword Dao treasure. The innate spirit treasure Zichen's sword suppressed the sword Dao fate. "Thank you, Prime." After receiving the sword seals, Feng Zichen thanked him. "No, it's the poor Wei who should thank you, fellow Taoist. If it weren't for your reminder, the poor Wei would definitely suffer a great loss because of the immortal slaying sword formation in the future. Moreover, after your reminder, the poor Wei has also found a way to strengthen the immortal slaying sword formation. All these, the poor Wei still owes you a big favor. In the future, if you have any requests, the poor Wei will definitely not refuse." After this matter, the prime of Tong Tian would owe Feng Zichen a big favor. Before this favor was repaid, he was afraid that it would not be good for him to make a move. "Well said, well said." Nodding, Feng Zichen accepted this favor. This was his purpose. If it wasn't to gain the favor of the prime of Tong Tian, why would he say this to the prime of Tong Tian? Wouldn't it be better to let him continue to be a confused ghost? Moreover, did you think that this favor was over? No. From the moment the prime of Tong Tian decided to repair the immortal slaying sword formation, the favor he owed Feng Zichen would become bigger and bigger. Because in this world, only Feng Zichen could help the prime of Tong Tian repair the immortal slaying sword formation. Why did he say so? That was because the 4 symbols platform was in the hands of Feng Zichen. To be precise, the remains of the 4 symbols platform were in his hands. After discovering that there was a problem with the prime of Tong Tian's immortal slaying sword formation, Feng Zichen sent out Shen Qing and Lei Zhe, 2 big doppelgangers, to secretly find the whereabouts of the supreme-grade innate spiritual treasures that formed the immortal slaying sword formation. Then he found that the 4 innate 4 symbols platforms had long been destroyed along with their masters. Tao Ancestor was so particular about doing things. Since he decided not to let the complete version of the immortal slaying sword formation appear in the world, he simply destroyed a few of the supreme-grade innate spiritual treasures. In this way he could sit back and relax. Under the calculation of Tao Ancestor Hong Jun, the 4 innate 4 symbols platform fell into the hands of 4 innate gods and demons who were not on good terms with each other. In order to seize the innate 4 symbols platform in the hands of the other 3 and form a complete version of the innate 4 symbols platform, the 4 of them, who were not on good terms with each other, plotted against each other and fought openly and secretly. In the end, after countless years of fighting, a great battle broke out one day. One after another, they died together and walked towards destruction. The 4 innate 4 symbols platform were destroyed because of this. Lei Zhe found the place where the 4 of them died, collected the remains of the innate spiritual treasures, and secretly handed them to Feng Zichen. As for Feng Zichen, he planned to find time to secretly repair the 4 innate 4 symbols platform, and then make a deal with Tong Tian. Although Feng Zichen was not on good terms with the three pure ones, and both sides could not wait to kill each other. However, if there was a chance to cooperate with them, Feng Zichen would not refuse. The three pure ones were immortal. Even if Feng Zichen did everything he could, he would not be able to kill the three of them. This point alone meant that the enmity between Feng Zichen and the three pure ones could not continue. In the face of benefits, there was no unresolvable hatred between him and the three pure ones. The only difference was the size of the benefits. After admitting defeat, Tong Tian simply put away the immortal slaying sword formation. The bloody light receded, and the two reappeared in front of everyone. The result of this battle, after the power of the immortal slaying sword formation was suppressed to only 70%, was destined to be defeated by Tong Tian. Therefore, the crowd was not shocked by Feng Zichen's victory. If Feng Zichen could lose, then everyone would suspect that the Feng Zichen in front of them was a fake. As for the three incarnations of Feng Zichen, after breaking the formation he put them away. There was no chance for them to show up now. Later, when it was Feng Zichen's turn, it would be time for them to shine. Turning his head to look at the two saints of the West, Feng Zichen asked, "My two friends, which one of you will start first?" The two of them did not have any innate spiritual treasures. If they were to make a challenge, they would not start with the spiritual treasures. Because neither the 12th grade virtuous golden lotus nor the Eastern Cyan treasured lotus flag could trap Feng Zichen. If the two of them dared to use these two supreme grade innate spiritual treasures to trap Feng Zichen, even if there was only one outcome, that was to be shattered by Feng Zichen. Not all treasures were comparable to the heaven-splitting treasures. The two of them hesitated for a while, and then Saint Jain walked out first and said, "For this round, Poor Wei will make the challenge." After bowing, Feng Zichen said, "Saint Jain, please make the challenge." Looking at Feng Zichen, Saint Jain's expression became even more bitter. Then he said, "I have a treasure. Please try it, Taoist Gaochen." As he said that, a 12th grade lotus flower loomed behind Saint Jain. Then it slowly turned into a world. Hiss! Seeing the 12th grade lotus flower appear, everyone present, including Feng Zichen, gasped in shock. Is it necessary? He's playing so big. With everyone's eyesight, they naturally recognized the origin of the 12th grade lotus flower. It was none other than the original body of Saint Jain, one of the 10 great innate spiritual roots of the primitive world, the heart-clearing Taoist lotus. It was also known as the divine lotus of receiving. As the original body of a saint, the power of this lotus was not weaker than any innate treasure. It was even stronger. Tisk, Saint Jain is... After smacking his lips twice, Feng Zichen looked at the world formed by the lotus flower and was speechless for a moment. In order to win against him, he did not hesitate to use his original body. Speaking of which, has the hatred between him and the West reached such a level? After thinking about it, Feng Zichen felt that it was true. If the opportunity to kill the three pure ones and the two saints of the West was placed in front of him at the same time, then Feng Zichen would choose to kill the two saints of the West without hesitation. Because they were both targeting the human clan. What the three pure ones wanted was the fate of the human clan. As for the two saints of the West, they wanted more in addition to fate. Moreover, when the demon clan slaughtered the human clan, Feng Zichen had not forgotten that the two saints of the West had schemed against the human clan behind their backs. Of course, the two saints of the West had not forgotten that Feng Zichen had forcefully torn down Mount Meru. Haha. Fellow Taoist, you're testing me with your original body. Don't blame me for being ruthless when the time comes. As he spoke, Feng Zichen laughed and stepped into the world formed by the divine lotus of receiving. As soon as he entered this world, Feng Zichen felt an inexplicable force attack his heart, causing his heart to gradually calm down and abandon all distracting thoughts. And 7 emotions and 6 desires. At the same time, a state of mind of great nirvana occupied his heart and turned into voices, constantly persuading him to choose nirvana so that he could be peaceful and free. The Tao of nirvana was the Tao that Saint Jain cultivated. However, what he wanted to extinguish was not this world, but all the troubles, suffering and pain in the world. As long as he extinguished these, he could enter a state of bliss. There would be no birth, old age, sickness or death, no love, hatred and no worries. Whether the Tao of Saint Jain was good or bad, Feng Zichen did not comment. However, if he wanted to use his own Tao to influence Feng Zichen, that was not right. Forcefully suppressing the force in his heart, Feng Zichen raised his head and looked at the environment of this world. Well, it was very empty and there was nothing. It had the meaning of nirvana into nothingness. The Tao of Saint Jain is indeed mysterious. Zichen has learned a lot. Feng Zichen bowed to the void and said, As soon as he entered this world, Saint Jayin used his own Tao to invade his heart. His purpose was self-evident. He wanted to have a Tao battle with Feng Zichen to determine the winner. However, how could Feng Zichen follow Saint Jayin's idea? A Tao battle could take as little as 100 years, as long as 1,000 years, 10,000 years, or even millions of years. It was not impossible. If he really followed Saint Jayin's idea, then in this game, regardless of the result of the Tao battle, Feng Zichen would be considered to have lost. This old man was really bad. Therefore, Feng Zichen did not plan to follow Saint Jayin's rhythm. He only needed to break out of this world and this game would be considered a win. There was no need to go through so much trouble to have a Tao battle with Saint Jayin. Breaking out of this world, how to put it, was indeed very difficult. After all, it was the saint's body. How could it be so easy to break out? However, Feng Zichen could not break out, but he could force Saint Jayin to take the initiative to let him out. Next, Feng Zichen would make Saint Jayin realize how wrong it was to let him enter his body. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen suddenly took out all his Dharma treasures and attacked the world in front of him with all his strength. At the same time, the 3 incarnations that he had put away also appeared one by one. Each of them used their magical powers and attacked forward. Rumble. Unimaginable energy fluctuations spread out in this world. In a short while, everything that could be destroyed was destroyed. Even so, Feng Zichen did not stop. He continued to attack desperately. His idea was very simple. If he continued attacking like this, he would hurt Saint Jayin's body sooner or later. Then Saint Jayin would have to face a choice. Should he endure for 100 years with serious injuries, or should he just let Feng Zichen leave? If it were any other time, Saint Jayin might choose to endure. However, the situation in the primordial world was unclear, and there was a chaos demon god lurking at the side. He would definitely not allow himself to be seriously injured. Therefore, seeing that Feng Zichen's magical powers were about to affect his body, Saint Jayin suddenly appeared and said, "Fellow Taoist, you win this game." Chapter 798. Upon hearing that, Feng Zichen said in surprise, "So fast? I haven't had enough fun yet. Is the saint done?" Ignoring Feng Zichen, Saint Jayin waved his sleeve. Immediately, Feng Zichen felt a strong repulsive force coming from him and driving him out of this world. In the outside world, when Saint Jayin saw Feng Zichen come out, he pushed him aside with an ugly expression. His plan was very good, but Feng Zichen did not play by the rules at all. He had no intention of fighting with him and directly destroyed his inner world. How could Saint Jayin be willing? He had no choice but to surrender. "Saint Juan-Ti, you're the only one left who hasn't given me a question. How do you plan to test me?" Feng Zichen turned to look at Saint Juan-Ti and asked. Unlike the 3 pure ones, the 2 saints of the West did not have powerful innate treasures. The only thing they could be praised for was their merit and unorthodox magic. In terms of magic, Feng Zichen was the most proficient in it. Therefore, he did not take the 2 saints of the West seriously at all. As if sensing Feng Zichen's contempt, Saint Juan-Ti forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart and said, "Poor Wei is not talented. Here is a magic. Please break it." Hearing that, Feng Zichen smiled. Saint Juan-Ti had no skills. With Hongmeng Daozhong around, Feng Zichen could confidently shout that there was no magic in the untainted world that he could not break. He really did not know if he should praise Saint Juan-Ti for being conceited or confident by using a magic to test him. After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen asked, "Saint Juan-Ti, do you really want to test me with a magic?" "Yes." Saint Juan-Ti nodded and replied affirmatively. "Ah." Feng Zichen laughed and said arrogantly, "Then Saint will definitely lose this game. In terms of strength, there are countless people in the untainted world. I don't dare to claim to be the best. However, in terms of magic, if I claim to be the second, who dares to claim to be the first? Saint, how unwise is it to test me with a magic?" This was not a joke. Feng Zichen was the only known existence in the untainted world who had established his Tao with magic. The magic of the Sword Tao had allowed him to evolve into the Khanate Sword Tao. From this, it could be seen that Feng Zichen's understanding of magic was a great master. "Fellow, although your magic, fellow Taoist, is strong, you don't know that there's always someone out there." Saint Juan-Ti seemed to be very confident about his magic skills. His attitude was even more arrogant than Feng Zichen's. He wanted to teach him a lesson. However, although he spoke happily, he had offended everyone present, except for Saint Jayin. Feng Zichen's magic was recognized by everyone in the East. Even the 3 pure ones did not dare to say that they could defeat Feng Zichen in magic. However, Saint Xuanti dared to say that the Western magic was powerful and did not take Feng Zichen seriously at all. From the looks of it, he was not saying that Feng Zichen could not do it. He was clearly saying that the East could not do it. The magic of the East was not as good as his magic of the West. Saint Xuanti's words offended all the great magicians of the East. Fortunately, the current situation was not right. Otherwise, everyone would definitely come forward one by one to experience the magic of the West that he mentioned. However, after this matter, Saint Xuanti's situation would not be good. The narrow-minded great magicians of the East would definitely come to ask him for advice because of this sentence. Saint, you are really confident. In that case, please show me your divine powers and let me witness the legendary Western grand magic. Seeing that Saint Xuanti was even more arrogant than him, Feng Zichen could not help but feel unhappy. Therefore, he decided that no matter what magic Saint Xuanti used next, he would break it as soon as possible. The confident Saint Xuanti did not realize that his words had offended all the people present. At this moment, he was excitedly displaying his magic so that everyone could recognize the mystery of the Western magic. 3,000 Bodhi billions of worlds open. Saint Xuanti shouted and suddenly turned into his original form. It was a huge Bodhi tree that covered the sky. As soon as it appeared, it was like a heavenly pillar that stood between heaven and earth. As his words fell, the huge Bodhi tree suddenly produced 3,000 innate Bodhi seeds. At the same time, the light of wisdom appeared on the branches of the innate Bodhi tree. It was extremely bright and illuminated everything around it like the sun. The innate Bodhi tree was also known as the tree of wisdom. It was an innate divine tree that was born with the path of wisdom. If one traced its origin, one could trace it back to the demon god of wisdom, one of the 10 chaos demon gods that dominated the chaos. This tree was the remnant body of the demon god of wisdom. It fell into the untainted land and merged with the path of wisdom to give birth to the innate spiritual root. Under the illumination of the light of wisdom, the 3,000 Bodhi seeds gradually turned into 3,000 worlds. At the same time, under the illumination of the light of wisdom, hazy balls of light appeared on the branches of the innate Bodhi tree one after another. If one looked carefully, one would find that those balls of light were actually small worlds. There were hundreds of millions of them. Fellow Taoist Gaochen, what do you think of the magic of the Poor Way? After those worlds were born, Saint Xuanti suddenly asked Feng Zichen. After looking up and down at this magic, Feng Zichen could not help but be amazed by Saint Xuanti's wisdom. The power of this magic was indeed good. Once one was hit by this magic, one's consciousness would be divided into countless parts and thrown into these worlds. They would be continuously reincarnated, sharpened, and killed until they completely lost themselves. Feng Zichen silently calculated. With the power of this magic, even a powerful person would not be able to escape the fate of death if he accidentally fell into it. If it were a saint, he would be greatly injured if he suddenly fell into it without using the power of the heavenly Tao. Only then would he be able to break free. However, although this magic was powerful, it had a fatal weakness. It was not easy for it to hit people. Saint Xuanti had prepared this magic for so long. No one was a fool. How could they be hit by it? Moreover, even if Saint Xuanti could instantly cast this magic, what was the use? How could it be so easy to pull a person's consciousness out of their body and tear it apart? Didn't you see that when Feng Zichen evaluated this magic, he had set a premise, which was that they were careless. Only when they were careless would they be hit by this magic. Under normal circumstances, everyone would guard their minds. How could their consciousness be shaken by Saint Xuanti? If they could not shake their consciousness, this magic would be considered useless. Yes. It had to be said that the magic used by Saint Xuanti was very ambitious, had a good idea, and had great potential. However, this magic was not perfect now. It was impossible for him to defeat Feng Zichen with this. When he reached perfection, he might be qualified to challenge Feng Zichen. Now he could not. Shaking his head, Feng Zichen praised, "This magic of the saint is indeed mysterious. Its power is enough to make people look at it. However, it is not perfect. You are being too arrogant to defeat me with this." Hearing that, Saint Xuanti laughed and said, "Ha, fellow Taoist Gaochen, you have good eyesight. The Poor Way's magic is indeed not perfect. If she wants to use it to deal with you, who has established the Tao with magic, its power is far from enough." Therefore, the Poor Way deliberately revealed her main body and used it to support this magic. Even if it is not perfect, with the support of the Poor Way's main body, the power that this magic can unleash is even greater than when it is perfect. As he spoke, Saint Xuanti's main body, the Kanate Bodhi tree, suddenly shone brightly. An unparalleled power surged out and supported those worlds, causing them to become more solid. Seeing this, Feng Zichen smiled disdainfully. If it could not be done, it could not be done. Even with the support of the saint's main body, it was the same. Feng Zichen had too many ways to crack such an incomplete magic. However, he had already said that he wanted to use the fastest speed to break Saint Xuantiai's magic. Therefore, he would use the most direct method to break Saint Xuantiai's magic and destroy his confidence at the same time. Feng Zichen bowed to Saint Xuanti and said, "Saint Xuanti, I also have a magic that is very similar to yours. In that case, I will use this magic to break your magic." As he spoke, Feng Zichen formed a seal with his hands and made a bell-hugging gesture. In an instant, the void trembled inexplicably. Endless mysterious runes appeared and gathered between Feng Zichen's hands with the power of reincarnation. "Saint, watch carefully. My magic was created by observing the 6 paths of reincarnation. It's called the heavenly reincarnation." As soon as he finished speaking, he used his magic. Feng Zichen suddenly pushed his hands forward. The endless runes turned into a hazy Dao bell and collided with the connate Bodhi tree that Saint Xuanti had transformed into. Feng Zichen had been comprehending the power of reincarnation for countless years and had gained something. This magic called the heavenly reincarnation was the result of his comprehension of the power of reincarnation. He had integrated all his comprehension of the path of reincarnation into this magic. What was reincarnation? Reincarnation and rebirth were reincarnation. Life, death, illusion, and destruction were reincarnation. The birth and death of the universe were also reincarnation. The so-called heavenly reincarnation was the birth and death of thousands of worlds with a single thought. Of course, this was the peak state of the heavenly reincarnation. If Feng Zichen restrained his power, he could also create and destroy a person, causing them to fall into the cycle of reincarnation and continuously rebirth until they completely lost themselves. What Saint Xuantiai's magic could do, the heavenly reincarnation could do, and it could do better. The heavenly reincarnation did not shake the intelligence of others. Instead, it used the power of reincarnation to forcefully tear apart the intelligence of others, turning them into countless parts and sending them into the cycle of reincarnation to slowly lose themselves. Moreover, the so-called reincarnation of the heavenly reincarnation was not an illusory world that was created by reincarnation, but the real myriad worlds. With the vastness of the myriad worlds, even the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian could not escape the fate of sinking into oblivion. Perhaps the person who was reading the novel was a certain primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian who had been hit by the heavenly reincarnation. Among the countless wisps of intelligence, he was reincarnating in the myriad worlds and slowly losing himself. The heavenly reincarnation was more domineering than Saint Xuantiai's magic. It was just like Feng Zichen's personality. At this moment, the power displayed by the heavenly reincarnation was not tearing apart the intelligence of Saint Xuanti. Instead, it could create and destroy the myriad worlds with a single thought. Saint Xuantiai's magic relied on nothing more than the billions of worlds. Feng Zichen used the heavenly reincarnation to destroy all these worlds. Naturally, Saint Xuantiai's magic was broken. Boom! The Dao bell attacked. When it was about to reach the innate Bodhi tree, it exploded with a loud bang, turning into the boundless power of reincarnation and drowning the innate Bodhi tree. Under the influence of the power of reincarnation, the birth of those worlds suddenly sped up. Soon they went from the newborn stage to the mature stage and then quickly entered the weak stage. In the end, the chi of the end descended and ended everything. On the innate Bodhi tree, one world after another went into decline, emitting a decaying aura and then being destroyed. Originally, under the influence of the power of reincarnation, the world should be reborn after being destroyed. This way, it could be considered a complete reincarnation. However, when these worlds were all destroyed, the power of reincarnation suddenly disappeared. Without the power of reincarnation, the shattered worlds no longer gathered. Instead, they turned into decaying power and spread to the surroundings. Under this influence, Saint Xuantiai's main body, the branches of the innate Bodhi tree, gradually showed signs of decay. Seeing this, Saint Xuanti hurriedly retracted his magic and turned back into his Dao body. He said to Feng Zichen awkwardly, "The poor Wei lost this round." Saint Xuanti was as arrogant as he was now. The so-called Western Great Technique was actually broken by someone in one move. The signboard of the West had been smashed in his hands. Is this the Western Great Technique? It's indeed extraordinary. Looking at Saint Xuanti, Feng Zichen said with a faint smile, "Ahem." After coughing twice, Saint Xuanti turned his face away and stopped talking. At this moment, Saint Jain walked out and changed the topic. He said, "Fellow Taoist Gaochen has won these 5 rounds. Then the karma between you and the poor ways group of 5 can be considered settled. Since that's the case, how do you plan to settle the karma between you and the poor ways group of 5? As soon as Saint Jain said that, the world shook. Half of the tribulation aura and murderous aura that filled the sky disappeared. Yes, half of the karma between the 6 of them had been settled. Naturally, half of the tribulation aura had been eliminated. The remaining half was waiting for Feng Zichen to settle the karma between him and the 5 saints. In this way, the God-confirmant tribulation that affected a wide range would be considered over. How to settle the karma is simple. After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen said, "Since the 5 of you have come up with a test for me, I'll follow suit and come up with a test for the 5 of you. Next, I'll set up an array formation here and ask the 5 of you to break it. However, I'm only one person, but there are 5 of you. Therefore, the time to break the array formation cannot be 100 years but 3 years. In that case, what do you think?" Chapter 799. Okay. The 5 of them looked at each other and felt that it was feasible, so they nodded. It would take them 100 years to break the array together. It was indeed a little too much. 100 years, no matter how strong the array formation was, the 5 primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian could break it together. Therefore, 100 years was not enough, not even 10 years. Feng Zichen wanted to say a year, but after thinking about it, he felt that the saints might not agree, so he took a compromise of 3 years. 3 had the meaning that 3 gave birth to all things. It was just right. Seeing that the 5 of them nodded in agreement, Feng Zichen continued, "I'll set up the array formation. If the 5 of you can break it within 3 years, I'll lose this round. The karma between us will be completely ended. However, if fellow Taoists are still unable to break through the formation within 3 years even after joining forces, then it will be considered as my victory. Fellow Taoists, you must agree to a condition of mine. Only in this way can the karma between us be resolved. If he lost, the karma would be written off. If he won, it was impossible for there to be no benefits at all. Otherwise, why would he spend so much effort to compete?" The Grand Pure One thought for a moment and said, "Fellow Taoist, what do you want? Please tell us." He had to ask clearly first. He could not agree carelessly. Otherwise, when Feng Zichen proposed a condition that they could not accept, would they agree or not? "Fellow Taoists, if I win this round, I don't have any requests. In the future, when you preach the Tao to the human race, the people who cultivate the Tao teachings you preach can acknowledge you as their ancestral masters, but there is no karma between them and you. In that case, what do you think?" Feng Zichen said it in a roundabout way, but the 5 saints still understood what he meant. To summarize these words simply, the human race could use their mystical abilities and Tao techniques for free. Without paying anything, one could learn skills from their orthodoxy. In the past, if the human race wanted to cultivate the immortal Tao, they had to first acknowledge the 3 pure ones as their ancestral masters and form a karma with them. This was the karma of imparting the Tao, and it was extremely difficult to resolve. Establishing this karma was equivalent to having to sell one's life for the 3 pure ones. But now, once the 3 pure ones agreed to the request, from then on, if the humans practiced the path of immortality again, they would have to worship the 3 pure ones as their ancestral masters, but there would be no karma between them and the 3 pure ones, and there would be no need for them to risk their lives for them. If there was a day when the human race clashed with the 3 pure ones, these immortal cultivators would no longer have to remain neutral and could attack the 3 sections. This was the immortal Tao of the 3 pure ones, the immortal Tao of the human race. As for the Western sect, none of the humans before this had cultivated the Western Tao orthodoxy. There was no other reason other than the fact that Feng Zichen had made a vow that any mortal who practiced the Western orthodoxy would be automatically expelled from the human race. Back then, Feng Zichen was so angry that he made this vow. Now that he thought about it, it was somewhat inappropriate. The 2 sages of the West might not have had good personalities, but the orthodoxy of the West was still good. In particular, there was no problem with the teachings of the Western sect at this time. At most, the performance of Saint Xuanti had affected everyone's perception of the Western sect. However, as one of the few Tao orthodoxies in the untainted land, there was no problem with the inheritance of the Western sect. Feng Zichen excluded it from the human race, which was indeed a little unfair to some of the clansmen. After all, there were some people who were not suitable for the path of immortality or martial arts, but were suitable for practicing the Western Tao. When the forest was big, there were all kinds of birds, let alone the human race. There were so many of them, more than the stars in the sky. It was not surprising that all kinds of people were born. At this moment, Feng Zichen took advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make up for his mistake and reintegrate the Western sect's Tao into the human race. However, after the Tao of the Western sect and the immortal Tao of the three pure ones entered the human race, although their names did not change, they were no longer the Tao of the three pure ones and the two saints of the Western sect, but the Tao of the human race. Although the masters of the Tao were still them, they had lost control of it and only had a name. However, compared to power, what the five saints needed more was the title. For existences like them, they did not care about the strength of the path of immortality cultivators, no matter how many there were. On the contrary, it was those illusory titles that could increase their luck that made them value them greatly. Feng Zichen's condition would benefit the human race and the saints would get the name. It seemed that no one would lose out. Therefore he was not worried that the saints would refuse. As for losing, Feng Zichen did not even think about it. What a joke. Even if he cheated, Feng Zichen would still win this round. The five of them discussed for a while and then said, "Poor Wei and the others have agreed to your request." Well, there was nothing they could do even if they did not agree because Feng Zichen was not discussing with them at all. If they did not agree, then fine. If the cause and effect could not be settled, the God's investiture tribulation would not end. As for the four sects, as the instigators of the God's investiture tribulation, they would definitely be the first to bear the brunt and be affected the most. Therefore, even if it was for their own orthodoxy, they had to agree to Feng Zichen's request. Moreover, the five of them did not think that they would lose. What a joke. If the five of them joined forces, they could even fight Tao ancestor Hongjun. How could they not be able to break a formation? Fellow Taoist Gaochen, please set up the formation. The five of them stood in a row and said to Feng Zichen. Well said, well said. Nodding, Feng Zichen said, I think the five of you have guessed what my formation is. That's right, it's the great formation of the human race, the great chaos formation. Speaking of which, this spirit formation has only appeared once since it was introduced, and it was defeated by someone. It was really embarrassing. Therefore, I plan to use the strength of the five saints to rebuild the reputation of the great chaos formation. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Zichen's mind flickered. The imperial court of human Tao in the mini-untainted realm suddenly shook and rose from the ground. It smashed through the boundary wall of the mini-untainted realm and also broke the seal set by Dong Huangtai. It crossed endless time and space and flew toward the real world behind Feng Zichen. Rumble. At a certain moment, the space within 10,000 miles shattered. Endless radiance of human Tao bloomed, covering the radiance of the sun and moon. The entire desolate world was bathed in the majesty of human Tao. And in the endless divine light, a glorious giant city slowly appeared from the void. In an instant, unparalleled pressure swept across the entire desolate world, causing all Taoists to submit. Activating the human Tao Emperor's seal, he placed it in the center of the imperial court of human Tao. Feng Zichen took a step forward and entered the imperial court, returning to the throne that symbolized the authority of the human emperor. Great chaos formation rise. Feng Zichen slowly channeled his energy into the imperial court of human Tao and activated the chaos formation that had lain dormant for many years. Immediately, the 9 Khanate spirit treasures slowly awakened in the human Tao imperial court, radiating with earth-shaking power. The human Tao imperial seal, primal chaos bead, that represented the power of one origin, the yin and yang sword that represented the power of 2 elements, the 3 elements diagram that represented the power of 3 elements, the 4 elements seal that represented the power of 4 images, the 5 elements ring that represented the power of 5 elements, and the 10 directions Tao mirror that represented the power of 10 directions. In the past, the strongest of the 9 Khanate numinous treasures was only a superior grade Khanate numinous treasure. Yet now, after being nurtured by the chaotic grand formation for countless years, these 9 natural spirit treasures had undergone an unimaginable transformation a long time ago, and all of them had transformed into top-grade natural spirit treasures. In other words, if the primal chaos formation were to unleash its full power, it would be more than 100 times more powerful than when it was fighting Dong Huangtai. Rumble. The 9 supreme-grade Khanate spiritual treasures, combined with 1 Khanate cardinal treasure, vibrated continuously and unleashed an unparalleled power. Then, under the influence of the formation, it gradually transformed into 10 enormous Khanate Tao diagrams that overlapped one another. 1 origin, 2 elements, 3 elements, 4 images, 9 palaces and 10 directions. Rumble. At a certain moment, the 10 Tao diagrams merged perfectly into one enormous diagram of the great Tao that slowly unfurled. The reappearance of the diagram of the Great Tao also signified that the chaotic grand formation had officially begun its operation. After countless years, the chaotic grand formation, one of the three great connate formations of the primeval universe, appeared once more in the world. It intended to use its unparalleled power to battle the five saints. Endless connate divine light rose from the chaotic grand formation, turning into swirling traces of Tao that seemed capable of annihilating all things. At the same time, shadows of connate gods and demons emerged from the light. Endless, they stood at the end of time, exuding a terrifying aura. Fellow Taoists, please? Standing at the center of the chaotic grand formation, Feng Zichen extended an invitation to the five saints. Is this the formation that could summon the incarnation of the heavenly Tao back then? Instead of rushing in, the five saints first looked around outside for a while. Not only the five saints, but everyone present had a deep impression of the chaotic grand formation. After all, there was only one formation in the entire primeval universe that could summon the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. That's right, it's that formation. However, compared to before, the power of this formation is undoubtedly much stronger. It seems that fellow Taoist Gaochen has not been idle all these years. Saint Xuanti exclaimed. The changes in the chaotic grand formation were not something that could be summed up by the word, strong. It was simply an earth-shattering change. If one did not personally experience it, they would not know the mysteries of this formation. Fellow Taoist Gaochen, please? The five saints looked at the chaotic grand formation for a while, then walked into the formation together. Seeing that the five saints had entered the formation, Feng Zichen did not dare to hesitate. He immediately activated the power of the chaotic grand formation to the limit. Rumble, the formation began to operate. Endless connate Tao filled the air, intertwining around Feng Zichen, entangling, twisting, and finally completely fusing together. Rumble. In the next moment, it was as if a supreme existence had personally descended. Heaven and earth and primeval universe, actually shook together, sending out thoughts of submission. A cold and noble majesty suddenly filled the air, reverberating between heaven and earth. Under this majesty, even someone as powerful as a saint had no choice but to lower his proud head. Because this was the majesty that belonged to the heavenly Tao. The highest mystery of the primeval chaos grand formation was to summon the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. That's right. When Feng Zichen activated the power of the chaotic grand formation to the limit, endless connate Tao patterns entangled and turned into the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. With the current power of the chaotic grand formation, the incarnation of the heavenly Tao that was summoned was definitely not at the early stage of primeval chaos, but at the ninth heaven of primeval chaos. His strength was unbelievably strong. However, this was not the end. 3 streams of clear qi suddenly rushed out of Feng Zichen's body and turned into his 3 incarnations. Then, without any movement, the 3 incarnations suddenly began to collapse, each turning into a cloud of clear qi. Whoosh, a divine light flashed, and the 3 clouds of clear qi suddenly began to separate, each turning into 3 figures. There were a total of 9 figures, which corresponded to the 9 supreme-grade connate spirit treasures that formed the chaotic grand formation. These 9 people were Feng Zichen's 3 incarnations. Each of them exuded a powerful aura, similar to primeval chaos Daluo Jingxian, but also not Daluo Jingxian. They were incarnations to begin with. Although they could be successfully separated again, their strength could not be maintained in the realm of primeval chaos Daluo Jingxian, and could only be infinitely close to that realm. The 9 people stepped forward, each holding a supreme-grade connate spirit treasure. With the support of the 9 people, the power of the incarnation of the heavenly Tao skyrocketed in an instant, from the 9th heaven of primeval chaos realm to the 12th heaven of primeval chaos realm, and still continued to increase. When the increase in strength ended, the incarnation of the heavenly Tao was only a hair's breadth away from entering the realm of primeval Daluo Jingxian. If Feng Zichen could gather the 9 Daluo Jingxian, or transform the 9 connate spirit treasures that formed the chaotic grand formation into connate spirit treasures one by one. At this moment, the strength of the incarnation of the heavenly Tao would definitely enter the realm of primeval Daluo Jingxian. However, even a half step to the realm of primeval chaos Daluo Jingxian was enough for Feng Zichen to use. It was not difficult to stop a saint for 3 years, not to kill one. My 5 friends, how do you feel? Do you think my formation is worthy of your attention? Feng Zichen asked the 5 saints while controlling the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, Feng Zichen would win if he could hold on for 3 years. Therefore, Feng Zichen was not in a hurry to make a move. If he could delay it for a while, then so be it. By the way, Feng Zichen had just said that he would win this battle even if he had to cheat. In other words, in order to win, he had decided to do whatever it took. Therefore, just as they were talking, Feng Zichen's means had already begun to take effect. It could be seen that as Feng Zichen spoke, an undetectable force suddenly spread out from his body and acted on the formation space. Then, the flow of time in this space suddenly began to slowly increase in an undetectable manner. The process of this increase was very subtle. It was difficult for people to sense the increase of a few tenths of a few times. However, no matter how difficult it was to detect, the flow of time in this space was also accelerating, causing the time in this space to become faster than the place where it was changing. Moreover, the speed of this increase was also slowly increasing. It was like boiling a frog in warm water, imperceptibly exerting its effect. If the saints were unable to detect this change, then they would definitely lose this battle. After all, they thought that only a few months had passed, but in the case of time acceleration, perhaps 3 years had already passed. P.S. F***CK So many people want to see me cry. You guys, forget it, for the monthly votes I'll cry. Wah. Flowing tears and snot, wah wah. Wailing, making a scene and begging for monthly votes. Chapter 800. In addition, Feng Zichen was not cheating. Time acceleration was a type of mystical ability. The 5 saints could not discover it. It could only be said that they were incompetent. They could not blame Feng Zichen for not doing it well. Moreover, the battle of the Great Tao was like this. They would do anything. From this point, it could be seen that the 5 saints were still inferior to Feng Zichen. It was not that the 5 saints did not know this time mystical ability, but they did not think of using this mystical ability when they were fighting with Feng Zichen. It could be seen that their brains were not as smart as Feng Zichen. The poor Wei has never broken through the heavenly cycle star array, nor has she fought against the 12 divine fiends array. Therefore, I don't know how these 2 array formations compare to your chaos array. However, the poor Wei's immortal slaying sword array is still comparable to your array. This chaos array is worthy of the 3 great array formations of the primordial world. The Grandmaster of Heaven said after comparing it to his immortal slaying sword array. Indeed, the poor Wei's Khanate Yin-Yang array is also one of the 10 great array formations of the primordial world. However, compared to your array formation, it's not worth mentioning. The Grand Pure One pinched his beard and said. Even the arrogant heavenly lord of primordial beginning nodded and said in shame, the poor Wei's Jade Void Palace does not have an array formation that can surpass your array formation. The array formations of the West are also incomparable to this chaos array. The 2 saints of the West nodded at the same time and said enviously, what the hell? They could not compare to others in terms of resources, living beings, dharma treasures, and strength. How could they not compare to others in terms of array formations? The East, was it really better than the West in every aspect? That despicable demon ancestor Rahu. If not for him, how could the West have fallen to such a state? The more prosperous the East was, the deeper the hatred the 2 saints of the West felt for the demon ancestor Rahu. During the primeval times, the West wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the East, and it was similarly a place favored by the heavenly Tao. However, it was precisely because of the appearance of the demon ancestor, Rahu, that the West was unable to recover from the setback, and from then on, it was inferior to the East in every aspect. How could the 2 of them not hate the culprit who had caused all this? Of course. My formation was inherited from Pengu's father. It was personally passed down by the Great Tao. It belongs to the primal chaos, and its power is no weaker than the 12 divine wraith formation. How can the primordial world's Khanate formation compare to it? Feng Zichen didn't mind that the 5 saints were chatting with him instead of attacking him first. He started chatting with the 5 saints. If they fought, it would be 3 years. If they didn't fight, it would also be 3 years. In short, it would be 3 years. Since the 5 saints were willing to chat with him, why should Feng Zichen refuse? Anyway, it wasn't him who was at a disadvantage but the other side. After flattering each other for a while with Feng Zichen, the 5 saints also felt that it would be disadvantageous for them if they continued to delay, so they deliberately changed the topic and said, fellow Taoist Gaochen, please show the power of this formation so that poor Wei and the others can see the difference between this formation inherited from the Great Tao and the great formation of the untainted land. Seeing this, Feng Zichen laughed and said, ha, good. Let's do as you say and display the power of this array. As he spoke, the space of the formation changed. Endless primordial divine light filled the air. There was chaos, yin and yang, 3 talents for symbols. They intertwined with each other and evolved into a supreme killing light, sweeping toward the 5 saints. Each of the primordial divine light could be called a supreme divine sense, and its power was comparable to that of the primordial Daluo Jinxian's divine sense. The primordial divine light here was more than 10,000, it was almost endless. It was as if countless primordial Daluo Jingxian were attacking at the same time. Its power could be imagined. If the Daluo Taoist priests were to fall into it, they wouldn't even last a breath and would be directly smashed into powder and completely disappear. Even if the ordinary Daluo Jingxian were to come, he wouldn't be able to last long. His Taoist body would be broken and he would be seriously injured. However, the 5 saints were not ordinary Daluo Jingxian. They were saints. Although they were in the same realm, they were stronger than the Daluo Jingxian. Whoosh, without any words, the Taiji diagram, Pangu's banner, the 4 immortal slaying swords, the azure lotus flag of the east, and the 12th rank golden lotus of virtue appeared at the same time, hanging above the 5 saints' heads. Dazzling divine light hung down, blocking the incoming primordial divine light. The chaos formation is indeed extraordinary. If it were any other Daluo Jingxian, they would be seriously injured even if they didn't die. However, it's still too weak for the Poor Wei and the others. Feeling the power of the chaos formation, the Grand Pure One nodded, seemingly praising and boasting at the same time. Then he waved his hand and the Taiji diagram shook with a boom. Endless primordial Taiji power hung down, obliterating the incoming primordial divine light. At the same time, the other 4 saints also used their own methods to destroy the surrounding primordial divine light. Don't worry, Grand Pure One. This is only the first change of the chaos formation. There will be countless changes after that, each stronger than the last. It's enough for you to enjoy yourselves. Seeing that the 5 saints easily neutralized the incoming primordial divine light, Feng Zichen wasn't surprised. It was to be expected. If the 5 saints were so easy to deal with, he wouldn't be so cautious. With a thought, Feng Zichen manipulated the chaos formation to change again. Suddenly, the primordial divine light in the battle suddenly changed. It no longer swept toward the 5 saints, but condensed into a ball, turning into various primordial gods and demons that pounced on the 5 saints. There were more than 100 or 1,000 of these primordial gods and demons. Each of them had the power to rival a pinnacle great divine power. With them working together and the support of the chaos formation, they could even tear apart a Daluo Jingxian alive. Now that they were working together to charge at the 5 saints, the scene was spectacular. The great divine powers watching the battle from the outside saw this scene and their eyelids twitched. They felt that if they entered the formation, they would have no hope of surviving. However, they thought that this scene was exciting enough, but what happened next made them tremble in fear. Cold sweat flowed down their backs and they felt a great sense of fear. In the chaos formation, the group of primordial gods and demons rushed to the 5 saints. Before they could attack, they were cut into pieces by the 5 saints and turned back into primordial divine light. Taoist Gaochen, your attack is quite interesting, but it's still not enough to deal with the Poor Wei and the others. The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning said with a smile after killing a primordial god and demon. Although the other saints didn't say anything, their expressions showed that they agreed with the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. Taoist friend, don't be in such a hurry. Let's continue watching, said Feng Zichen with a smile. This battle was a delaying battle, not a life-and-death battle. Of course, the main thing was to stall for time. Since that was the case, how could Feng Zichen use a killing move at the beginning? Of course, he had to strengthen the power of the formation bit by bit to stall for time as much as possible. As for the consumption of the 5 saints' energy, it was no joke. They were saints with endless dermic powers and unlimited energy. Even if they had been using magic at a high intensity, they wouldn't show the slightest sign of fatigue. It was possible to consume their energy in the chaos outside the realm, but it was impossible in the untainted land. And this was where the saints were more powerful than the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. Think about it, if the saints and the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian fought, one side's dermic powers would never be exhausted, while the other side's power would gradually weaken with the passage of time. How could they fight? There was no way to fight at all. Feng Zichen deliberately delayed time and slowly increased the power of the formation. The 5 saints saw through his purpose, so they kept provoking him with words so that he would be impulsive and use all his strength to activate the power of the chaos formation and start a shocking battle with them. Did you think that the 5 saints' words were just casual words? Wrong. Every word they said was a dermic power. They always unintentionally provoked Feng Zichen's anger and caused him to be impulsive. In a battle between masters, not to mention a word or a look, even a subtle movement contained monstrous killing intent. On the other hand, on Feng Zichen's side in the Sea of Consciousness, Hongmeng Daozhong let out a long cry. No matter how the five saints provoked him with words, it couldn't shake his mind at all. Rise. Feng Zichen formed a seal with his hands and pointed at the void. The formation changed again. Endless innate divine light surged, reviving the innate gods and demons killed by the five saints and continuing to attack. As long as the innate divine light was not extinguished, those innate gods and demons could be revived continuously. Even if the saints killed them dozens of times, they couldn't be destroyed. The saints' dermic powers were endless, and so was the power of the chaos formation. Not to mention that the chaos bead could continuously absorb power from the chaos outside. The formation could also draw in endless chaos chi from the chaos outside. If the chaos formation was in its peak state, chaos version, it could even create something out of nothing. Without the help of the outside world, it could turn nothing into something and produce great power. Repeating the same action repeatedly, even the saints were a little tired. The Grand Pure One let out a deep roar, and the Tai Chi diagram suddenly expanded, covering a radius of tens of millions of miles. The yin fish and the yang fish were connected head to tail, and they kept circling like two huge streams of innate pure yin and pure yang chi. Boom. At a certain moment, the Tai Chi diagram spun, and the power of yin and yang rotated, forming a huge vortex. With a fierce twist, it shattered the surrounding innate divine light and assimilated it into the power of yin and yang. When the innate divine light disappeared, the innate gods and demons lost their support and could no longer be revived. They also disappeared. At the same time, the Panga banner, 4 immortal slaying swords, and several other saint treasures exploded at the same time, each destroying the innate divine light around them. Rise. Seeing this, Feng Zichen formed another seal, triggering another change in the chaos formation. Rumble. The human Dao Imperial Court shone and resonated with the chaos formation. Then endless chaos chi rose. And in the chaos chi, 10 indomitable figures could be vaguely seen. They seemed to have walked out from the end of time, step by step into the present world and set foot in this place. Boom, at a certain moment, the chaos chi dispersed, and 10 innate gods and demons with ancient auras appeared before the 5 saints. Their auras were completely different, ranging from 1 yuan to 10, but they were all equally powerful. They all stood in the domain of chaos Daluo Jingxian. These were the innate gods and demons that symbolized the 10 most ancient innate Daos. They were reproduced by Feng Zichen with the chaos formation, and each of them had power comparable to chaos Daluo Jingxian. The 10 innate gods and demons appeared, and in pairs they charged at the 5 saints. Seeing this scene, the 5 saints were also shocked. Fellow Taoist, this formation is getting more and more interesting. This is more interesting. As they spoke, the 5 of them each took out their treasures and fought the innate gods and demons. While the 2 sides were fighting, Dong Huang Tai, who was tracking down the chaos demon god, also made great gains. He followed the chaos demon god's aura that was accidentally exposed and went all the way down to the deepest part of the earth, the core of the earth origin, where he found the chaos demon god that was hiding. It was no wonder that the others couldn't find any trace of them. In the core of the earth, the origin chi was so dense that the divine consciousness of the others was weakened. Moreover, the innate chi gathered here, and the aura was so turbid that it was difficult for the divine consciousness of the others to find any trace of the chaos demon god. There were a total of 3 chaos demon gods hiding here, and each of them had the power of chaos Daluo Jingxian. What were they doing in the core of the earth? Curious, Dong Huang Tai went forward to take a look, only to find that the 3 chaos demon gods were merging themselves into the origin of the earth, intending to merge into one. Dong Huang Tai understood the chaos demon gods' plan. If they really merged with the origin of the earth, it would be difficult to kill them, unless the origin of the earth was destroyed. But was that possible? Of course not. Even if a saint destroyed the origin of the earth, the monstrous negative karma would pull him down from the saint position. However, if they couldn't kill the chaos demon god and let the origin of the earth fall into his hands, they couldn't bear it. How could they allow others to sleep peacefully on their bed? Not to mention that the chaos demon god would definitely cause trouble after controlling the origin of the earth. Even if he didn't, the others would definitely not allow the origin of the earth to fall into his hands. Anxious, Dong Huang Tai appeared to check the situation of the origin of the earth. As far as he could see, only less than 1/10,000th of the vast origin of the earth had fallen into the hands of the chaos demon god. Dong Huang Tai was relieved. Fortunately, he discovered it early. If he had been a few hundred years later, the chaos demon god might have succeeded. Who is it? It's you, Dong Huang Tai? Tai's sudden appearance also alarmed the three chaos demon gods who were merging with the origin of the earth. Then, without any nonsense, the two sides used their magical powers to attack each other. However, this was where the origin of the earth was, after all. If they were careless and destroyed this place, it would be a great disaster. If it was light, the earth would split, and if it was heavy, the earth wouldn't exist. Therefore, both sides had scruples and held back their strength, not daring to use their full strength. Chapter 801. The two sides fought for a while. Seeing that there was no winner, they retreated after a head-on collision. After retreating to one side, the chaos demon god who was the leader of the three suddenly laughed out loud and said to Dong Huang Tai, "Haha, kid from the untainted land, I know you want to drive us out of the origin of Earth, but it's too late now. Take a look." As he spoke, the chaos demon god flashed to one side, allowing Tai to see the real scene at the core of the origin of Earth. He saw that although the chaos demon god had only integrated 1/10,000th of the origin of Earth, their chi-ji had long been connected with the untainted land. If they were forcibly removed, the untainted land would probably be torn apart in an instant. However, they had forgotten that although the untainted land was formed by the body of the great god Pangu, it was also integrated with the origin of many chaos demon gods when it was born. Therefore, the chaos demon god could connect his chi-ji with the untainted land and become a part of it by paying a little price. It was also because of this that they could come to the deepest part of the origin of Earth so easily and integrate with it. Integrating oneself with the origin of Earth was easy to say, but it was simply impossible to do it. Otherwise, the origin of Earth would have been there for hundreds of millions of years since the birth of the untainted land, and no one would have coveted it. No one had touched the origin of Earth until now. Didn't that mean that no one could integrate with it? Only the chaos demon god was special and could do that. The others could only dream about it. Seeing the sudden change in Dong Huang Tai's expression, the chaos demon god continued to clamor, "I know that the three of us are definitely no match for the 10 Dao masters of the untainted land. If we really fight, then with our damaged bodies, I reckon that we won't be able to hold on for long before our bodies and souls are completely annihilated. However, at this moment, the auras of the three of us are already connected to the Great Desolation Land. Unless you plan to destroy the Great Desolation Land, you can forget about harming us even if you use all your methods. Therefore you should retreat. Do not obstruct our plans anymore. Otherwise, if you really force the three of us into a corner, we will self-destruct right here. We will blow up the desolate land and perish together with all the living beings here." The Chaos Demon Celestial's threatening words kept echoing in Dong Huang Tai's ears, causing his face to darken even more. But what could he do? They couldn't fight, nor could they retreat. If he were to retreat, wouldn't he be walking right into the trap of the Chaos Fiend gods and giving the origin of the earth to them? At this moment, Dong Huang Tai really wanted to break the untainted land so that he could find the three Chaos Demon gods and give them a good beating. Wait a minute. Shatter the untainted land? Suddenly, Dong Huang Tai seemed to have understood something. He lowered his head and pondered. Shattering the primordial world seemed to be a feasible method. However, this method was not something that he could decide alone. He had to discuss it with the others before he could make the final decision. Thinking of this, Dong Huang Tai split a strand of divine consciousness and went to where everyone was, informing them of everything that had happened here and his plans. As for his original body, he would continue to stay here, monitoring the Chaos Demon gods and hindering their actions at the same time. It would be fine if the Chaos Demon gods didn't move. But once they were ready to continue to integrate into the origin of the earth, Dong Huang Tai would attack them. Even if he couldn't kill them, he would disgust them to death. That was what Dong Huang Tai thought. Putting aside the confrontation between Tai and the Chaos Demon gods, the battle between Feng Zichen and the five saints in the War of Chaos had also reached its climax. The reason was that the five saints had discovered that Feng Zichen had secretly used the magic of time. After fighting with the 10 incarnations of the innate fiend gods for dozens of days, the Heavenly Lord of the Origin took some time out to calculate how much time had passed since he entered the array. Good heavens, he didn't know this, but he was shocked when he calculated. The Heavenly Lord of the Origin pinched his fingers and calculated, and found that he had been in the array for 2 years and 8 months. 2 years and 8 months. That was to say there were only 4 months left before the agreed 3-year period, less than 120 days. But how could it pass so quickly? According to the Heavenly Lord of the Origin, he had been in the array for at most 3 months. How could it suddenly become 2 years and 6 months? This wasn't right. When the primeval Lord of Heaven calculated the time of 2 years and 6 months, He thought that he had miscalculated and was completely dumbfounded. But soon he realized that something was wrong. He couldn't have miscalculated. If the Heavenly Lord of the Origin could miscalculate such a simple time calculation, he wouldn't be a saint. Since he couldn't be wrong, it could only be the world that was wrong. With doubts in his heart, the Heavenly Lord of the Origin looked at it with his Dharma eye and found that something was wrong. The flow of time here was much faster than the outside world, and it was many times faster. It was precisely because of this that he felt that although only a few months had passed, 2 years and 6 months had already passed here. Realizing that he had been tricked by Feng Zichen, the Heavenly Lord of the Origin was immediately angry. He grabbed the Pengu banner and activated its power with all his strength. Suddenly, a supreme power that had the power to tear the chaos, shatter time and space, control all laws, and the power to split the sky and the earth suddenly appeared and turned into an unparalleled killing power. It chopped the innate god demon that was fighting with the Heavenly Lord of the Origin into pieces on the spot. Then, the Heavenly Lord of the Origin shook the Pengu banner with a backhand and released a chaotic sword chi that could destroy everything, killing the other chaos demon that was fighting with him. In the blink of an eye, the two innate gods that were comparable to the primordial Daluo Jingxian were killed by the Heavenly Lord of the Origin with the Pengu banner in his hand. At this moment, this supreme treasure that was known as the #1 killing treasure in the untainted land finally showed its true power in the hands of the Heavenly Lord of the Origin. In the hands of the Heavenly Lord of the Origin, the Pengu banner was bursting with Du Tian divine murderous chi, as if it was going to destroy the chaos and split the sky and the earth. A horrifying pressure spread out, causing even the chaotic chi to tremble in fear. Fellow Taoist Gauchen, what a good move. If Poor Wei had discovered it 2 or 3 days later, Poor Wei and the others would have lost this bet. After hearing the words of the Heavenly Lord of the Origin, before Feng Zichen could respond, the expressions of the other 4 saints turned ugly. Obviously, after the Heavenly Lord of the Origin's reminder, they had also realized that the flow of time was wrong. Tai Chi diagram break. After sizing up the surrounding void, the Grand Pure One's face suddenly darkened. All the dermic powers in his body surged and poured into the Tai Chi diagram, activating this treasure to blast into the void. Suddenly, the Tai Chi diagram was surrounded by thousands of rays of light and auspicious colors. The great Tao prophecies outside the diagram surrounded it, and the heavenly Tao talismans inside the diagram were vaguely seen. The 5-colored light illuminated the mountains and rivers, and the 9-colored auspicious chi shocked the universe. Whoosh! When the Tai Chi diagram was unfurled, the world moved and the sun and moon changed color. The power of a supreme treasure was undoubtedly revealed. Then, a supreme power that calmed the earth, water, fire, and wind, transformed yin and yang, the 5 elements, and separated the mysteries of the heavenly Tao. It encompassed thousands of phenomena and spread out from the Tai Chi diagram. Crack, crack. However, cracking sounds could be heard endlessly. Everything in the array formation space, be it the Khanate divine light, the chaos chi, or the 2 Khanate god fiends of the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian level standing in front of the Grand Pure One, began to shatter under the power of the Tai Chi diagram. Then, with a boom, everything around the Grand Pure One collapsed and was completely empty. Even the time mystical ability that Feng Zichen had set up collapsed under the attack of the Grand Pure One and lost its effect. In an instant, the flow of time there returned to normal. The power of the heaven-splitting cardinal treasure was undoubtedly displayed at this moment. It was invincible. Even the other Khanate cardinal treasures could not compare to it in terms of power. The heaven-splitting cardinal treasure Pengu banner and the Tai Chi diagram exploded one after another. The unparalleled power spread out. Even the chaos array formation, which was infinitely powerful, trembled violently from the impact. Rise. In the human Tao Imperial Court, Feng Zichen formed a Tao seal with his hands and triggered the changes in the chaos array formation. Endless Khanate Tao patterns spread out and stabilized the array formation. Just as Feng Zichen was stabilizing the array formation, the 5 saints were not idle either. They joined forces and killed the remaining 6 primordial chaos Khanate god fiends. Good heavens, the saint had used his full strength today. It was hard to say if Feng Zichen was scared, but it definitely gave the spectating great divine arts practitioners a huge shock. He instantly killed primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. So the true strength of a saint was so terrifying? It really made people tremble in fear. It was also at this moment that the phrase, "all below the saint are ants," officially spread in the wilderness and became mainstream. In the past, although this phrase had been circulated, most of the gods did not care about it. They thought that even if there was a gap between them and the saint, it was not to the point where they could be easily killed. But now, the saint had used his valiant battle record to tell the world what it meant to be. One who did not become a saint was ultimately an ant. The gap was too big. Even primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian could be killed in an instant, let alone them. At this moment, no matter what the great divine arts practitioners thought before, they had all given up on the idea of becoming enemies with the saint. The 10 primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian Khanate godfiends were killed one after another. The chaos array formation no longer changed and only the chaos chi spread out. It seemed that Feng Zichen had run out of tricks. The 5 saints stood in a row and looked at Feng Zichen from afar. Fellow Taoist Gaochen, your methods are indeed impressive. Even when the poor Wei and the others worked together, they did not notice anything unusual and almost fell into your trap. Just this point alone shows how strong you are. But unfortunately, although your scheme is shocking, the poor Wei and the others saw through it in the end and destroyed your plan. Now that your time ability has been broken and your 10 Khanate Godfiend incarnations have been killed, do you have any other methods to use? If not, I'm afraid fellow cultivator Gaochen will lose this round. Hearing this, Feng Zichen smiled and stood up from the throne. He came to the walls of the Imperial Court of Human Tao and said to the 5 saints, "Fellow Taoists, it's too early to celebrate. You think you've broken through all the changes of the Chaos Array formation, but you don't know that you've only been circling around the outside. You haven't touched the core." Speaking of this, Feng Zichen's lips curled up slightly and he said rather proudly, "Fellow Taoists, it's too early to talk about victory right now. It won't be too late to talk about victory after you break through the core." With that, Feng Zichen opened the gates of the Imperial Court of Human Tao and said to the 5 saints, "Fellow Taoists, please enter the formation." The Imperial Court of Human Tao was the true Chaos Array formation. The formation that the 5 saints had gone through before was only a Chaos Array formation created by folding spacetime with the power of the Chaos Bead. Although it was the same as the original formation, there were still some differences. From the moment the Chaos Array formation was born, it was the defensive formation of the Imperial Court of Human Tao. The two were interdependent. In other words, only by entering the Imperial Court of Human Tao could one truly enter the Chaos Array formation. Now, the 5 saints had just reached the gates of the Imperial Court of Human Tao. In other words, they hadn't even entered the array yet, and they had already wasted 2 years and 8 months of effort. The moment Feng Zichen said that, the 5 saints' expressions changed drastically. They looked at the Imperial Court of Human Tao in shock. After a while, the Grand Pure One sighed and suddenly said with a smile, "Ha, good. Fellow Taoist Gaochen is indeed the #1 prodigy of the primordial world and the #1 Tao ancestor in the postnatal world. Such methods really make the poor Wei feel ashamed of his inferiority. However, it's too early for you to think that you've won. You have to know that if you haven't used your full strength, the poor Wei and the others might not have used their full strength either." At this point, the Grand Pure One suddenly strode forward and walked towards the Imperial Court of Human Tao. "Let's see how the poor Wei and the others can break through your formation in 3 days. If the poor Wei and the others can't break through your formation within 3 days, then the poor Wei and the others will lose this round." Forget about the 3-year agreement, the Grand Pure One shortened it to 3 days. As a saint, the Grand Pure One naturally had his own pride. The 5 of them had joined forces and fought for months, but they were only circling the periphery of the array formation. It could be said that they had lost all their face. Since that was the case, he naturally had to save his face. How could he save it? He had to break the array formation with lightning speed. That was why the Grand Pure One had set a 3-day agreement. If the 5 of them still could not break the array formation in 3 days with all their might, they would not attack even if they had the confidence to break the array formation in the future. They had already lost all their face. Should they continue to lose face? Luck was very important, but the saint's face was also very important. However, in order to win, he had lost all his face. After the Grand Pure One finished speaking, the other 4 saints did not object. They all thought so too. In the remaining 4 months, if they tried their best, they could indeed break the array formation. However, what was the point? They would just lose face in front of everyone for a while. They were wrong from the beginning of this battle. When Feng Zichen proposed the 3-year agreement, they should not have agreed. This was a trap to begin with. If the 5 saints worked together, they would not be invincible in the world, but they would not be far from it. However, it would take 3 years to break a formation. Whose reputation would this bring and whose face would it bring? When the 3-year agreement was set, regardless of whether they won or lost the battle, the saints would have lost all their face. P.S. The last few hundred words were written wrong. I'll study it and change it later. I'll come back in half an hour. Chapter 802. Boom. As the Taiji diagram shook, it suddenly turned into a white jade golden bridge that connected heaven and earth. It extended from the feet of the Grand Pure One and pierced into the human Tao Imperial Court. Rumble. As the white jade golden bridge extended, a power that could calm the earth, fire, water, and wind swept out. In an instant, it froze all the variables of the chaos formation in the human Tao Imperial Court. A white jade golden bridge stood majestically between heaven and earth, spanning across the void. One end was under the feet of the Grand Pure One, and the other end extended into the human Tao Imperial Court. The Grand Pure One stepped on the white jade golden bridge and walked towards Feng Zichen step by step. The white jade golden bridge was one of the supreme changes of the Taiji diagram. Back then, when the great god Pangu created the world, he used it to stabilize the boundless chaos and calm the earth, fire, water, and wind. It was the most suitable for the Grand Pure One to deal with the chaos formation. When the other saints saw the Grand Pure One's actions, they hurriedly followed behind him and entered the human Tao Imperial Court with him. At this moment, the 5 saints were clearly advancing and retreating together. The chaos formation was frozen by the white jade golden bridge and could not be used. The 5 saints were closing in step by step. Feng Zichen was already at a critical moment. However, there was no panic on his face. Instead, he smiled. Feng Zichen stood up from the throne and walked towards the saints who were rushing over. The moment the saints decided to use their full strength, all the changes in the chaos formation were destined to be useless against them. After all, although the chaos formation was powerful, it was far from being heaven-defying. There were not 3 or 4 saints on the other side. Instead, there were 5. The immortal slaying sword formation at its peak couldn't fight against 4 experts of the same level. Now it was difficult for the chaos formation to fight against 5 alone. However, the most powerful thing about the chaos formation wasn't its infinite changes, but the incarnation of the heavenly Tao that was summoned. With this, he might not be able to win against 5 alone, but he could still hold on for a while. Dong, 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 dong. As Feng Zichen took a step forward, the grand primal chaos formation suddenly began to vibrate violently and emit loud noises. Then, the chaotic chi in the formation began to shrink and gather around Feng Zichen. Gradually, a huge blurry shadow of a deity began to appear behind Feng Zichen, and it became more and more solid. At the same time, a powerful pressure was emitted from the deity's body and swept out in all directions. Boom! Moreover, as Feng Zichen continued to move forward, the aura of the deity became stronger and his body became clearer. By the time Feng Zichen and the sage met, the god's body had completely solidified. At the same time, his aura had also reached its peak, the half-step unparalleled Daluo Jinshen's realm. Frightening yet frightening. This was the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. He was the most perfect being in this world. There was only one flaw in his entire body, and it was the evasive one. However, this wasn't his weakness. It was the invincible divine mark, which had turned into a divine power and imprinted on his body, giving him the power to destroy everything. The incarnation of the heavenly Tao was the most perfect embodiment of the chaos formation. As he was born, there was a whoosh. The chaos formation, including the imperial court of human Tao, suddenly began to shrink, turning into a ray of divine light and entering the forehead of the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. My 5 friends, if you want to break my chaos formation, you must first destroy the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. Slowly merging with the incarnation of the heavenly Tao, Feng Zichen controlled the incarnation of the heavenly Tao to speak to the 5 sages. The incarnation of the heavenly Tao, the half-step unparalleled Daluo Jingxian? My friend Gaochen, you're showing your true strength. Ah! Seeing this, the 3 pure ones laughed. Boundless divine light rose from their bodies at the same time. The origin mysterious power, which represented the birth and death of the universe, spread out from the 3 of them, entangling and blending with each other. At a certain moment, the 3 types of power merged into one. The 3 pure ones' figures also disappeared. They turned into 3 supreme deities, standing in the past, future, and present at the same time. Boom! A powerful aura spread out from this supreme deity. It could faintly rival the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. The half-step unparalleled Daluo Jingxian. This was another half-step unparalleled Daluo Jingxian. The 3 pure ones' combined power was indeed beyond imagination. Moreover, Feng Zichen also knew that this wasn't the 3 pure ones' strongest move. They hadn't summoned Pangu's primordial spirit yet. That was their strongest move. Even the heavenly Tao was wary of it. Therefore they used all means to force the three Pure Ones to split up. After the three Pure Ones revealed part of their territory, the two Saints of the West also made their move. A golden light flashed, and the two suddenly merged into one, turning into a giant deity with 4 arms. Its power was actually close to the 9th heaven of chaotic essence. Normally, a 9th heaven of chaotic essence expert was indeed very powerful. But at this moment in this battle, it was somewhat insufficient. In a battle between two half-step unparalleled Daluo Jinxian experts, one had to be at least the 11th or 12th heaven of chaotic essence if they wanted to interfere. The 9th heaven of chaotic essence was still a little lacking. Perhaps the two Saints of the West felt that their cultivation was a little too low to interfere in this battle. Then they suddenly transformed into a golden deity with 24 heads and 18 arms. Because of this, their auras rose by another level. They entered the 10th heaven of chaotic essence realm and could barely participate in this battle. The deity of the West turned his head and said to the supreme deity that the three Pure Ones had transformed into, "Fellow Taoists, our aptitude is still too shallow. It's difficult for us to comprehend such a supreme move. It seems that we can only watch from the sidelines in this battle. It's still up to the three of you to defeat fellow Taoist Gaochen's main force." The two had always been very self-aware. After realizing that they were not strong enough, they did not force themselves and consciously let the three Pure Ones take the main force. They retreated to the side and watched from the sidelines. The three Pure Ones did not have any objections to this because it was the best choice. "Fellow Taoists, please?" After the two sides finished their preparations, they announced the start of the battle. Without wasting any time, Feng Zichen took the lead to attack. He formed a seal with both hands, and the heavenly Tao furnace came out with a loud bang. It carried countless innate divine runes and crashed toward the three of them. The three Pure Ones also formed a seal in response. As the deity formed a seal with both hands, a supreme seal suddenly appeared. At first it was the size of a palm, then it quickly became bigger. When the heavenly Tao furnace came, it had already become bigger than the heavenly Tao furnace and was emitting a bright golden light. Boom! The two supernatural powers collided, and an aura that could destroy all things suddenly burst out. Then it slowly returned to silence. The first attack. It ended with the two of them dying together. Before the first supernatural power disappeared completely, Feng Zichen had already used the second supernatural power. The Zichen sword quietly appeared and emitted endless sword light. It was divided into three forms for divisions. The vast and mighty innate divine runes intertwined with the bright sword light and swept toward the three Pure Ones. Boom! Beside the deity, the Tai Chi diagram suddenly rotated. As the yin and yang chi stirred, all the sword light was converted into the innate chaotic chi. Whoosh! When the sword light was blocked, the 4 celestial slaying swords and Pengu's banner appeared beside the deity formed by the three Pure Ones. They each released their divine power and swept toward the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. How could Feng Zichen be attacking while the three Pure Ones were passively defending? Feng Zichen had lost the initiative, and the three Pure Ones had also begun to counterattack. They were actually going to turn passive into active. Buzz! Buzz! The 10,000 spirit crown shone, and 72 colored mystic light drooped down. It formed countless streams of innate chi and swept forward. Roar! As the innate chi surged, it turned into the shadows of 10,000 spirits. They roared and collided with the three Pure Ones' attack. The 10,000 spirit crown was not only a defensive treasure, but also an offensive treasure. It had the ability to clear innate chi and destroy all spirits. At the same time, Feng Zichen held the human Tao imperial seal in one hand and the Zichen sword in the other. He channeled the power of the two treasures together and pushed them to the limit. Boom! With a shocking explosion, the two supernatural powers collided. The terrifying shock waves spread out, causing the eldritch world to tremble. Kill! Feng Zichen and the three Pure Ones started fighting again before the shock waves from the divine arts subsided. The 10,000 spirit crown shone brightly and tangled with the sword formation of immortal execution. The human Tao imperial seal transformed into a giant finger bone that spanned across the void and froze the Taiji diagram in place. No matter how the innate chi of yin and yang surged, it couldn't be destroyed at all. Moreover, the great Tao runes on the Pengu's finger bone grew clearer after being tempered by the innate chi of yin and yang. Strangely enough, the human Tao imperial seal's power grew stronger under the Taiji diagram's attacks. Kill! Feng Zichen swung the Zichen sword again and again. Boundless sword light burst forth and clashed with the chaotic sword chi from the Pengu's banner. The light from the Zichin sword was none other than the sword intent of the 4 immortal execution swords. The 4 sword intents of entrapment, extermination, slaughter, and extermination alternated on the blade. As they clashed with the chaotic sword chi from the Pangu's banner, Feng Zichin's control over the 4 immortal execution swords became more and more harmonious. Originally, there was a slight delay in the circulation of the 4 sword intents. Now, however, the 4 sword intents alternated in Feng Zichin's hands. They were smooth and flawless, without the slightest bit of hindrance. Vaguely, the 4 sword intents showed signs of merging into one in Feng Zichin's hands. Chaos. At a certain moment, a loud voice sounded in Feng Zichin's mind. It wanted to disturb his mind and cause him to make a mistake. Unfortunately, before the power of this supernatural power could explode, the Hongming Daozhong would destroy it with a wave of his hand. This was the supernatural power of the 2 sages of the West. Although it was difficult for them to participate in the battle with their strength, it did not mean that they were idle. While Feng Zichin was in the midst of the battle with the 3 pure ones, they secretly used their supernatural powers to try to disturb his mind. With the Hongming Daozhong around, the 2 sages of the West could hardly hurt him, even though their supernatural powers were strange. However, the voices that kept ringing in his ears inevitably annoyed Feng Zichin. At a certain moment, Feng Zichin seized the opportunity. He suddenly raised the Zichin sword, and the 4 immortal execution sword intents merged into one on the sword, turning into a sword light that could destroy heaven and earth. He slashed out and attacked the 2 sages of the West. Whoosh! Wherever the sword light passed, a sword intent that could destroy everything and return to the universe of Hongmeng suddenly spread out. The sword light was blazing, and its power was unparalleled. Even the 2 sages of the West, who were at the 9th heaven of Hunyuan, found it difficult to resist. The sword light came and directly destroyed their protective supernatural powers. It slashed across their chests and almost split them in half. In addition to the aura that could destroy everything, there was also a heavenly Tao rhyme circulating in the sword intent. It was this aura that caused wounds to appear on the 2 sages of the West, which could be said to be indestructible. They could not heal in a short period of time. Only the heavenly Tao could deal with the heavenly Tao. Even sages would be injured if they used the power of the heavenly Tao to kill their enemies. After being hit, the 2 sages of the West lost their combat power and temporarily withdrew from the battle. After slashing out with the sword, Feng Zichin did not feel good, because the 3 pure ones seized the opportunity and suddenly activated the Pangu banner, sending out a chaotic sword chi that blasted onto the Zichin sword. There was a cracking sound and a few cracks appeared on the Zichin sword after being hit. The Zichin sword was damaged, but Feng Zichin's power was not affected at all. All kinds of sword intent circulated in his heart, making the sword in his hand stronger. Boom! Feng Zichin slashed out with his sword. The sword light carried a bit of the Pangu banner's Tao meaning that could destroy everything. Although the chaotic sword chi from the Pangu banner had damaged the Zichin sword at the same time, it had branded its own power on the Zichin sword, making the sword light even more dazzling. As the sword power in his hand became stronger, Feng Zichin's attacks became fiercer. He casually used all kinds of sword Tao supernatural powers, turning them into streaks of sharp sword light that attacked the 3 pure ones. At this moment, Feng Zichin was in a frenzy. He had completely given up on defense and attacked the 3 pure ones with all his might. When the chaotic sword chi from the Pangu banner came crashing down, Feng Zichin did not dodge. He allowed it to hit the Zichin sword. Crack! Crack! More cracks appeared on the Zichin sword, but the sword intent in Feng Zichin's heart burned even brighter. Vaguely, it was about to break through some kind of limit and burst out of his body. After another few tens of exchanges, the violet imperial sword was finally unable to endure the pressure and shattered with a bang, transforming into countless fragments that shot out in all directions. At this moment, the sword intent in Feng Zichin's heart had also broken through the limit. It turned into an invisible long sword that burst out of his body and slashed at the 3 pure ones. Bang! The sword light was sharp, powerful, and brilliant. It had never been seen before. The long sword slashed through the air and sent the Pangu banner flying, landing on the bodies of the 3 pure ones. First, a streak of blood light appeared. Then a large number of blood flowers bloomed. Drops of blood fell and turned into pure essence chi that merged into the void. The 3 pure ones were injured, but that was all. Although the sword intent was powerful, it was blocked by the Pangu banner and did not have much left. It was already the best he could do to injure the 3 pure ones. However, it was impossible to make them lose their fighting power completely like the 2 Western saints. Haha, my friend, the Zichin sword is broken. I'm afraid you're going to lose this battle. The three pure ones said with a laugh. P.S. I was scared to death. The writer's assistant suddenly crashed and can't be updated. Fortunately it was fixed in time. I almost had another reason to ask for leave. Chapter 803. Is that so? Feng Zichin suddenly smiled strangely when he saw how proud the three pure ones were. Seeing this, the three pure ones had a bad feeling and immediately looked around. What entered their eyes was a scene that shocked them greatly. He saw that after the purple imperial sword shattered, the place where its fragments crashed into was none other than the post-celestial path. After the Zichin sword was broken, the sword power carried by its fragments was so strong that it could even injure the primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian, let alone others. Rumble. Wherever the fragments of the Zichin sword passed, the void shattered layer by layer, revealing the acquired Tao that was circulating inside. At this moment, the remaining power of the Pangu banner on the fragments of the Zichin sword and the supreme sword will that it carried burst out at the same time. In the blink of an eye, a force that could wipe out everything swept out, shattering the post-celestial Tao that was circulating into pieces with a loud bang. Whoosh. At this moment, the great Tao that was supposed to be intangible and material seemed to have a physical body. It turned into fragments that filled the sky and rained down on the untainted land. At the same time, the fragments of the Zichin sword were shining and resonating with the Khanate sword will that was everywhere. It seemed to be undergoing some kind of transformation. Seeing the acquired Tao that they and the others had worked so hard to open up was so easily destroyed by Feng Zichin, the three pure ones were furious. Gaochen Yu, damn it! With a loud roar, the three pure ones' murderous intent rose. At the same time, they activated three Khanate ultimate treasures that could be said to be invincible. They unleashed their full power and blasted towards Feng Zichin. Good timing. Seeing the three pure ones charging towards him, Feng Zichin laughed loudly. His Dharma power surged wildly as he activated three Dharma treasures at the same time to meet the three pure ones' attack. Under Feng Zichin's control, the 10,000 God painting, the 10,000 Spirit crown, and the human Tao Emperor's seal all trembled. They each released unparalleled power and blocked in front of him. At the same time, Feng Zichin suddenly pointed one finger to the sky and the other to the ground. The Taoist rime on his body flowed and turned into an invincible Taoist seal that hovered around him. The moment the seal appeared, whether it was the fragments of Zichin's sword or the fragments of the rules formed by the shattering of the acquired path, they all rushed towards Feng Zichin and gathered around him. Rumble. The attacks of the three Khanate peerless treasures blasted Feng Zichin's three great treasures away in the blink of an eye. However, because of this, the power of this attack was weakened by more than half. The Tao seal on Feng Zichin's body suddenly shook, and the fragments of Zichin's sword and the postnatal Tao's rule shone brightly at the same time. Boom! An unimaginable power exploded, shattering the magic of the three pure ones' three great Khanate peerless treasures. Seeing Feng Zichin block their attacks with the postnatal Tao they'd created, the three pure ones who were already furious, became even more furious. Zijie felt a hot current rush to his head, and he wanted nothing more than to throw his head back and roar at the sky. Ah! With a loud roar, the three pure ones attacked again with their Khanate peerless treasures. Moreover, with the addition of rage, his attacks were even stronger. But at this moment, Feng Zichin was no longer in the mood to fight the three pure ones. There were only two reasons why he'd fought the three pure ones to the death with no regard for his own safety. First, he'd seized the opportunity to let Zichin's sword brand the chaotic sword chi of Pangu's banner. Second, he'd waited for an opportunity to destroy the postnatal Tao created by the three pure ones. Now that Feng Zichin had achieved both of these goals, he had no reason to continue fighting the three pure ones. In this battle, he didn't need to defeat the three pure ones. As long as he could hold on for 3 days, he'd win. Since that was the case, why should Feng Zichin fight the three pure ones to the death at all costs? Thinking of this, Feng Zichin suddenly changed his strategy. He turned from active to passive, giving up on attacking and focusing on defense. Ah! With a deep roar, the magic power in Feng Zichin's body kept surging. In his sea of consciousness, the shadow of Mount Buzhou was faintly discernible. On his body, the aura of the great path spread out and kept flowing. At a certain moment, Feng Zichin's heart moved, and all the power in his body suddenly merged into one. Mount Buzhou seal rise. The ancient and mysterious Taoist language sounded, echoing between heaven and earth. It affected an inexplicable power, which seemed to affect the past, present, and future and supported Feng Zichin. With a boom, A majestic shadow of a body quickly appeared behind Feng Zichen's back. It was majestic like a heavenly pillar standing between heaven and earth. It stretched for tens of thousands of miles and was tens of thousands of miles high. Mount Buzhou. In the past, Feng Zichen had created the supreme magical power by observing Mount Buzhou. Now he had practiced it to the highest level. When he fully activated it, it was as if the broken Mount Buzhou had returned. Rumble. At the moment when the shadow of Mount Buzhou appeared, the long river of time suddenly shook. A supreme, majestic and vast power suddenly came from the end of time and merged with Mount Buzhou behind Feng Zichen. That was the power of the real Mount Buzhou. Although Mount Buzhou had fallen, the Mount Buzhou of the past still existed. He felt the aura of Mount Buzhou in the present world, so he deliberately sent a power to support him. Rumble. With the help of Mount Buzhou, the power of the Mount Buzhou transformed from Mount Buzhou behind Feng Zichen increased again. It really stood in the domain of the Wuxia Daluo Jingxian. At this very moment, the three Pure Ones attacked. Their powerful supernatural powers, which could tear apart the endless universe and billions of spacetime and instantly kill Chaos Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals, hit Mount Buzhou, but they couldn't even shake him. What was the first defensive magical power in the untainted land? How is this possible? Seeing that their powerful magical power could not even break through Feng Zichen's defense, the three Pure Ones could not help but be stunned. It seemed that they could not accept this result. Haha, my three friends, what do you think of my magical power? Looking at the stunned three Pure Ones, Feng Zichen asked deliberately. Even if your magical power is invincible and your treasures are unparalleled, what's the use if you can't break my magical power? Standing under Mount Buzhou, Feng Zichen had already won this battle. The sun and the moon decay, but he was immortal. The heaven and the earth are destroyed, but he was not destroyed. Even if the three Pure Ones had the ability to destroy the untainted land, they could not break through Mount Buzhou and Feng Zichen's defense. Unless the three Pure Ones summoned the primordial spirit of Pangu. However, in order to win this battle, there was no big disadvantage to losing and no benefit to winning. Feng Zichen estimated that the three Pure Ones would not choose to summon the primordial spirit of Pangu at all costs. The three Pure Ones might do a losing deal. However, the three Pure Ones would definitely not do a losing deal. That's right. Taoist Gaochun's magical power is indeed very powerful. Poor Wei and the other two will not be able to break through it in a short time. However, only half a day has passed since the 3-day agreement. There are still 2.5 days left. Poor Wei and the other two Poor Wei brothers will not be able to break through your defense in 2.5 days with their full strength. The three Pure Ones activated their magical treasures with all their might and attacked Feng Zichen as they spoke to him. Then let's wait and see. I hope that the three of you can give me a little surprise and break through my invincible defense. Feng Zichen was very disdainful of the three Pure Ones' words. The level of the Dao seal of Mount Buzhou had already reached the level of the endless Daluo Jingxian. In other words, even if Dao Ancestor Hongjun came in person, he might not be able to break through this magical power. However, the defensive power of this magical power was a little strong, but the drawbacks were also a little big. Abandoning all attacks to form the purest form of defense, this was a divine ability. It did not have any offensive power, only defense. It could be said to be an invincible defense. Once the Dao seal of Mount Buzhou was opened, Feng Zichen could only be beaten passively while hiding inside. He could not fight back at all. If it were any other time, the three Pure Ones would have too many ways to break through this defense. They could just find a few of Feng Zichen's weaknesses to threaten him. However, it was indeed impossible now. They were betting on breaking the array. If the three Pure Ones used an external trick, it would be breaking Feng Zichen's defense. Then they would lose this round. Rumble. Outside the Dao seal of Mount Buzhou, the three Pure Ones activated their Khanate cardinal treasures with all their might and used all kinds of mysterious supreme magical powers. They continuously attacked Feng Zichen with the intention of breaking his defense. However, no matter how amazing their attacks were, the Dao seal of Mount Buzhou did not move at all. However, the three Pure Ones did not care. They continued to attack. Any magical power had a limit. They did not believe that the Dao seal of Mount Buzhou could last forever under their continuous and high-intensity attacks. Anyway, their magic power was endless. If they continued to attack like this, they would break Feng Zichen's defense sooner or later. Under the Dao seal of Mount Buzhou, Feng Zichen's thoughts were no longer on this battle. Instead, they were on the fragments of Zichen's sword and the rules of the acquired path. He was in the defense and could not fight back. He could not just sit there and do nothing. He had to find something for himself to do. As the saying goes, there can be no construction without destruction. The destruction of Zichen's sword here was not a bad thing. Instead, it was a good thing. When it was destroyed and rebuilt, it might be promoted to a Khanate cardinal treasure. Releasing his divine thoughts, Feng Zichen sensed that every fragment of Zichen's sword carried a trace of amazing sword intent. It was perfect and flawless, and it vowed to cut everything into pieces. The perfect sword intent meant that the sword intent of Zichen's sword had been perfected. It was qualified to be promoted to a Khanate cardinal treasure. However, it was not easy to promote a Khanate cardinal treasure. Just like the great mediums breaking through to the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian, it was not enough to just reach the realm. It needed power, very powerful power. At this moment, what Zichen's sword lacked was power, enough power to promote it to a Khanate cardinal treasure. Feng Zichen could integrate the supreme-grade Khanate spiritual treasure diagram of swords into Zichen's sword. However, it was not enough. It was far from enough. He needed more. Therefore, Feng Zichen planned to integrate the fragments of Zichen's sword into the Khanate Myriad Dao. He would use the Dao aura of the Myriad Dao to refine Zichen's sword. When it was finished, he would reunite Zichen's sword. When it was reunited, the power of the Myriad Dao would also be reunited. At this time, if he integrated the sword diagram of swords into Zichen's sword, it would definitely make the sword break through to a Khanate cardinal treasure. It was a good idea. However, there was a problem. How to integrate the fragments of Zichen's sword into the Khanate Myriad Dao. Feng Zichen already had an idea about this. The key was the rule fragments formed by the acquired Dao. The appearance of the acquired Dao was inevitable. Even if Feng Zichen broke it, when the investiture of the gods was over and the way of heaven returned, the acquired Dao would be reenacted. Knowing the result, why did Feng Zichen still spend so much effort to break it? Of course, it was to control the acquired Dao. Since the acquired Dao would definitely exist, why did it have to be controlled by the three pure ones and not by himself? Feng Zichen's purpose of breaking the acquired Dao was to reenact the acquired Dao. Moreover, he would not be reenacting it alone. He would be reenacting it with the power of everyone. The three pure ones were too stingy. The acquired Dao derived from it was still too weak and imperfect. It could be broken with a casual strike. Therefore, Feng Zichen decided to combine the power of everyone, including the power of the way of heaven, to develop a stronger, more perfect and more stable acquired Dao. In this way, everyone would be able to control the acquired Dao. This also meant that no one would be able to control the acquired Dao. To be honest, if possible, Feng Zichen also wanted to monopolize the acquired Dao. However, just as he could break the acquired Dao of the three pure ones, others could also break his acquired Dao. It was meaningless to create the acquired Dao by himself. It was better for everyone to do it together. In this way, no one would destroy the acquired Dao and they could try their best to maintain fairness. The rule fragments formed by the acquired Dao were the key for Feng Zichen to develop the acquired Dao. The three pure ones had already built the framework. He only needed to expand it. With these fragments as the foundation, he could make it collide with the innate Myriad Dao and develop a stronger acquired Dao. When the Dao of Heaven collided with the innate Myriad Dao, Feng Zichen only needed to seize the opportunity to put the fragments of Zichen's sword into the innate Myriad Dao. Moreover, if he could refine the fragments of the acquired path in advance, Feng Zichen might have more say when the new acquired path was born. With this idea in mind, Feng Zichen directly started to refine these acquired Dao fragments in front of the three pure ones. This scene really made the three pure ones choke with anger. In this way, 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. There was less than half a day left before the 3-day agreement. Under the continuous high-intensity attacks of the three pure ones, Feng Zichen's supposedly invincible defense finally showed signs of instability. It had to be said that the heaven-splitting treasure was much stronger than the innate treasure. The divine powers of the three pure ones and the 4 immortal slaying swords couldn't hurt Mount Buzhou at all. However, under the attack of the Tai Chi diagram and Panga's banner, the Mount Buzhou Dao seal first shook and then gradually became unstable. In the end, it showed signs of collapse. If Feng Zichen didn't take action, it wouldn't be long before the Mount Buzhou Dao seal was broken. Just as Feng Zichen was hesitating, the Eastern Emperor Tai's message arrived. His plan and the Chaos Demon God's plan all appeared in everyone's consciousness. After digesting the message from Tai, everyone thought for a while. After looking at each other, they actually made the same decision in their hearts. P.S. Asking for subscriptions, tips, monthly votes. Chapter 804. That was to destroy the untainted land. At this point, there was no need to hesitate. Instead of trying to force the Chaos Demon Gods out, it was better to destroy the untainted land directly. Anyway, the Way of Heaven had the origins of the 9 Chaos Demon Gods and was preparing to strengthen the untainted land. He could take advantage of this opportunity to destroy the untainted land emperor and rebuild the earth, fire, water, and wind. Perhaps after integrating the origins of the 9 Chaos Demon Gods, the new untainted land could reproduce the glory of the ancient untainted land. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen no longer hesitated. With a sudden movement, he descended from the sky and stepped on the untainted land. Merge. As soon as Feng Zichen's feet touched the ground, the supreme magic skill, Mount Buzhou Seal, changed. Endless runes spread out and merged with the ground in an instant. Mount Buzhou was the root of the untainted land and could mobilize the origin power of the earth. Therefore, this magic skill, which was derived from Mount Buzhou, could only exert its greatest effect on the ground. However, once it was on the ground, the damage to the seal of Mount Buzhou would be shared with the untainted land. Feng Zichen was worried that the untainted land would be damaged. Therefore, when he used the seal of Mount Buzhou, he chose to do it in the air instead of on the ground. However, at this moment, since he had decided to destroy the untainted land, Feng Zichen naturally had no more scruples. He immediately connected the seal of Mount Buzhou with the untainted land and unleashed the real power of this magic skill. With the addition of the earth power, the power of the seal of Mount Buzhou soared in an instant. Under the continuous attacks of Pangu's banner and the Taiji diagram, the defense seemed to be on the verge of collapse. At this moment, not only did it recover, but it also became stronger. Boom. The magic skill of the 3 pure ones blasted over. The seal of Mount Buzhou trembled and suddenly diverted most of the power to the untainted land. Rumble. In an instant, the entire ground began to tremble. Seeing that the 3 pure ones were unable to break through his defense, Feng Zichen's mind moved. His consciousness followed the connection between the Mount Buzhou seal and the origin of the earth, and continued to sink down. In just a few seconds, Feng Zichen's consciousness arrived at the origin of the earth. He saw the Chaos Demon Gods lurking in the depths of the origin and Dong Huangtai confronting them. Greetings to fellow Taoist Zichen. Dong Huangtai said when he saw Feng Zichen. Greetings, fellow Taoist Tai. Feng Zichen returned the greeting. After that, the two of them turned to look at the Chaos Demon God at the same time. Fellow Taoists, you really have good means. You actually want to integrate into the Earth's origin source and obtain a chance to establish yourself in the primordial world. If fellow Taoist Zenith 1 hadn't discovered this in time, you would have almost succeeded. Looking at the Chaos Demon God in the depths of the Earth's origin, Feng Zichen said coldly. Haha, what can you do even if you discovered it in time? Do you dare to destroy the primordial world in order to force us out? With the primordial world as his backing, the Chaos Demon God was very fearless. Are you trying to force us to agree to your request? You Chaos Demon Gods really think too much. Today, let us use practical actions to tell you that we, the living beings of the primordial world, would rather die than live in dishonor. Just as Feng Zichen was speaking, the entire primordial world suddenly trembled violently. Huge cracks appeared and there were faint signs of collapse. The 3 pure ones were crazily attacking the Mount Buzhou seal. Just as Feng Zichen had no scruples, the 3 pure ones had no scruples either. They no longer had any spare energy to attack and did not have to worry about destroying the primordial world. So they just had to attack with all their might. Apart from the 4 of them, the other Daluo Jinxian of origin could not help but shake their heads. Then they each used their divine skills to take away the countless living beings on the primordial world. The primordial world could be destroyed, but the countless living beings living on it could not be harmed. Otherwise they would be guilty of a great sin. Damn it! Do you really want to destroy the primordial world? Feeling the tremors of the earth, the 3 Chaos Demon Gods in the earth's origin became anxious and shouted at Dong Huangtai and Feng Zichen in disbelief. Yes or no, let's wait and see. After saying this, Feng Zichen's divine thought left. Because just now, he felt that the 3-day agreement was about to end. There were only 15 minutes left. Feng Zichen did not want to wait any longer. After entering his body, Feng Zichen surveyed the primordial world with his divine eye. He immediately discovered that there were no longer any traces of living beings on the primordial world. Feng Zichen nodded in satisfaction. Now that there were no living beings, he truly had nothing to worry about. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen suddenly put away the Buzhou seal and used all of his strength to power the formation of chaos. Before he could react, the formation of chaos shuddered and boundless chi of chaos surged in. Just as the 3 pure ones were about to make a move, the boundless chi of chaos vanished without a trace at the same speed as it had come. At this moment, Feng Zichen suddenly dispersed the formation of chaos and said to the three pure ones, "Thank you for going easy on me, fellow Taoists. I've won this round. Don't forget our agreement." With that, he poured all of the remaining power of the formation of chaos into the human Tao Emperor seal and pushed its power to the limit. The three pure ones had lost? How had they lost? The answer was the bead of chaos. It was the strongest treasure of time and space, even more powerful than the bell of chaos. Earlier, Feng Zichen had used all of his strength to activate the bead of chaos and forcefully speed up the flow of time, causing the final period of the three-day agreement to end in an instant. Feng Zichen had acted too quickly and the remaining time was too short. The three pure ones didn't even have time to react before the time was up. The three pure ones weren't sore losers. After a moment of silence, they said, "Fellow Taoist, you're more skilled this time. You've taught us three brothers a lesson. Poor Wei and the others are willing to accept their loss. From now on, there will be no more karma between Poor Wei and the rest of the human cultivators." At this moment, the heavenly Tao was no longer present and the laws were shattered. The three pure ones' words reverberated through the world, but they didn't cause any abnormalities. However, everyone knew that this matter had already been settled. There was no need for the heavenly Tao to bear witness. It was enough for one's own Tao heart to bear witness. The Kunping ancestors' matter had already been made clear to the world. Odes to the heavenly Tao were sometimes useless. Therefore, an even higher level of agreement was needed. A Tao heart pact. It wasn't to let anyone bear witness but to bear witness with one's own Tao heart. If one went against it in the future, one's Tao heart would be damaged and there would be no possibility of improvement. For existences like the three pure ones and Feng Zichen, being unable to improve was simply more uncomfortable than being killed. This was the heaviest punishment. Therefore, a Tao heart pact was more effective than any oath. After the three pure ones, the two sages of the West also nodded and made a Tao heart pact. In this way, the karma between them was considered to have disappeared. The God investiture cataclysm was also coming to an end. The tribulation aura that filled the world dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the tribulation aura completely dissipated, the heavenly Tao would return to the eldritch world. It was also at this moment that Feng Zichen, the three pure ones, and the two sages of the West attacked at the same time. They all used their greatest abilities and blasted towards the eldritch world. If they didn't shatter the eldritch world before the heavenly Tao returned, they would all be attacked by the heavenly Tao when it returned. Rumble. Pangu's banner vibrated and chaotic sword aura blasted out. The Taiji diagram spun and the power of yin and yang obliterated everything. The four immortal swords flashed and sword light shattered all things. The human Tao Emperor seal turned into a giant finger bone and jabbed towards the eldritch world. Rumble. Under the joint attack of everyone, the entire wilderness shook. Then, with a loud rumble, it broke apart into pieces. The eldritch world's essence was affected and trembled violently. The chaos demon god within was also affected and was gradually expelled from the eldritch world. Dong Huangtai made his move. Magical power surged wildly around him and poured into the bell of chaos, causing it to shake violently. Rumble. Under Dong Huangtai's full power, the bell of chaos blossomed with unprecedented light. The sun, moon and stars, earth, water, fire and wind revolved around the bell. Within the bell, mountains, rivers, and the eldritch world's myriad races could be vaguely seen. Scattered light of 5 colors flashed through the bell, and its fearsome heavenly might shook the universe. The bell of chaos was the most special of the 3 heaven-opening treasures. It could be used for both offense and defense. It had the power to suppress the world of Hongmeng, the power to reverse time and space, the power to evolve the mysteries of the heavenly Tao, and the ability to refine earth, water, fire, and wind. The sound of the bell was vast and mighty. The universe was brilliant, heaven and earth lost their color, and the universe shook. The power of the heaven-opening treasure was undoubtedly revealed. Dang, 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 dang. Under Dong Huangtai's shaking, the bell of chaos vibrated 9 times in an instant. In an instant, a mighty force that suppressed the universe and the universe spread out, directly freezing the 3 chaos demon gods and the eldritch world's essence on the spot. It was also at this time that great Emperor Ziwei came with the Zhouxing diagram in his hand. Zhouxing appeared one after another on the diagram, forming the galactic cosmic light formation. Withdraw. He activated the Zhouxing diagram, and the galactic cosmic light formation was activated. It emitted an endless suction force to suck the 3 chaos demon gods out of the eldritch world's essence. Suppress. After great Emperor Ziwei, Goddess Hutu also rushed over. The shadow of the 6 paths of reincarnation disc kept rising and falling behind her. It also emitted a powerful suction force to act on the chaos demon gods, assisting the Zhouxing diagram to pull them out of the eldritch world's essence. Gradually, under the effect of the 2 treasures, the 3 chaos demon gods' bodies kept leaving the eldritch world's essence. However, just as the 2 of them were about to succeed, the 3 chaos demon gods finally broke free from the suppression of the bell of chaos and woke up. Immediately, the 3 of them began to struggle with all their might, wanting to return to the depths of the eldritch world's essence. However, at this moment, the cauldron of heaven and earth descended from the sky and transformed into a vast universe world, once again suppressing the 3 chaos demon gods. At the same time, Donghuang Tai came with the bell of heaven and earth and supported the cauldron of heaven and earth, jointly suppressing the chaos demon gods. On the other side of the void city, Feng Zichen and 3 pure ones looked at each other and suddenly blasted toward a certain void. Umph! A muffled groan was heard, and a few streaks of blood appeared in the void. Then the space suddenly began to disintegrate, revealing a humongous figure inside. Chaos Demon God. Another Chaos Demon God. Ahem, you guys still found out? The Chaos Demon God coughed softly and said helplessly. Feng Zichen and 3 pure ones surrounded the Chaos Demon God silently and completely blocked his escape route. However, just as Feng Zichen and the other 3 surrounded the Chaos Demon God, he suddenly revealed a creepy smile. Oh. Seeing that, Feng Zichen and the other 3 felt that something was amiss and hurriedly looked back. As far as their eyes could see, another Chaos Demon God appeared where the Eldritch World's essence was and blasted toward Goddess Nuwa and the rest from behind. There were not only 1 Chaos Demon God hiding in the dark, but 2. One was used to attract the attention of Feng Zichen, 3 pure ones, and the rest so that the other Chaos Demon God would have a chance to launch a sneak attack. That's right, a sneak attack. At this moment, Goddess Nuwa and the rest were trying their best to suppress the 3 Chaos Demon Gods at the Eldritch World's essence and had no time to care about what was behind them. It was the most critical moment. If they were successfully ambushed at this time, not only would all their previous efforts be in vain, but they would also be injured. The Chaos Demon God might not have a way to kill a sage, but he definitely had a way to injure a sage. The power of the Great Path was mysterious and omnipotent. It was truly omnipotent and far from being comparable to the power of the Way of Heaven. It was too easy to break the power of the Way of Heaven with the power of the Great Path. Seeing that the Chaos Demon God was about to succeed, the 2 sages of the West suddenly attacked from the side at the critical moment and blocked the Chaos Demon God. Looking at how lively they were, they did not look injured at all. The injuries that Feng Zichen had caused to the 2 sages of the West were difficult to deal with, but the sages were not easy to deal with. They had their own ways to deal with it. The 2 of them paid a price to recover from their injuries, but they did not show it. Instead, they hid at the side and quietly lurked. They thought that there must be a Chaos Demon God hiding at the side, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Therefore they were like the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, lurking and waiting for the Chaos Demon God. Sure enough, they succeeded and really waited for a Chaos Demon God. With the help of the 2 sages of the West, Goddess Nuwa and the others had nothing to worry about. However, Feng Zichen's tightly knitted brows did not relax because of this. Instead, his frown deepened. If there was 1 and 2, would there be a 3rd? If there was a 3rd Chaos Demon God hiding at the side, where would his target be? Oh no, the Tree of World. While thinking, Feng Zichen suddenly thought of a possibility. Then, without thinking, he turned and left, rushing in the direction of the Tree of World. Damn it. The Tree of World, he actually forgot about this. If he was a Chaos Demon God and wanted to weaken the untainted land, his first target would definitely be the Tree of World. Because as long as the Tree of World still existed, the untainted land would recover one day no matter how serious the damage was. P.S. Damn it, this writer's assistant, I really admire you. You almost scared me to death. The finished manuscript suddenly disappeared. Damn it, I was dumbfounded. Fortunately, I found it back. Chapter 805. As the Chaos Spiritual Root, the Tree of World could continuously draw power from the endless dimensions and the chaos outside the realm to provide for the elemental world. This was the foundation of the elemental world. Only by destroying the Tree of World could the elemental world be seriously damaged. Feng Zichen was very fast. He arrived next to the Tree of World in an instant. At first glance, there was nothing unusual in this world. The Tree of World was still standing there as if it had existed since ancient times, emitting rumbling Tao light. However, upon closer inspection, Feng Zichen had deliberately opened up the lawless realm with Hongmeng Daozhong in order to protect the Tree of World. At this moment, the area had shrunk by more than half. Looking around, Feng Zichen did not find any trace of the Chaos Demon Celestial. However, he knew that the Chaos Demon Celestial must be nearby. The lawless realm would not shrink for no reason. After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen suddenly shouted to the void, "Fellow Taoist, I'm already here. Why don't you show yourself?" After waiting for a while, the void in front of him shook and the Chaos Demon Celestial walked out. Seeing this, Feng Zichen's pupils shrank. This was because there was not one Chaos Demon Celestial but two. Moreover, each of the two Chaos Demon Celestials was extremely powerful. Their auras spread out, affecting the operation of the surrounding heaven and earth laws and causing time to stop. Powerful. Ridiculously powerful. The strength of the two Chaos Demon Celestials was at the seventh heaven of the late-stage primordial chaos realm. In other words, any one of them was stronger than Feng Zichen. At this moment, Feng Zichen's North Star clone was only at the fourth heaven of the primordial chaos realm. His original body, Great Emperor Ziwei, was only at the sixth heaven of the primordial chaos realm and was close to the seventh heaven. These two Chaos Demon Celestials were indeed ridiculously powerful. Fortunately, the sharp-eyed Feng Zichen discovered that they did not carry any Dharma treasures. In this way, the strength of the two would inevitably be affected. Having Dharma treasures and not having them were two completely different concepts. Even for someone as strong as Pangu, without the heaven-splitting divine axe in his hand, his strength would drop by a level. Fellow Taoist, even if you're here, what's the use? Don't tell me that you can take on both of us at the same time? One of the two particularly handsome figures in the primal chaos slowly stepped forward and said. Indeed, Feng Zichen couldn't even defeat one chaos demon god, let alone two. If the two chaos demon gods joined hands, not only would Feng Zichen not be able to protect the world tree, but he might also be killed by the chaos demon gods. However, who said that Feng Zichen was alone? I'm naturally no match for the two of you, but what if it's 4 against 2? Can those two fellow Taoists still be so confident? Feng Zichen said with a smile as he looked at the Chaos Demon Celestials that were approaching them. What? Hearing that, the two Chaos Demon Celestials were shocked and quickly looked around. It shouldn't be. There were only 10 primordial chaos experts in the entire untainted land, and they were all within their calculations. How could Feng Zichen have other helpers? Just as the two of them were confused, there was a sudden burst of brilliance in the direction of the heaven realm. Heavenly Emperor and Longevity Emperor walked out of the heavenly court together and walked toward Feng Zichen. A rainbow bridge appeared, with one end standing above the southern heaven gate and the other end extending toward the mortal world and landing beside Feng Zichen. In an instant, the rainbow bridge disappeared, and Heavenly Emperor and South Pole Emperor appeared under the world tree. They bowed to the two Chaos Demon Celestials and said, "Poor Wei and Heavenly Emperor, South Pole, is here to see you." Raising his eyebrows slightly, one of the Chaos Demon Celestials said, "We missed out on the two of you. However, even if the two of you have the strength of primordial chaos experts under the support of the power of luck, what's the use? Even if the three of you join forces, you're still no match for us." That was right. Under the support of the power of luck, Heavenly Emperor was at most at the fifth sky of primordial chaos, and South Pole Emperor was even weaker, at the fourth sky of primordial chaos. Even if the three of them joined forces, they were still no match for the two seventh sky of primordial chaos experts. However, at this moment, they heard an ethereal voice coming from afar. It quickly drifted over and fell into the ears of the Chaos Demon Celestials. "If that's the case, count me in." Everyone looked back and saw a peerless figure walking toward them. Great Emperor Ziwei. Excluding the saints, he was the real #1 person in the untainted land. "It's you?" Seeing Great Emperor Ziwei walking toward them, the two Chaos Demon Celestials were shocked and angry. How could they not know this ruthless person who often went to the Realm Sea to hunt Chaos Demon Celestials? His existence was the greatest humiliation to the Chaos Demon Celestials. The two Chaos Demon Celestials didn't care about the Tree of World anymore. They joined forces and attacked Great Emperor Ziwei. With a shake of the Zhouxing painting in his hand, Great Emperor Ziwei fought with the two of them. On the other side, Feng Zichen and the other two also took out their Dharma treasures and joined the battle. As for why Great Emperor Ziwei came here, it was obviously because the three Chaos Demon Celestials in the origin of Earth had been forced out by everyone. Then Nuwa Goddess Hutu and Donghuang Tai each chose a Chaos Demon Celestial and fought with them. Seeing this, Great Emperor Ziwei felt that he was no longer needed here, so he turned and left to help his incarnation. At this moment, the three pure ones joined forces to fight against the Chaos Demon Celestial. The two saints of the West joined forces to fight against the Chaos Demon Celestial. Nuwa Goddess Hutu and Donghuang Tai each fought against the Chaos Demon Celestial. Feng Zichen, Great Emperor Ziwei, South Pole Emperor, and Heavenly Emperor joined forces to fight against two Chaos Demon Celestials. At this moment, the experts of the Eldritch world came out together to fight against the 7 Chaos Demon Celestials. The Eldritch world was not calm, and the distant chaos beyond the heavens was not calm either. In the sky, Tao Ancestor Hongjun and Patriarch Yang Mei were facing each other from a distance. Behind them there were several terrifying figures. Behind Patriarch Yang Mei stood the Chaos Demon Celestials. As for the figure standing behind Tao Ancestor Hongjun, it was somewhat thought-provoking. There were a total of 9 people. In addition to the innate 5-element sacred beasts, there were 4 extremely unfamiliar figures. Although they were unfamiliar, their auras were in the realm of primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. These were 4 unfamiliar primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. Their strength was not weak, and they had walked very far on the path of primordial chaos. They were at least in the middle stage or even the late stage. Oh, they were not too unfamiliar. If Feng Zichen were here, he would realize that one of the 4 unfamiliar Tao Lords was the one at the bottom of the northern underworld sea. He was the terrifying figure standing behind Patriarch Kuanping, Patriarch Northern Underworld Han Ming. As for the other 3, they were also extraordinary. All of them had a great origin. They were the most ancient innate saints that were formed by the origin of heaven and earth. For example, the figure that was shrouded in darkness was called Taoist Tai Ming. He was an existence that was even more ancient than the Mahakala demon celestial of the demon sect. He was born from the true origin of darkness and was a supreme god that controlled darkness. When they were fighting the chaos demonic god in the primitive world, the most ancient primordial sages of the primitive world, who had stayed away from worldly affairs for a long time, walked out of their own secluded places and stood side by side with Ancestor Hongjun to resist the chaos demonic god. "I didn't expect the few of you to still be alive," Patriarch Yang Mei said emotionally as she looked at the few figures in her memory. "Poor Wei didn't expect you to be the reincarnation of the Chaos Demon Celestial, Taoist Yang Mei. Now you have chosen to be the enemy of the Eldritch world," Taoist Tai Ming, who was opposite Patriarch Yang Mei, replied. "Ah." Patriarch Yang Mei sighed heavily and didn't say anything else. Although she had cultivated for a period of time in the Eldritch world, those hundreds of millions of years were just a small splash in her long life. How could it be compared to the endless years of friendship during the Chaos Demon Celestial period? The danger of the chaos outside the Eldritch world was far beyond the imagination of all living beings in the Eldritch world. Even the Chaos Demon Celestials couldn't guarantee that they wouldn't encounter danger. Therefore, many Chaos Demon Celestials would support each other and pursue the Great Tao together. Such a friendship wasn't that easy to give up. Since Patriarch Yang Mei didn't say anything, Tao Ancestor Hongjun and the others didn't say anything either. They just remained silent and looked at each other while waiting for the outcome of the Eldritch world. If the Chaos Demon Celestials won, the Chaos Demon Celestials outside the sky canopy would enter the Eldritch world. If the Eldritch world won, the Chaos Demon Celestials outside the sky canopy would leave. Therefore, it could be said that the victory of Feng Zichen and the others was extremely important because it concerned the future of the Eldritch world. Although they didn't know the significance of this battle, everyone knew that this battle couldn't be dragged on and had to end it quickly. Otherwise, if the battle dragged on, the destructive power would become greater and greater, and it wouldn't be as simple as collapsing the Eldritch world. In the end, the Eldritch world might collapse as a whole, and even the origin of the earth would be affected. Then everyone would have sinned greatly. Moreover, judging from the current situation, if the battle continued, it wouldn't be long before it affected the heaven realm. Everyone didn't want to make up for the heaven realm again. Therefore, it was better for this battle to end as soon as possible. In their hearts, they wanted to end the battle quickly, so they no longer held back. Each of them used their own trump cards to trick others. Tai suddenly spat out a drop of essence blood and sprayed it on the bell of chaos. Clang. In the next moment, a bell that resounded throughout the Eldritch world rang. The grand bell wave spread out and froze the entire heaven and earth, causing everything to fall into a momentary standstill. When everything returned to normal, the body of the Chaos Demon Celestial who was fighting with Donghuang Tai suddenly shattered and turned into a rain of blood. Whoosh! A ray of chaos divine light flashed. Just as the Chaos Demon Celestial was about to recover his body, Donghuang Tai had already attacked with the Bell of Chaos. With a boom, the bell of chaos in Tai's hand suddenly distorted concepts and cognition, becoming infinitely large. Tai raised the bell of chaos and covered the broken body of the chaos demon celestial with the bottom of the bell facing down, keeping him in the bell of chaos. At the same time, Tai spat out another drop of essence blood and added it to the bell of chaos. He fully activated its power to suppress the world of Hongmeng, reverse the space-time power of the heavens, evolve the mysteries of the heavenly Tao and refine the earth, water, fire and wind. Rumble. The bell of chaos vibrated, and the earth, fire, water and wind inside surged together, constantly being destroyed and reborn. The power of suppression suppressed the flesh and blood of the chaos demon celestial. The power of twisting space-time delayed the time of the chaos demon celestial by countless times. The power of evolution changed the form of the chaos demon celestial, preventing him from reforming his body. The power of refinement was constantly refining the origin of the chaos demon celestial's flesh and blood, completing the final killing blow. After sealing the chaos demon celestial in the bell of chaos, Dong Huang Tai suddenly shouted, "Where are the 10 great demon celestials?" As soon as his voice fell, a vast world suddenly emerged from the void, floating above the eldritch wilderness. The 10 great demon celestials walked out of the world at the same time, bowing to Dong Huang Tai. "Your subjects are here. Your Majesty, please give us your orders." Dong Huang Tai clenched his teeth and spat a mouthful of essence blood at the bell of chaos. Instantly, the power of the bell of chaos skyrocketed again. Dong Huang Tai grabbed the bell of chaos and threw it toward the shattered eldritch wilderness. Rumble. As soon as the bell of chaos landed, an unparalleled power burst forth, freezing part of the eldritch wilderness fragments and slowly fusing them. After doing all this, Dong Huang Tai turned to the 10 great demon celestials and ordered, "Break this world, extract its origin and fuse it with the eldritch wilderness fragment. Rebuild the home of the demon race." "Yes, Your Majesty." Hearing this, the 10 great demon celestials quickly gathered the demon soldiers and formed a realm-refining formation. They slowly refined the top-level Greater Thousand World that had accompanied the demon race for countless years and fused it with the eldritch wilderness fragment under their feet. With the help of the Greater Thousand World's origin, the eldritch wilderness fragment gradually stabilized. At the same time, the bell of chaos trembled continuously. Strands of the chaos demon celestial's origin flowed out of it and fused with the land. Gradually, the land became more and more stable and bigger. Its vitality was also slowly recovering, and its origin was also constantly strengthening. He believed that when the land was completely regenerated, the innate spiritual chi contained in it would not be any less than that of the ancient times. After all, in order to create this land, Dong Huang Tai refined a chaos demon celestial. While Dong Huang Tai was suppressing the chaos demon celestial, on the other side, Goddess Hutu also erupted. She formed seals with her hands and released an unknown power. In the deepest part of the nether realm, the slowly rotating 6 paths of reincarnation disc seemed to have felt the power and suddenly shook. Then, a corner of the 6 paths of reincarnation disc appeared quietly and smashed the head of the chaos demon celestial who was fighting with Goddess Hutu. The 6 paths of reincarnation disc was the only chaos treasure in the eldritch wilderness. Its power was unimaginable even if it was just a corner of it. After being hit by the 6 paths of reincarnation disc, the chaos demon celestial could not help but let out a miserable cry. He lost his mind and fell down, smashing hard into the eldritch wilderness. Suppress. At the same time, the wizard race expert who had been prepared for a long time suddenly appeared. He activated the divine palaces of the 12 ancestors of sorcery and formed the 12 deities killing formation to suppress the chaos demon celestial who had fallen on the ground. Chapter 806. Rumble. The 12 heavenly fiends formation was formed. Pangu's shadow loomed and suppressed the chaos fiend god deep in the ground, making him unable to move. At the same time, the shadow of the 6 paths of reincarnation appeared and fell into the ground. It enveloped the chaos fiend god and slowly rotated. Rumble. Every time the 6 paths of reincarnation rotated, the chaos fiend god weakened a little. Part of the origin power was refined and integrated into the ground that suppressed him. Buzz. The 12 ancestral sorcerer temples glowed and vibrated. They gathered the surrounding fragments of the primitive land and formed a continent vaster than the land of the demon race. After Goddess Hutu, it was Nua's turn. She changed her usual weak appearance and turned into a huge born Taoism aptitude with a human head and a snake body. She activated the power of the cauldron of heaven and earth with all her strength and kept smashing the chaos fiend god that she was fighting. The cauldron of heaven and earth was named after the universe, so its weight was obvious. Its full power was as if the primitive land was smashing down. Its power was simply terrifying. The chaos fiend god was smashed a few times by Nuwa with the cauldron of heaven and earth. Although his physical body did not suffer much damage, his head was already a little dizzy. At a certain moment, the chaos fiend god lost his balance and fell into the broken primitive land. Seeing this, goddess Nuwa's mind stirred. She coiled her snake body around the cauldron of heaven and earth and smashed the chaos demonic celestial with it. She pressed the chaos demonic celestial on his body and firmly suppressed him under the broken earth. At the same time, Fuxi, Shenong, and Shenyuan, the three human emperors who had been prepared for this, revived the 365 divine cities of the human race at the same time. They formed the cosmic light formation, condensed the shadow of the god of Pangu, and refined the chaos fiend god. Rumble. As Pangu's shadow took shape, the surrounding fragments of the primitive land gathered toward the human race's divine cities as if they were summoned. Soon, a vast land began to take shape. In another place, the three pure ones worked together and easily suppressed the chaos fiend god. It was also because that chaos fiend god was unlucky to have chosen the three pure ones as his opponents. He was only at the sixth firmament of primordial chaos. Even if the chaos fiend god's combat strength was heaven-defying, he could fight with an eighth firmament expert. However, when the three pure ones joined forces, their battle prowess was close to that of Wuji Daluo Jingxian. He could even fight experts at such a realm, let alone a chaos fiend celestial who was only at the sixth firmament of primordial chaos. Once the three purities unleashed their full strength, they would be able to easily suppress them. Rumble. The immortal slaying sword formation and Pangu's banner vibrated at the same time. An earth-shattering murderous aura and majestic chaotic sword chi erupted at the same time, sweeping toward the chaos fiend celestial that they were fighting. Even though the chaos demon celestial used all his means to defend himself, he still couldn't defend against the attacks of the two supreme treasures. In the blink of an eye, his body, which was comparable to a primordial treasure, was torn apart by the chaotic sword chi. Then it was shredded into pieces by the immortal slaying sword beam. In the end, the Tai Chi art rose and collected the chaos demon god's flesh and blood. With a slight stir, the innate yin and yang energy surged and injured the chaos demon god once again. Kunlun Mountain, Shoyang Mountain, Golden Turtle Island, come. After severely injuring the chaos demon god, the three pure ones summoned their own dojos and arranged themselves according to the positions of the primordial three talents, suppressing the chaos demon god's flesh and blood. Rumble. As the three sage dojos landed, the surrounding primeval land fragments immediately sensed it and gathered towards this place. Soon, another vast continent slowly took shape. After the three pure ones, it was the two saints of the West. These two saints were quite interesting. They knew that they didn't have powerful primordial treasures or powerful strength to help them. Therefore, when they fought the chaos demon god, there was no prelude at all. As soon as they attacked, they used their full strength and directly revealed their true forms, fighting fiercely with the chaos demon god. For other primordial chaos experts, this might not be a good idea, but for saints, it was the best way. Because in the primitive world, saints wouldn't be injured at all, and their dermic powers were endless. They could even kill the chaos demon god by force. The primordial Bodhi tree swayed and swung its branches at the chaos demon god. At the same time, the light of wisdom flickered on the branches, constantly weakening the chaos demon god's mind power. At the same time, Saint Jain also attacked. His mind power surged out and constantly shook the chaos demon god's mind, trying to pull him into the nirvana realm. In the face of the chaos demon god's attacks, the two saints of the West didn't dodge and let the attacks hit their bodies. Anyway, they wouldn't die, so they could fight however they wanted. After the two sides exchanged hundreds of blows, the two saints of the West were covered in blood, but their aura didn't drop at all. On the other hand, the chaos demon god didn't have any blood on his body, but his aura was getting weaker and weaker. At a certain moment, the chaos demon god suddenly stopped breathing, and the hand that was attacking the two saints of the West also dropped powerlessly. Under the crazy attacks of the two saints of the West, the chaos demon god finally lost his mind and was pulled into the nirvana realm by Saint Jain, sinking continuously. Mount Meru, come. Summoning Mount Meru, the two saints suppressed the chaos demon god at the foot of the mountain. Then, without hesitation, they transformed into their true forms and went forward. The branches and roots wrapped tightly around the chaos demon god, constantly extracting his power and pouring it into Mount Meru. Buzz buzz buzz, Mount Meru trembled and released a great amount of light. It released a vast and mighty power, drawing in the surrounding fragments of the great wastelands, forming a vast expanse of earth. At this point, the 5 chaos demon gods on the ground were all suppressed, and the shattered primitive land was slowly recovering, gradually evolving into 5 huge provinces. The 4 great forces of earth, fire, and water that were released due to the shattering of the primitive land were slowly transformed into new lands with the formation of the 5 great divine lands, which were constantly growing stronger. The 5 great divine lands didn't have a name for the time being, and they weren't fully formed yet. They were constantly integrating the remaining fragments of the primitive land to strengthen themselves. At the same time as the suppressed 5 chaos demon gods were constantly refined, their origins were integrated into the 5 great divine lands, making them more and more mysterious. The world was no longer filled with the filthy acquired chi, but with the Kane chi that emitted the will of the birth of all things. When the heavenly Tao returned to the primitive land and the Kane Tao descended again, the primitive land would be no different from the antiquity times, except that it would be a little smaller. It was even comparable to the cultivation environment of the primordial age, which was mentioned in the legends. There were a total of 7 chaos demon gods. 5 of them on the ground had been suppressed, and the remaining 2 chaos demon gods were about to be suppressed. Feng Zichen and the other 3 gods suddenly joined forces and evolved the real celestial emperor Dharma form, whose strength was almost on par with the Wuxia Daluo Jingxian. Suppress. The celestial emperor Dharma form didn't waste any time. It grabbed the 33 heavens and used the whole heaven realm as a weapon to suppress one of the chaos demon gods. The power of the heaven realm was so vast that it was countless times more powerful than a Khanate cardinal treasure. Yet, the celestial emperor Dharma form held it and used it as a weapon. The mighty power spread. Not to mention the 2 chaos demon gods in front of it, even the 3 pure ones who were watching the battle from afar couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. It was too ferocious. No, it was too powerful. Using the heaven realm as a weapon, perhaps no magic treasure in the primitive land could match its power. Unless the restriction of the Khanate cardinal treasure was lifted, it would be inferior to the heaven realm. Not even the nether realm, which was said to be on the same level as the heaven realm. The heaven realm was the center of the primitive land and was favored by the heavenly Tao. Even though the nether realm was suppressed by the 6 paths of reincarnation disc, it was still weaker than the heaven realm. After all, the heavenly Tao was the most powerful in the primitive land. What was the meaning of pushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood? The celestial emperor Dharma form took action. Under the suppression of the heaven realm, the 33 heavens shook. Endless rules hung down, and the Khanate chi was vast and mighty. It directly fixed the chaos demon god on the spot, unable to move at all. Bang! Before the heaven realm smashed on the chaos demon god, he couldn't bear the pressure and exploded. Pieces of flesh and blood flew everywhere, dyeing a large area of the sky red. Then, the heaven realm shook, and the 33 layers of celestial emperor pagoda appeared. It took away the flesh and blood of the chaos demon god and brought it to the origin of the heaven realm to be suppressed. In the next moment, the heaven realm was restored. A powerful force of backlash broke out, and the celestial emperor Dharma form disintegrated. Feng Zichen and the other 3 reappeared. As the center of the primitive land, how could the heaven realm be so easy to deal with? Once it wavered, it would face the backlash of the entire primitive land. That was to say, the celestial emperor Dharma form formed by the 4 of them was the top karmic rank in the primitive land. Otherwise, the backlash just now wouldn't be as simple as breaking the celestial emperor Dharma form. It would at least take away half of their lives. The moment the celestial emperor disintegrated, the only 2 primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian, Feng Zichen, and great emperor Ziwei among the 4 primordial chaos gods reacted extremely quickly. One of them activated the supreme formation, the chaos formation, while the other activated the supreme formation, the galaxy of cosmic light formation. At the same time, they blasted toward the remaining chaos demon god. Whoosh, Pangu moved. He punched out, and a power comparable to Daluo Jinshan's erupted, directly shattering the chaos demon god. Of course, others couldn't see Pangu. Therefore, when the scene fell into the eyes of the crowd, it was as if a galaxy had fallen and directly blasted the chaos demon god. This scene made the eyelids of the onlookers twitch. Since when did the boundless starry sky become so powerful? Rumble. The moment the chaos demon god's body shattered, the imperial court of human Dao reappeared. A chaotic divine light swept down, sweeping away the chaos demon god's flesh and blood, suppressing it in the chaos formation. At this point, the 7 chaos demon gods that attacked the Eldritch world were all suppressed by the crowd and became resources for the Eldritch world's advancement. Brothers, I'll take my leave first. After bidding farewell to Hao Yin and the others, Feng Zichen hurriedly left for the continent where the human race was located. Among the 6 forces, the other 5 forces each suppressed a chaos demon god. Only the human race suppressed 2 chaos demon gods with their own strength. This was a good thing, but at the same time it was also a bad thing. If there was a problem with the seal of the 2 chaos demon gods, the human race would be in big trouble. Feng Zichen's departure was to completely eliminate this future trouble. Feng Zichen had urgent matters to attend to, and so did Emperor Hao Yin and the others. There was also a chaos demon god suppressed in the heaven realm. They also had to go and watch in case the chaos demon god caused trouble and disrupted the order of the heaven realm. In fact, Feng Zichen did not have any good ideas. He just kept attacking the chaos demon god and refining his power of origin, making him weaker and weaker until he completely died. At the same time, he was also doing his best to strengthen the seal and cut off the possibility of the chaos demon god breaking the seal. Suddenly, Feng Zichen thought of something and could not help but smile. Now, in order to suppress the chaos demon god, everyone had used their trump cards. What did this mean? It meant that the Eldritch world would fall into a period of peace that had not been seen for a long time. If there was no urgent matter, no one would easily start a war. Everyone's strongest forces were suppressing the chaos demon god. If they rashly started a war and caused problems with the seal, what would they do if the chaos demon god escaped? Then they would have no place to cry. Because of this, unless there was no other choice, no one would start a war. The price was too high for them to bear. After returning to the ancestral land of the human clan, Feng Zichen and Yuhua greeted each other and began to size up the current situation of the human clan. Compared to before, the ancestral land of the human clan had not changed much. After all, with the protection of the Divine Cycle City, even if the attack of a sage was very strong, it would be difficult to destroy this place. The ancestral land of the human clan had not changed, but the territory of the human clan had changed a lot. The trend of the earth veins was completely different from before. It no longer belonged to the lineage of Pangu, nor was it like the lineage of the Chaos Demon God. The two sides merged and became specious. This would not do. It had to be changed. He was the legitimate lineage of Pangu. Everything in the human clan naturally belonged to the lineage of Pangu. Moreover, in this world created by Pangu, if one did not follow the pattern of Pangu, what right did one have to receive the favor of Providence? With an idea in mind, Feng Zichen continued to look at the continent that belonged to the human clan. He discovered that it was much larger than the human clan's territory in the past. It was about 1/3 the size of the Eldritch Wilderness and was still expanding. After the Eldritch Wilderness was shattered and restored, its surface area did not decrease. Instead, it became larger. This was a good thing. It meant that the origin of the Eldritch Wilderness had not been damaged. Instead, it had strengthened a lot. After looking at the human clan, Feng Zichen looked at the other 4 divine lands and discovered that they were similar to the human clan. There was not much difference. This would not do. After paying so much, wouldn't it be a loss for the human clan to be the same as the others? As the protagonist of the world, the human clan naturally had to be different from the others. They had to be more outstanding. With the Divine Cycle City and the suppressed Chaos Demon God, the human clan would definitely be able to surpass the others as time passed. However, P.S. Today I moved books for my younger sister. 6th floor. There was no elevator. I went up and down several times. Dozens of pounds of books. I'm exhausted. Not only did I have to go up and down the building, but I also had to move them to the school gate. For the first time, I discovered that a big school was not a good thing. The exhausted me begged for monthly votes. Chapter 807. Feng Zichen wanted the present, not the future. Now, he wanted the divine land of the human clan to surpass the other 4 continents. The future was full of too many uncertainties. Just like Feng Zichen, in order to plan the apotheosized tribulation, how many plans did he make that he thought were perfect? But in the end, all kinds of problems still occurred. No one could say for sure what would happen in the future. Grasping the present was the most important thing. Therefore, Feng Zichen now wanted the divine land of the human clan to be different from the other 4 continents. Feng Zichen did this not because of personal feelings, but because he had a great plan for the welfare of the human clan. Now that the untainted land had been shattered and turned into 5 more powerful divine lands, this was a good thing. But everything had a priority. No matter how extraordinary the 5 divine lands were, they had to be differentiated into good and bad. When the Way of Heaven returned, the good divine land would definitely receive more attention from the Way of Heaven and gain the favor of most of the Way of Heaven. In this way, this divine land that was favored by the Way of Heaven would far surpass the other 4 continents in terms of development and heritage. Just like before the untainted land was shattered, the East was the orthodox untainted land. The Way of Heaven also focused on the East. As a result, everything here, whether it was the concentration of spiritual chi, the number of magic treasures, or the number of heavenly talents, was far more than that of the West. In short, to describe it in one sentence, the East was raised by the biological mother, while the West was raised by the stepmother. The gap was so big that people could not bear to look at it directly. Now, the reason why Feng Zichen wanted the divine land of the human clan to be different and outstanding, to become the leader of the 5 continents. His purpose was to wait for the Way of Heaven to return and fight for the orthodox position, so as to gain more favor from the Way of Heaven. At this time, Feng Zichen was not the only one who thought of this. The rest of the people probably thought the same and wanted to fight for the orthodox position of the Way of Heaven and Earth. For this, the rest of the people must have prepared all kinds of means, but how could their means be compared with Feng Zichen's? With a thought, Feng Zichen's divine sense burst out, traversing boundless space and arrived at the location of the miniature desolate world. Then, without seeing him do anything, the primordial star tree that stood in the mini untainted world like a heavenly pillar suddenly disappeared. The 10,000 Realms trading city, which was far away in the infinite spacetime, suddenly shook. A divine tree that covered the sky silently appeared and took root in the center of the city. As the huge tree crown stretched out, it forcibly opened the void of the 10,000 Realms trading city. At the same time, millions and millions of stars appeared, shining brilliantly as they hung in the sky. They were incomparably dazzling as they poured down endless starlight. Without a doubt, this tree was the innate star tree. Feng Zichen had moved it from the innate star tree to the myriad realms trading city to serve as the city's support and accelerate its growth. Rumble. After sending away the innate star tree, Feng Zichen sent all the existences above the golden immortal level in the mini untainted world into the myriad realms trading city. Then he exerted his supreme power to move the mini untainted world, pulling it out from the seal of the demon clan and out of the untainted time and space. It constantly approached the untainted world. Rumble. In the sky above the continent of the human clan, a vast expanse of the void suddenly shattered, revealing a corner of a supreme world. It was the mini untainted world. Under the pull of Feng Zichen, the mini untainted world returned to the untainted world after countless years. Rumble. Rumble. Rumble, heaven and earth kept shaking. In the sky above the territory of the human clan, more and more of the mini untainted world was revealed. Soon, the mini untainted world, which was hundreds of times larger than the ordinary greater thousand realms, completely returned to the untainted world, quietly lying in the sky above the divine land of the human clan. The mini untainted world was very big, but it was still many times smaller than the newly born divine land of the human clan. This world has such a familiar aura. Is this the former sacred land of the human clan, Zichen's paradise? I didn't expect that after being sealed by the demon clan for countless years, not only did it not decline, it became even more prosperous. I don't know if I should say that the demon clan's means are not good, or that the human emperor's means are heaven-defying. Even this did not shake the foundation of the human clan, but made them even stronger. Some people recognized the origin of the mini untainted world. It was the former sacred land of the human clan, Zichen's paradise. They could not help but sigh as they recalled the past. In the end, the demon emperor's skills were inferior. The seal that was set in the past to cut off the human clan's inheritance did not have the desired effect. Instead, it created a vast world for the human clan, increasing their strength. Dong Huangtai would probably feel uncomfortable when he saw this scene. That was indeed the case. Even though he had already expected this, Dong Huangtai's face still turned ugly when he saw the mini untainted world. In particular, when he saw that there were many powerful human clan cultivators living in the mini untainted world, his face turned even uglier. If Dong Huangtai had known this would happen, he would not have had so many scruples. He would have done his best to slaughter the human clan instead of choosing to seal them. Why does this world look so familiar to the poor way? It's like the untainted land? It's not the untainted land of today, but the untainted land of the primordial age that was not affected by the calamity and was not broken. The terrain of this world is exactly the same as the untainted land of the primordial age. Some people found the mini-untainted world more and more familiar. In the end, they seemed to remember something and suddenly shouted, revealing the origin of the mini-untainted world. At this moment, the three pure ones and the other primordial chaos experts also noticed this. Then they frowned deeply. Their cultivation levels were higher and they knew more. Therefore, when they saw that the mini-untainted world was extremely similar to the untainted land, they suddenly had a bad feeling. Was Feng Zichen trying to use this world to fight for the untainted land's orthodoxy? Then, Feng Zichen's actions confirmed everyone's guess. He gritted his teeth and suddenly took out the origin of the mini-untainted world and merged it with the origin of the God world. Rumble. After losing the origin of the world, the mini-untainted world quickly came to an end. It began to disintegrate and collapse at an unimaginable speed. The sky cracked and turned into countless fragments, falling down together with the stars in the sky. The earth also disintegrated and collapsed, turning into pieces of debris and heading towards destruction. However, before the mini-untainted world was completely destroyed, Feng Zichen had already made his move. Rumble. Vast power gushed out from his body, giving birth to endless runes and turning into a huge furnace of the Great Path. It absorbed the disintegrating mini-untainted world and began to refine it crazily. The flames of the way burned fiercely and the furnace shook. The mini-untainted world was quickly refined and turned into the purest power that flowed into the God world, accelerating the fusion of the origin of the two worlds. After absorbing the origin of the mini-untainted world, the shape of the God world gradually changed, transforming into the shape of the mini-untainted world. The God world and the divine prefecture of the human race were originally two separate entities. When the God world changed, the divine prefecture of the human race was affected and began to adjust spontaneously, becoming similar to the God world. Rumble. In the divine prefecture of the human race, the 365 divine cities shook together, resonating with God Pangu. They each derived a corresponding spirit chi node to accelerate the transformation of the divine prefecture of the human race. According to Feng Zichen's idea, as long as he transformed the structure of the divine prefecture of the human race into the real untainted land, then when the way of the heavens returned and saw the untainted land of the past, it would definitely favor this place more. In terms of orthodoxy, what else could be compared to the untainted land? If this was not orthodoxy, then what else could be called orthodoxy? If Feng Zichen really succeeded, the way of the heavens would have no choice. Even if he did not intend to position the divine prefecture of the human race as the main body of the untainted land, the way of the heavens and the endless fate would spontaneously gather and transform it into the center of the untainted land. Of course, Feng Zichen could not interfere with the decision of the way of the heavens, but he could create a condition where the way of the heavens had no choice but to choose him. Rumble. When the power of the 365 divine cities of the human race was activated to the limit, the galaxy of universal light array appeared spontaneously. The galaxy surged, the light of the universe flowed, and the space-time in the divine prefecture of the human race suddenly sped up. Like the surging yellow river, it flowed forward rapidly. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed. And this speed was still accelerating with the operation of the galaxy of universal light. One look, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, time passed crazily, and the changes in the divine prefecture of the human race also sped up, almost to the point where it was visible to the naked eye, as if a pair of supreme giant hands were making it. In just a few breaths, the divine prefecture of the human race already had some embryonic form of the untainted land. In the distance, the three pure ones, the Eastern Emperor Tai, and the two sages of the West saw this scene and could not help but frown. If they let Feng Zichen continue to evolve like this, they would not need to fight for the title of orthodoxy in the untainted land. Basically, it was equivalent to giving it to the human race. Thinking of this, they were naturally unhappy. The orthodoxy of the heaven and earth represented not only a title, but also endless benefits. Who would not want to get benefits? Moreover, if they could not get it, they could not let outsiders get it, especially not the human race. With the current strength of the human race, it was already faintly beyond their control. If they let it take away the title of the orthodoxy of the heaven and earth and continue to develop and grow stronger, then in the untainted land, who could balance the human race? The human race could not continue to grow stronger. With a decision in mind, the three pure ones, the Eastern Emperor Tai, and the two sages of the West moved at the same time, releasing powerful forces and blasting into the distance. Well, don't get me wrong. They were not attacking Feng Zichen but blasting into the sky, breaking through the barrier between heaven and earth, and speeding up the return of the way of heaven. At present, although the divine prefecture of the human race had some embryonic form of the untainted land, it was still a long way from being completely formed. If the way of heaven returned at this time, the incomplete untainted land of the human race of the divine prefecture would have some advantages in front of the way of heaven, but it would not surpass the others by too much, far from the level that was predetermined. Seeing the movements of the 6 people, Feng Zichen obviously guessed their plans, but he could not stop them. He could only do his best to accelerate the evolution of the divine prefecture of the human race. Fortunately, evolving the divine prefecture of the human race into the untainted land was only one of Feng Zichen's 3 plans. In addition, he had 2 alternatives as a backup plan. If one plan did not work, then all 3 plans would be used together. Unless the 3 pure ones could rebuild Mount Buzhou, Feng Zichen's 3 plans could definitely fix the orthodoxy of the untainted land on the divine prefecture of the human race. Rumble. With a roar of heaven and earth, the way of heaven finally returned from the chaos outside the sky and took over the untainted land again. All of a sudden, the whole world was different, as if it had completely come alive and was full of vitality. But for a master of the origin like Feng Zichen, with the return of the way of heaven, they seemed to have an extra line of sight. Their actions were under the surveillance of the way of heaven, which made them feel very uncomfortable. But there was no other way. They were too strong and had the power to destroy the untainted land. How could the way of heaven leave them alone? Naturally, it had to monitor them. The way of heaven descended, and the broken order began to slowly recover. The operation of heaven and earth also gradually returned to normal. Because of the disappearance of the acquired Tao, the congenital Tao also emerged from the origin of heaven and earth and began to take over the world again. But this was not the main point at the moment. The main point was which of the 5 divine continents was the orthodoxy of the untainted land. In a trance, a purple vertical eye appeared between heaven and earth. It lowered its gaze and looked down at the 5 divine prefectures below. That was the eye of heaven punishment, the eye of the way of heaven. The way of heaven's gaze lingered on the 5 divine prefectures for a while. The first thing it eliminated was the continents controlled by the demon race and the Western sect. These 2 factions were really incomparable to Feng Zichen, the 3 pure ones, and the Lady of Earth. There was no need to compare the advantages and disadvantages of the continents. They could be eliminated directly from their identities. That was because Feng Zichen and the other 3 factions were the Orthodox Pangu, while the demon race and the Western sect were not. The Orthodox of the primordial world naturally had to be chosen from the Orthodox Pangu. Only then would it be legitimate. To be honest, the way of heaven was really hesitating about which to choose. The 3 parties had the same identity and were all Orthodox Pangu. There was no difference between them. Therefore, if their identities could not be compared, they could only compare the advantages and disadvantages of the 3 continents. However, in terms of advantages, the 3 continents were actually not much different. Firstly, Feng Zichen had an advantage. The human divine prefecture already had some embryonic form of the primordial world. That was his advantage. Next, it was the advantage of the Lady of Earth. Needless to say, the 12 ancestral Magi temples suppressed the earth and evolved the 12 orthodox meridians of the Pangu. They circulated the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and multiplied endlessly. Finally, it was the advantage of the 3 pure ones. Where is it? At Kunlun Mountain. Before the primordial world shattered, the east was the orthodox of the primordial world. P.S. You didn't expect it, right? I stayed up late to write it. He felt guilty and could not sleep. He got up and began to write. Chapter 808. After the collapse of Mount Buzhou, Mount Kunlun became the #1 divine mountain in the primordial world. At the same time, it was also where the ancestral bloodline of the East was located. It was the orthodox of the orthodox. The 3 pure ones controlled Mount Kunlun, which was equivalent to controlling part of the orthodox lineage. Naturally, they had a great advantage. The heavenly Tao's gaze wandered back and forth. Sometimes, it stopped on the divine land of the human race, sometimes it fell on the divine continent of the 3 pure ones, and sometimes it fell on the divine continent of the witch race. Now he was very hesitant. He really didn't know what to choose. It was good that the heavenly Tao was hesitating because the longer he hesitated, the greater the advantage of the human race. The human race's divine land was still rapidly evolving into the primordial world. As time passed, the scales of victory would slowly tilt towards the human race. The three pure ones obviously noticed this problem. They didn't dare to hesitate at all. After realizing that the heavenly Tao couldn't make a decision immediately, they directly used their authority as saints and began to summon the power of the heavenly Tao. The biggest difference between Feng Zichen and the three pure ones was that the three pure ones were saints and members of the heavenly Tao. However, he was not. When the three pure ones released their authority as saints, it was equivalent to saying to the heavenly Tao, "Big brother, look at us. Your lackeys are here." One side was their own and the other side was an outsider. Wasn't it obvious how the heavenly Tao would choose? Gradually, the power of the heavenly Tao began to shift towards the divine land where the three pure ones were. Seeing this, Feng Zichen narrowed his eyes and activated his first backup plan. There was a loud rumble. Above the firmament, all the stars in the sky vibrated. Boundless power of the stars poured down, surging toward the divine land where the human race was. At the same time, Zhouxing's position was also changing and gathering in the sky above the divine land of the human race. In particular, the Ziwei star appeared directly above the divine land of the human race. Wisps of imperial purple qi hung down and enveloped the entire divine land of the human race to show that he favored this place. With the support of Zhouxing, the status of the human race's divine land in the primordial world suddenly rose. The power of heaven and earth that was gradually shifting towards the divine land where the three pure ones were gradually began to flow back towards the human race's divine land. As for the Lady of Earth, she had never planned to fight with the two sides from the beginning. If the 12 ancestral sorcerers were all present, they could directly summon Pangu's true body. Then, there would be no need to fight for the orthodox battle of the primordial world. They would be the ones directly. Unfortunately, there were only 2 of the 12 ancestral sorcerers left. Their strength was greatly reduced and they could not compete with the other party. Goddess Hoodoo was very open-minded. Since she couldn't win, why would she waste her energy to compete? Anyway, he had the netherworld in his hands. Even if he didn't fight for the orthodoxy of heaven and earth, he wouldn't be weaker than any other force. Seeing the power of the heavenly Tao shift, the three pure ones immediately panicked. The 3 of them first took out their respective Tao validation treasures, the dragon-headed scepter, the Qingping sword, and the Tri-Jade Rui scepter. The moment the 3 treasures rose, 3 powerful forces were entangled in the void. They gradually evolved into the aura of the green lotus of creation and spread out between heaven and earth. Sensing the aura of the green lotus of creation, the power of the heavenly Tao paused slightly, and the speed at which it moved towards the divine land of the human race gradually began to slow down. However, the aura of the green lotus of creation was not enough. The speed at which the power of the heavenly Tao was transferred to the divine land of the human race only slowed down but did not stop. Seeing this, the Grand Pure One and the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning looked at each other. Suddenly they took out the Taiji painting and the Pangu banner. The power of the 2 heavenly Tao treasures spread out. The power of the heavenly Tao seemed to have been attracted by a fatal temptation. It directly abandoned the divine land of the human race and ran towards the divine land where the 3 pure ones were. The heavenly Tao treasures were treasures that had once split open the heavens. If that was not considered the orthodox of the primordial world, what else could be considered the orthodox of the primordial world? The 3 pure ones had always been high and mighty. Apart from being the orthodox of the Pangu, it was also because they had the heavenly Tao treasures. Look at the Grandmaster of Heaven. If he followed the normal trajectory of history, he, who did not have the heavenly Tao treasures, would end up being imprisoned. The great Taoist priest seal rise. Although he did not have the heavenly Tao treasures, Feng Zichen had the great Taoist priest seal. It was also a symbol of the orthodoxy of the world. The so-called orthodoxy of the world was nothing more than who had more Pangu seals. Whoever had more would be the orthodox. While activating the great Taoist priest seal, Feng Zichen did not forget to take out the human Tao Emperor's seal. It was a Khanate treasure made from Pangu's finger bone. With the 2 combined, an extremely dense Pangu aura spread out from Feng Zichen's body and spread between heaven and earth. The power of the heavenly Tao paused again. It wandered between heaven and earth, not knowing who to choose. Bell of Chaos rise. In the distance, Dong Huangtai suddenly took out the Bell of Chaos when he saw this scene. He joined forces with the other 2 heavenly Tao treasures to resist Feng Zichen. Monsters and humans were mortal enemies. In Dong Huangtai's opinion, it would be better for the 3 pure ones to become the orthodoxy of the primitive world than for humans to become the orthodoxy of the primitive world. Therefore, after a short hesitation, he chose to help the 3 pure ones. The power of the 3 heaven-splitting treasures combined was not as simple as 1 plus 2. Instead, it began to skyrocket several times over. One could even vaguely see the shadow of a giant axe looming behind the 3 heavenly Tao treasures. It emitted ripples that could split heaven and earth. The heaven-splitting divine axe. In an instant, the scales of victory tilted toward the 3 pure ones again. The power of the heavenly Tao surged toward the divine land where the 3 pure ones were. Suppress. In the boundless starry sky, great Emperor Ziwei seemed to sense something. He suddenly released his own power that was of the same origin as the heavenly Tao and blessed Feng Zichen. At the same time, seeing that Dong Huangtai had helped the 3 pure ones, Nuwa, who had a grudge against the monster clan, also took action. She fully activated the power of the 12 ancestral sorcerer temples and condensed the power of Pangu to bless Feng Zichen. In an instant, the scales of victory became stable again. The power of the heavenly Tao that surged toward the divine land where the 3 pure ones were located slowly retreated. It fell into hesitation again. Damn it, Gaochen, you forced the poor way to do this. In the distance, the 3 pure ones saw that they had used all their means but still failed to seize the power of the heavenly Tao. They couldn't help but grit their teeth and release the mark of Pangu in their bodies. They planned to condense Pangu's primordial spirit and seize the power of the heavenly Tao by force. It seemed that the 3 pure ones were really desperate. When they were fighting against the chaos demon god, they didn't use their last resort, which was to summon Pangu's primordial spirit. Unexpectedly, in order to fight for the orthodoxy of the untainted land, they used their last resort. On the other side, in the divine land where the human clan was located, Feng Zichen naturally noticed the 3 pure ones' actions. He couldn't help but look impatient. "You're so annoying," Feng Zichen shouted impatiently. He made up his mind and directly reached out his hand to grab the Tree of World. He uprooted it and planted it in the center of the divine land of the human clan. There was a loud rumble. The Tree of World fell to the ground. Its endless roots stretched out and directly entwined with the ley lines in the divine land of the human clan. Whoosh! In an instant, the unimaginable power of origin gushed out from the roots of the Tree of World and madly poured into the land where the divine land of the human clan was located. Rumble. Boom. 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 The divine land of the human clan suddenly expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a few breaths, it had more than doubled in size and was still expanding. Before long, the divine land of the human clan had expanded by more than 100 times. Its appearance had completely transformed into that of the untainted land. If someone looked down at the divine land of the human clan at this time, he would find that the divine land of the human clan was almost the same as the untainted land of the primitive age except for its smaller size. It was simply a miniature version of the untainted land. The divine land of the human clan was small compared to the untainted land of the primitive age, not the untainted land of the past. Compared to the untainted land of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the divine land of the human clan was about the same size. When the Tree of World appeared in the divine land of the human clan, the power of the Way of Heaven abandoned the 3 pure ones without hesitation. It directly appeared above the Tree of World and slowly descended. In the eyes of the Way of Heaven, the Tree of World was even more important than the untainted land. Since it had chosen the divine land of the human clan, there was no need to continue the fight for orthodoxy. What else could it be other than the divine land of the human clan? How is this possible? The Tree of World is the Gaochens? How is this possible? At this moment, the 3 pure ones and Dong Huangtai were all dumbfounded. They had never dreamed that the Tree of World would belong to Feng Zichen. They had always thought that the Tree of World was a treasure that belonged to the Way of Heaven, so they had never taken it seriously. However, they had never thought that it would end up like this. If they had known that the Tree of World was Feng Zichen's treasure, they would not have competed with Feng Zichen at all. Since he already had the number 1 treasure in the eyes of the Way of Heaven, there was no need to compete. Who could compete with him? This was such a trap. Ignoring everyone's shock, Feng Zichen just quietly stared at the divine land of the human clan. After receiving the blessing of the Tree of World, there were so many changes that Feng Zichen could not see them clearly. He only knew that the divine land was becoming more and more extraordinary. It seemed to be no weaker than the ancient untainted land or even stronger. In terms of the density of the origin, it was comparable to the Archean era. In other words, the divine land already had the conditions to nurture innate gods and demons. Every inch of land and river was a treasure that was born from the innate essence and was filled with pure innate Taoist rhymes. Rumble. The will of heaven fell, and the benefits of being the orthodox untainted land also came. 30% of the origin of the 9 chaos demon gods that the way of heaven controlled fell from the sky and merged with the divine land of the human clan. As for the other 4 continents, 10% of the origin of the chaos demon gods fell from the sky. As for the remaining 30%, 10% merged with the heavenly realm, and 10% merged with the nether realm. The way of heaven kept the remaining 10% as a backup. Rumble. With the blessing of the origin of the chaos demon gods, the 5 divine lands began to grow rapidly and gave birth to all kinds of mysteries. At the same time, their positions gradually changed. The divine land that belonged to the human clan stood at the center of the world and did not move at all. The divine land that belonged to the 3 pure ones, second only to the human clan's divine land, went to the east. Next was the divine land that belonged to the sorcerer clan. It was ranked 3rd and was placed in the south by the way of heaven. Next was the divine land that was ranked 4th. It was controlled by the demon clan and placed in the north by the way of heaven. Finally, the divine land that was ranked last in the west was still in the west. The moment the positions of the 5 great divine lands were completely determined, 5 pillars of light that connected the heavens and the earth suddenly rose from the heavenly Tao. The pillars of light hovered in the air for a long time before slowly condensing into 5 huge divine steels that landed at the borders of the 5 divine lands. The divine steels were very large, each of them hundreds of millions of feet tall. Different innate divine runes were engraved on them, and they were the names that the way of heaven had set for the 5 divine lands. They were the central divine land of the human clan, the Dongxing divine land of the 3 pure ones, the Nanzhan divine land of the sorcerer clan, the north continent of the demon clan, and the Aparagodania divine land of the west. Although the 5 divine lands were of different sizes, they were all vast and boundless. If they were added together, their area would not be much smaller than the eldritch world of the ancient age of liches and demons. Among the 5 divine lands, the central divine land that had the world tree was the largest. It was almost as large as the other 4 divine lands combined. In addition to the 5 divine lands, there were countless islands of various sizes floating on the vast sea. They were all formed by the fragments of the eldritch world. Influenced by the aura of the 5 divine lands, these fragments became extraordinary and gave birth to innate chi. Yes, after the eldritch world was shattered, the 4 seas expanded countless times. Outside the 4 divine lands, it was almost all the sea that extended to the end of the world. In the next period of time, the strength of the Water Clan would probably enter a period of explosive growth. However, now that the eldritch world had undergone a great change, there was a trend of returning to the ancient age. Which force would not enter a period of explosive growth? Although the primary and secondary positions of the 5 divine lands had been determined, it did not mean that their changes had stopped. After suddenly obtaining so many origins, the 5 divine lands would have to evolve for a period of time before returning to peace. However, with the heavenly Tao presiding over this evolution, there was no need for Feng Zichen and the others to worry about it. Right now they had more important things to do. That was to reopen the postnatal Tao and establish the postnatal system. Now, although the world had returned to the prenatal era, the world was filled with prenatal chi, and the prenatal Tao had all descended. However, the living beings of this world had long degenerated into postnatal living beings. It was easy for postnatal living beings to degenerate into postnatal living beings, but it was difficult for postnatal living beings to transform into prenatal living beings. It was not something that could be done by absorbing prenatal chi and living in a prenatal environment. It required many hardships. For specific details, please refer to the young Feng Zichen. As a postnatal living being, it was almost impossible for him to survive in the prenatal era. Even the most basic thing, absorbing prenatal chi for cultivation, was difficult. In the prenatal era, there was no way for postnatal living beings to survive. P.S. I'm dying of heat. I've been in a daze all day. I must buy an air conditioner in the next 2 days. I must tighten my belt and save money to buy one. F***ck this damn weather is getting hotter every year. It's gradually not suitable for human survival. Are there any big shots who have left Earth? Bring me along. Chapter 809. In an era dominated by postnatal living beings, they could not allow only the Khanate Tao to exist in the world. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this time, what Feng Zichen and the others had to do was to open up the Khanate Tao and give the postnatal living beings a way to survive. They had to let the Khanate Tao and the Khanate Tao coexist in the new untainted land. At that time, those who were talented could cultivate the Khanate Tao. Those who were not talented did not have to despair. They could cultivate the simpler Khanate Tao. In short, they could not let the postnatal living beings lose the hope of cultivation. Otherwise, the resentment of all living beings would rise and entangle Feng Zichen and the others. Then they would be greeted by the angry human Tao. Improving the environment of the world was a good thing. However, if it destroyed the hope of most living beings to cultivate and live forever, it would be a bad thing. With an idea in mind, Feng Zichen immediately took action. The rule fragments formed by the shattering of the Khanate Tao flew out of his hand one by one and collided with the Khanate Myriad Tao. Almost every Khanate Tao fragment had a fragment of Zichen's sword hidden in it. Rumble. The post-celestial Tao collided with the Xiantian Tao, causing a shocking shockwave to be emitted. The newly restored void was once again shattered. Originally, the power of the Khanate Tao was no match for the Khanate Tao. No matter how they collided, they could not shake the Khanate Myriad Tao. However, among the Khanate Tao fragments, there were fragments of Zichen's sword and Feng Zichen's enormous Dharma power. The Khanate Tao could not break the Khanate Myriad Tao, but Zichen's sword and Feng Zichen's Dharma power could. The two worked together to support the Khanate Tao. When the fragments collided, the Khanate Myriad Tao shook violently. Specks of light scattered and evolved into complete rule fragments, which were swallowed and absorbed by the Khanate Tao. The falling specks of light were the origin of the Khanate Myriad Tao. After falling from their bodies, they evolved into the Khanate Tao's origin and were swallowed by the Khanate Myriad Tao to become its growth resources. However, these origins were far from enough. If he wanted to create a larger and more complete Hotian system, he would need more innate origins. However, if that was the case, he would have to take the initiative to attack the innate Myriad Tao. Feng Zichen thought for a while, but in the end he did not make up his mind to do so. He could not bear the consequences of offending the innate Myriad Taos. If the human race wanted to grow stronger, they still needed the help of the innate Myriad Taos. However, although Feng Zichen did not want to make a move, someone would do it for him. After all, the appearance of the postnatal Tao was the wish, desire, and need of all living beings, and it was the inevitable result of the evolution of the heavens and the earth. This was the general trend and no one could stop it. Even if the innate 10,000 Taos did not want to lose their source to become the postnatal 10,000 Taos, there would be people who would force them to agree. For example, the heavenly Tao and the human Tao. Rumble. The heaven and earth rumbled and a powerful force descended upon the innate Taos, forcing them to part of their origin. At the same time, a supreme power of 10,000 spirits emerged and acted on the innate Taos, forcing them to part of their origin. With the combination of the heavenly and human Taos, even if the innate 10,000 Taos were unwilling, they could not resist at all. The fragments of the postnatal Tao crashed over, and in a few moments, many cracks appeared on the body of the innate 10,000 Taos. Rumble. Large amounts of origin spewed out from the cracks of the innate 10,000 Taos, turning into a resplendent rain that sprinkled down, causing the fragments of the postnatal 10,000 Taos to become stronger and more complete. Gradually there were signs of them fusing together again. And the moment cracks appeared on the body of the innate 10,000 Taos, Feng Zichen seized the opportunity and moved. He secretly formed a seal to awaken the fragments of Zichen's sword that were hidden in the postnatal 10,000 Taos, so that they could use the impact of the postnatal 10,000 Taos to crash into the innate 10,000 Taos, and then enter the body of the innate 10,000 Taos through those cracks. With the power of the heavenly Tao and the power of the human Tao, and Feng Zichen's actions were very secretive, no one noticed his little movements. Not long after, the fragments of Zichen's sword were all injected into the innate 10,000 Taos. The heavenly Tao and the human Tao were quite ruthless. In just a moment, the aura of the innate 10,000 Taos was greatly weakened. Perhaps they felt that they had gone too far, the power of the heavenly Tao and the human Tao began to fade. And with the withdrawal of the heavenly Tao and the disappearance of the fragments of Zichen's sword, the postnatal 10,000 Taos also lost the power to fight against the innate 10,000 Taos. When they collided with the innate 10,000 Taos, not only were they unable to move a single inch, they were also knocked flying by the powerful recoil. However, although the fragments of the postnatal 10,000 Taos could not shake the innate 10,000 Taos, the origin of the innate 10,000 Taos that they had just devoured had made them more than 100 or 1,000 times stronger. Sensing the powerful aura emanating from the fragments of the postnatal 10,000 Taos, Feng Zichen felt that it was almost enough. The postnatal system derived from this was definitely more powerful and perfect than the one derived from the three pure ones. With a thought, the scene of Pangu splitting heaven and earth appeared in Feng Zichen's sea of consciousness, and a huge heaven-splitting Tao intent emerged from his body. Then Feng Zichen reached out and grabbed 3 superior-grade innate spiritual treasures from the Central God Province. When they saw the appearance of the 3 treasures, the eyelids of the Grand Pure One, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning, and the Donghuang Tai twitched. That was because the appearance of the 3 Dharma treasures was exactly the same as the Taiji painting, Panga's banner, and the Chaos Bell. If it weren't for the huge difference in level, the 3 of them would really think that their treasures had been stolen by Feng Zichen. That's right, the 3 treasures in Feng Zichen's hands were the imitation supreme-grade innate spiritual treasure Panga's axe when he opened up the small primordial world. Its ability and function were almost no different from the 3 heaven-splitting treasures. It was just that its power was countless times weaker, and it was an infinitely weakened version of the 3 heaven-splitting treasures. Logically speaking, when the small primordial world was broken, these innate spiritual treasures should also be broken. Then, the fragments should be thrown into the new Central God Province and be reborn by the origin of the Central God Province, so that they could transform into stronger innate spiritual treasures. However, thinking about the matter of opening up the postnatal system, Feng Zichen deliberately kept these 3 treasures. Since he wanted to open up the postnatal myriad Dao, he naturally had to do it perfectly. It was best to use this imitation that had been recognized by Pangu's axe. Combine. Feng Zichen's heart stirred, and the heaven-splitting Dao intent emitted from his body began to gather in his hands, gradually merging with the 3 treasures. Buzz buzz buzz. After absorbing the heaven-splitting Dao intent, the 3 treasures suddenly began to tremble and burst out with an incomparably dazzling light. At a certain moment, the divine light began to shrink from 3 to 1. It became more and more dazzling but also more and more restrained. When it was extremely dazzling and restrained, the divine light suddenly disappeared. At this moment, the 3 treasures had completely disappeared, replaced by a giant axe that exuded a chaotic and boundless aura. The supreme-grade innate spiritual treasure Pangu's axe, fake. Open. Grabbing Pangu's axe, Feng Zichen swung it down forcefully. The axe's blade chopped down on the fragments of the postnatal Great Dao, causing them to shatter further and turn into the most basic runes. Then, Feng Zichen swung the axe down again, enveloping the postnatal myriad Dao runes, breaking open the infinite space and embedding them in the deepest part of heaven and earth. Then Feng Zichen swung the axe down again and again. The huge force acted on the postnatal runes, causing them to evolve and gradually intertwine into chains of laws, divine chains of order, spreading to every corner of heaven and earth. Every time Feng Zichen swung the axe down, the evolution of the postnatal runes sped up a little. After he swung the axe 49 times in a row, the new postnatal system could be considered to have been completely evolved. But even with Feng Zichen's strength, after swinging the axe 36 times in a row, he gradually became exhausted and could no longer swing the axe in his hand. In the distance, the eyes of the 3 pure ones who had been watching Feng Zichen lit up when they saw this scene. They felt that their opportunity had come. The 3 of them suddenly rushed forward and rushed to Feng Zichen's side, shouting at him, "Taoist Gaochen, don't worry. Let the Poor Way brothers help you." As they spoke, the 3 of them each took out their innate spiritual treasures, which evolved into Panga's heaven-splitting axe light, and swung it at the postnatal runes. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. In an instant, 3 dazzling heaven-splitting axe lights slashed down one after another, causing the evolution of the postnatal runes to speed up abruptly. After the 3 pure ones made their move, the rest of the saints and primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian also sensed something. They all stepped forward and came to Feng Zichen's side, each striking out a heaven-splitting light. First, it was Goddess Hutu and Yuhua, followed by Donghuang Tai and the 2 saints of the west. After that, Great Emperor Ziwei struck out an axe light from the boundless starry sky. The 7 saints and the 2 primordial chaos experts struck out a total of 9 axe lights. In addition to the 36 axe lights that Feng Zichen had previously struck out, there were a total of 45 axe lights. He was still 4 away from the 49 axe lights needed to open up the postnatal system. Boom. In the human emperor's palace in the ancestral land of the human race, Fushi sensed something. He combined the power of the human race's divine city and temporarily raised his strength to the primordial chaos level. He struck out an axe light at the postnatal runes. At the same time, in the netherworld, the ghost emperor of Fengdu also struck out an axe light with the power of the netherworld. In the boundless starry sky, on the South Pole star, the longevity emperor suddenly merged with the power of the heavenly tribulation. His strength increased infinitely and entered the primordial chaos realm. He also struck out an axe light. It was also this strike that made everyone realize that the longevity emperor of the South Pole, who usually didn't show his strength, was about to break through to the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. Merging with the power of the heavenly tribulation was a sign that he was about to break through to the primordial chaos realm. Otherwise, if he rashly merged with the power of the heavenly tribulation, it would be difficult for him to escape the fate of being assimilated by the power of the heavenly tribulation. That's right. After countless years, Feng Zichen's incarnation that was born in the Thunder Lake was finally about to break through to the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. His future path was clear. The obstacles on his path had also been cleared. He was just waiting for the eldritch world to stabilize so that he could borrow the power of the heavenly tribulation to break through to the primordial chaos realm in one fell swoop. With Fuxi, the ghost emperor of Fengdu, and the longevity emperor taking action, the opening of the postnatal system was only one axe away. The three pure ones rolled their eyes and were about to join forces to strike again. However, at this moment, Feng Zichen suddenly used the power of the Tree of World to enhance his strength, causing his strength to instantly skyrocket to the ninth heaven of primordial chaos. Then, with lightning speed, he fiercely struck down with the axe and completely opened up the postnatal system. In fact, he could also strike out with the 50th strike. After all, the number of Dian was 50. 50 was the perfect number. However, the heavenly Tao wasn't perfect, but he made the postnatal system perfect. Who would be disgusted by this? Under the jealousy of the heavenly Tao, this perfect version of the postnatal system that had just been born would be destroyed by the jealous heavenly Tao. Therefore 49 Taos was the best choice. One more would destroy it and one less would make it less beautiful. Rumble. After the postnatal system was completed, the postnatal runes transformed into endless rules and orders in an instant. They spread between heaven and earth and quickly spread to every corner of the untainted land. This new postnatal myriad Tao was exactly the same as the Khanate myriad Tao. The only difference was that one emitted postnatal aura, while the other emitted Khanate aura. After the postnatal myriad Tao was completed, the Khanate myriad Tao didn't disappear and returned to the origin of heaven and earth. Instead, it stayed and stuck closely to the postnatal myriad Tao, coexisting with it in the world. In this way, the postnatal myriad Tao was outside while the Khanate myriad Tao was inside. In the future, when all living beings cultivated, the first thing they sensed was the postnatal Tao. Only those with extraordinary aptitude or excellent temperament could see through the cover of the postnatal Tao and see the true appearance of the Khanate Tao inside. It was a very good setting that took care of almost every living being. In the future, the untainted land would enter the era of the Khanate and postnatal myriad Tao. It was believed that the untainted land would become very exciting at this time. Crack, crack. After the creation of the postnatal myriad Tao, Feng Zichen's heaven-splitting axe, Pseudo, finally completed its mission. It shattered and turned back into 3 upper-grade Khanate spiritual treasures. They fell into the new Central God Province and disappeared completely. This wasn't a bad thing for them. After the creation of the postnatal myriad Tao and being nurtured by the origin of the Central God Province, their origins would be strengthened and they would be upgraded from upper-grade Khanate spiritual treasures to supreme-grade Khanate spiritual treasures. If he was lucky, Feng Zichen might be able to obtain another Khanate treasure. Looking away from the Central God Province, Feng Zichen no longer paid attention to the 3 treasures. Instead, he focused on the new postnatal myriad Tao. As expected, the postnatal myriad Tao created by the joint efforts of everyone was obviously different from the one created by the 3 pure ones. It was more powerful. The postnatal myriad Tao was filled with the chi of heaven and earth and everyone's chi. These chi intertwined with each other, causing the power of the postnatal myriad Tao to transform. P.S. When I was writing this chapter, thunder rumbled. I was really afraid that a bolt of lightning would strike and send me to meet the 3 pure ones Taoist priest. Amazing, terrifying. Please use the monthly ticket to comfort my wounded heart. Chapter 8:10. Feng Zichen gave it a try and found that if he wanted to break the acquired universal Tao, he had to at least have the power of a great medium. If there were Daluo Taoist priests recklessly colliding with the acquired universal Tao, the remaining power of the crowd would erupt and blast the Taoist priest who dared to attack the acquired universal Tao into smithereens. Very good. Feeling the power of the acquired system, Feng Zichen couldn't help but nod with satisfaction. Although the acquired system was opened by the joint efforts of the crowd, Feng Zichen had contributed the most, so it began to take him as the master. After all, he was the one who chopped down the first axe, the last axe, and more than 30 axes were also chopped down by him. More than half of the 49 axes needed to open up the acquired system were chopped down by Feng Zichen. If he wasn't in charge of the new acquired system, who would be in charge of it? Rumble. The acquired universal Tao spread out and enveloped every corner of the untainted land. The land also changed accordingly. Part of the congenital Qi was infected by the acquired universal Tao and suddenly began to transform. It transformed from congenital Qi to acquired Qi, which reverberated between heaven and earth. The acquired living beings couldn't absorb congenital Qi. Therefore, after the acquired universal Tao spread out, the first thing was to transform the corresponding acquired spiritual Qi for the cultivation of the acquired living beings. The appearance of the acquired universal Tao undoubtedly promoted the further perfection of heaven and earth. The way of heaven evolved the 5 continents at a faster speed. The 5 continents, which had been stagnant, suddenly began to expand rapidly again. In a few days they had expanded to twice their original size. At the same time, the heaven realm also underwent a huge change. The origin of the primal chaos demon Celestial, who was suppressed in the Mi Luo Heavenly Emperor Pagoda, was constantly being refined, causing the space of the heaven realm to become even more vast and boundless. It seemed like it was about to catch up with the 9 ancient heavens. At the same time, the boundless Heavenly Emperor Pagoda was also transforming. It was constantly absorbing the origin of the chaos demon god, causing it to become more and more solid. Endless Tao and truth intertwined on its body, emitting the aura of a supreme treasure. At this rate, it wouldn't take long or even tens of thousands of years, the 33-layered Heavenly Emperor Pagoda, which was nurtured by the origin of the heaven realm, would truly be born and suppress the fate of the heaven realm. However, the Heavenly Emperor Pagoda was the Celestial Emperor's weapon and one of the symbols of his identity. How could the way of heaven allow the birth of the real Celestial Emperor? Not to mention the real Celestial Emperor, his weapon was not allowed to appear. Therefore, the Heavenly Emperor Pagoda was Celestial Emperor, Celestial Emperor, Celestial Emperor, Emperor, Emperor was to God, Emperor, God. Therefore, as long as the Heavenly Tao didn't have the Emperor, God, Emperor, God, 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 Emperor, Celestial, Heavenly God. Therefore, when the Heavenly Emperor's supreme treasure, the 33-layered encompassing Heavenly Emperor Pagoda, showed signs of being truly born, the Heavenly Tao took action. Heavens to heaven, God, God to heaven, heaven, heavens, the heaven, heaven, heavens, heaven, heaven. There were 36 heavens. Therefore, the heaven realm was incomplete and should be filled up. The 36 heavens were indeed better than the 33 heavens. However, the way of heaven didn't give this order earlier or later. Instead, it gave this order when the Heavenly Emperor Pagoda was about to be born. Its purpose was obvious. Feng Zichen turned his head to look at the heaven realm. Sure enough, he saw Hao Yin's completely dark face. After being stabbed by the way of heaven, this old man's mood wasn't very good. With anger in his heart, Hao Yin directly sat on the dragon throne. His aura, which was comparable to primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian, suddenly erupted and swept through the entire primordial world. Hao Yin just wanted to sit here and watch. Without his cooperation, how would the way of heaven make up for the missing 3 heavens? The 36 heavens and the 33 heavens seemed to only have a gap of 3 heavens, but to make up for it was far from as simple as imagined. It wasn't something that could be done by just finding a few upper-class worlds. The 33 heavens of the heaven realm weren't as simple as the upper-class worlds. Each level of the heavens was hundreds or thousands of times larger than the top-class upper-class worlds. Moreover, in addition to being big enough, the world had to be a world formed by the innate clear Qi. Otherwise, it couldn't merge with other heavens and become a part of the heaven realm. One had to know that the heaven realm was formed by the 9 heavens clear Qi. It was the most noble. Not to mention the acquired Qi, even ordinary innate Qi couldn't get close to it. If the origin was different, it would be a dream to merge with the heaven realm. In the current primitive heaven realm, it was more difficult to find a top-class world formed by the 9 heavens clear Qi than to create a world. Hao Yin didn't think that the way of heaven could find 3 top-class worlds that met the conditions of the heaven realm. However, Hao Yin forgot that there were no top-class worlds formed by the 9 heavens clear Qi in the primitive world. However, there were 3 worlds that could become the heaven realm. They were the 3 pure heaven created by the 3 pure ones. They were the Taiching Saints Dachi heaven, the Heavenly Lord Yuanshir's Qingwei heaven, and the Tong Tian sect leaders Yu heaven. The 3 realms were the top-class worlds. They were created by the sages and were not much worse than the heaven realm. In addition, although the 3 realms were not formed by the 9 heavens clear Qi, they were created by the 3 pure ones. Who were the 3 pure ones? At the beginning of the world, the first wisp of 9 heavens clear chi was formed by Panga's primordial spirit. They were the real ancestors of the 9 heavens clear chi. The heaven realm was their junior. The world created by the 3 saints was tainted with their aura. Although it wasn't a world formed by the 9 heavens clear chi, it was similar. With the aura of the 3 pure ones, the origin of the heaven realm wouldn't reject the integration of the 3 heavens. As for whether the 3 pure ones would agree to the request of the way of heaven to integrate the world they created into the origin of the heaven realm, of course they would. They still remembered the grudge of the apotheosis tribulation. If it weren't for the meddlesome people in the celestial court, the apotheosis tribulation wouldn't have developed into the current situation and caused them to suffer heavy losses. With anger in their hearts, the 3 pure ones were naturally happy to bring bad luck to the celestial court and prevent them from giving birth to a primordial treasure. It was just moving the world they created from the chaos outside the heavens to the heaven realm. How difficult was that? Not long after Tianji appeared, the 3 pure ones took action. They each used their supreme magic power to move the worlds they created from the chaos outside the heavens and place them in the heaven realm. Rumble. In the roar of the heavens and the earth, the 3 top-class worlds shattered the endless void and descended from the chaos outside the heavens. With the support of the way of heaven, they turned into 3 heavenly domains filled with clear chi. They covered the top of the heaven realm and turned the 33 heavenly domains into 36 heavenly domains. In the end, the way of heaven took care of Hao Yin's face and didn't let the 3 pure ones land on his head. Instead, it was under his feet. After the 3 pure ones came to the heaven realm, Yu heaven turned into the 33rd heavenly domain, Qingwei heaven turned into the 34th heavenly domain, and Dachi heaven turned into the 35th heavenly domain. As for Hao Yin's Mi Luo heaven, it automatically rose by 3 heavenly domains from the original 33 heavenly domains to the current 36 heavenly domains. It was still the highest heavenly domain. This was probably the last bit of dignity the way of heaven gave him. Hao Yin's expression turned ugly when he saw the 3 pure ones take action. After the 3 pure ones merged with the heaven realm, the Mi Luo heavenly emperor pagoda that was about to be born was affected. In a short instant, it rose by 3 more levels. With 3 more levels, the Mi Luo heavenly emperor pagoda's power was undoubtedly stronger. However, its birth time was also extended indefinitely. After 3 more levels, the Mi Luo heavenly emperor pagoda's body, which was originally incomparably solid, suddenly became somewhat illusory. The heavenly Tao patterns that permeated its body also disappeared quite a bit. This is really interesting. It would be strange if Hao Yin doesn't hate the 3 pure ones to death now. Seeing this scene from afar, Feng Zichen silently ridiculed in his heart. The Khanate cardinal treasure was about to be in his hands, but it was destroyed by the 3 pure ones. No matter how much Hao Yin could endure the hatred of destroying such an opportunity, it would be difficult for him to swallow this anger. He had to get back at them. The commotion in the heaven realm was like the waves in the sea. It didn't cause much of a commotion in the wilderness. Under the control of the way of heaven, the 5 great continents continued to evolve. However, when the area expanded to a certain extent, which was 3 times the initial area, the speed of expansion of the 5 great continents stopped. They no longer continued to expand outwards, but instead evolved internally. In Feng Zichen's perception, streams of origin energy surged down from the way of heaven's body and merged into every corner and every inch of the land in the 5 great divine continents. Gradually, as the origin energy merged, the earth vein grew larger and more mystical, giving birth to endless creation. The earth was nourished and became extraordinary. It first transformed into spiritual land, then into a Khanate spiritual land. Apart from the 5 continents, the countless islands of various sizes floating on the sea might not have gained as many benefits as the 5 continents, but they had also gained some benefits, and thus became extraordinary. Feng Zichen even found that with the circulation of the creation chi, not only were Khanate spiritual treasures reborn in the 5 great continents, but also the aura of Khanate god fiends appeared. Obviously, the origin of heaven and earth had become rich again, and the wilderness had the capital to nurture Khanate god fiends. In addition, there were some special life forms that had never been seen before in heaven and earth. These were new Khanate life forms that were born when the way of heaven operated and the Tao tracks resonated with heaven and earth, and then merged with the Khanate chi. Every time the way of heaven changed, new Khanate life forms would be born under the operation of the rules to fill the diversity of the living beings in the wilderness. This was the inevitable result of the evolution of heaven and earth. It was impossible for there to be many races in the beginning and still be the same race after countless years. The evolution of heaven and earth and the replacement of living beings were the principles of heaven and earth. However, when the way of heaven changed in the past, it did not coincide with the overall promotion of heaven and earth, so there were not many Khanate lifeforms born. It was far from like now, when the origin of heaven and earth was abnormally rich, and there were more than 1,000,000 Khanate lifeforms born. It was not an exaggeration to say that there were hundreds of races. Those who did not know would think that this was a repeat of the primordial age, when the laws of heaven and earth changed and countless Khanate lifeforms were born. By the time these Khanate lifeforms were born, there would be at least 100 more races in the wilderness. By then, the wilderness would be lively, and there would be a lot of trouble caused by the new and old forces. Putting aside the unstable factors, the whole untainted land was developing in a good direction. It was getting stronger and stronger, and this was a change that could be seen with the naked eye. Rumble. At a certain moment, the evolving central divine land suddenly shook violently, and endless Khanate Tao light rose, illuminating a large area of the void. Then, hundreds of millions of mysterious runes appeared and lined up. They covered the entire central divine province and covered everything. The 9 states cauldrons. Are the 9 cauldrons about to advance? Feng Zichen sensed something and hurriedly looked in the direction of the 9 cauldrons. As expected, when his gaze landed there, he saw the 9 cauldrons rising from the ground and floating in the air. The dazzling Khanate Tao light had risen from them, and the billions of mysterious runes had also come from them. All of this was because they were advancing, transforming from superior to supreme-grade Khanate spirit treasures. The advancement of the 9 cauldrons as a whole also meant that if they were united, they would become Khanate peerless treasures. This transformation was not the transformation of superior to supreme-grade Khanate spirit treasures, but the transformation of supreme-grade Khanate spirit treasures to Khanate peerless treasures. Feng Zichen sensed that the auras of the 9 great masters sealed in the 9 cauldrons had completely disappeared. Clearly, they had been refined by the cauldrons and turned into the foundation for their advancement. That was not all. The chaos demon god suppressed by the imperial court of human Tao, the divine city of the human race, and the chaos demon god's origin bestowed by the heavenly Tao had all flowed into the 9 cauldrons. That was why the 9 cauldrons could refine the 9 great masters they'd suppressed so quickly, completing the final transformation and becoming Khanate peerless treasures. Rumble. As the 9 cauldrons rumbled, boundless power poured out and formed a huge barrier in the sky above the central divine region. This was the boundary of the 9 province. With the transformation of the human domain into the central divine land, it had grown many times larger. When the boundary of the 9 province opened, it could no longer envelop the entire human race. Fortunately, the 9 cauldrons had already begun their advancement. Their power grew rapidly, and the boundary of the 9 province expanded rapidly as well. Soon, it covered most of the central divine land. Rumble, 9 earth-shaking booms rang out one after another, shaking the entire wilderness. The 9 cauldrons had finished their advancement and were rapidly withdrawing their power. Soon, the 9 cauldrons looked no different from ordinary treasures. They hovered quietly in the air. However, the boundary of the 9 province expanded abruptly, enveloping the entire central divine land in an instant. Khanate peerless treasures. The central divine land was so large that only legendary Khanate peerless treasures could completely envelop it. Chapter 8:11. The 9 State Cauldrons. They had been upgraded to Khanate cardinal treasures. However, that was the state of the 9 cauldrons as one. Right now, the 9 cauldrons were not as one. Therefore, the 9 cauldrons looked like 9 top-tier Khanate spiritual treasures. Rumble. The boundary of the 9 states expanded rapidly until it covered the entire central divine prefecture. Only then did it stop. However, although the movement had stopped, the changes did not stop. Although the central divine province had stopped growing, it was still growing. In the future, as the origin of the chaos demon god was refined, the central divine province would continue to expand. The 9 state cauldrons had completely merged with the origin of the central divine province. As the central divine province expanded, their power gradually increased. As the central divine province continued to expand, the 9 cauldrons would also be upgraded. It was not impossible for them to be upgraded from inferior grade Khanate cardinal treasures to middle grade or superior grade. After the 9 cauldrons were upgraded, the boundary of the 9 states would also expand and cover the entire central divine province. The two were already in a mutually dependent relationship. Seeing that the humans had gained another Khanate cardinal treasure, everyone's expression turned ugly. One more Khanate cardinal treasure was equivalent to one more primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian. The humans were undoubtedly stronger and more difficult to deal with. It would be strange if they were happy. However, from the upgrade of the 9 cauldrons, everyone saw a way to create a Khanate cardinal treasure. Wasn't the Chaos Demon God the best material to create a Khanate cardinal treasure? Without using the origin, one could create a Khanate cardinal treasure just by using the Chaos Demon God's body or even all of its bones. Thinking of this, the two saints of the West's eyes suddenly lit up. They seemed to have found a way to make up for the West's shortcomings. That was to create a Khanate cardinal treasure. If the West had a Khanate cardinal treasure, their foundation would undoubtedly be much stronger. Moreover, with one more Khanate cardinal treasure to suppress fate, the West would definitely give birth to more talented creatures. The West had too many shortcomings compared to the East. Khanate cardinal treasures were the most important. The East had at least 7 Khanate cardinal treasures, but the West did not have one. If the West had a Khanate cardinal treasure, it would be a breakthrough for the two saints of the West, even though it was still incomparable to the East. It would be the beginning of them catching up with the East. If there was a first, there would be a second. In the future, the West would definitely surpass the East. Harboring a strong sense of longing, the two saints of the West had already begun to ponder how to create the first Khanate supreme treasure of the West. Rumble. The birth of a Khanate cardinal treasure naturally alarmed the heavenly Tao. Amidst the boundless purple chi, the heavenly Tao quietly descended and looked down at the 9 cauldrons. Although the heavenly Tao had appeared, it had no intention of attacking the 9 cauldrons. Normally, when the 9 cauldrons were promoted to Khanate cardinal treasures, the heavenly Tao would definitely send down heavenly punishment as a test for the 9 cauldrons' promotion. However, at this moment the wilderness had been upgraded, and the aura of new life was everywhere. The 9 cauldrons had been upgraded to innate cardinal treasures at this moment, which could be said to be an excellent sign. It was a sign that the origin of the wilderness would be strengthened further. Therefore, when the 9 cauldrons were promoted, not only would the heavenly Tao not punish them, it would even reward them. Streaks of rainbow-colored light reverberated between heaven and earth, reinforcing the 9 cauldrons, making them look extremely noble. At the same time, the huge shadow of the 9 cauldrons suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. It was unbelievably huge, almost occupying half of the wilderness. Fortunately, all living beings had yet to return to their positions. Otherwise, all living beings would be able to clearly see the shadow of the 9 cauldrons as long as they raised their heads. This was the special honor that the heavenly Tao had given to the 9 cauldrons, allowing them to manifest their divinity in the wilderness. Of course, the purpose of doing this was not to show off. Instead, it was to tighten the destiny of heaven and earth. The 9 cauldrons had been promoted to Khanate cardinal treasures at this moment, coinciding with the destiny of the wilderness promotion. Therefore, they could receive a trace of the promotion destiny of heaven and earth. The heavenly Tao had given the 9 cauldrons such a special honor to help them better receive the promotion destiny. In the distance, everyone was envious when they saw the 9 cauldrons receiving the destiny of heaven and earth. Khanate cardinal treasures were already extraordinary. Now that they had received a trace of promotion destiny, their power would at least increase by 30%. After the 9 cauldrons had been promoted, the changes in the wilderness had gradually stabilized. It would not be long before the changes in the wilderness turned from light to dark. At that time, it would be the time for all living beings to return to the wilderness. Well, since the wilderness had evolved until now, except for the primordial chaos experts present, the thousands of great mediums, and the Daluo Taoist priests who were silently guarding at the side, there was no other living beings living in it. That was right. The evolution of heaven and earth was an opportunity for the experts. But for mortals, it was a complete disaster. They could not leave mortals in the current wilderness. Otherwise, under the operation of the successive heavens chi, countless living beings would be crushed and turned into the initial primordial chi. With the heavenly Tao presiding over the evolution of heaven and earth, no one would take the initiative to intervene. They just watched quietly from the side, waiting for the evolution of heaven and earth to end. At the same time, they were also observing the evolution of heaven and earth, silently comprehending, trying to understand the principles of the operation of the heavenly Tao. Just like that, the minutes and seconds passed. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed. The evolution of the primordial world gradually reached perfection. The surging power of earth, fire, water, and wind completely calmed down and turned into the purest Khanate chi that merged with heaven and earth. The successive heaven's essence energy also stopped transforming. It gradually became gentle and suitable for people to absorb. The rules of heaven and earth also became very perfect. It was like a huge net that covered the entire primordial world. At this point, the intense evolution of heaven and earth had ended. Next, it would enter a slow period. It would absorb the origin of the chaos fiend celestial bit by bit and strengthen bit by bit. Sensing that the changes in heaven and earth had already calmed down and become suitable for living beings in heaven and earth, the Grand Pure One opened his mouth and was about to ask everyone to release the living beings that had been taken away and let them return to the primordial world. However, at that moment, a change occurred in the boundless sky. Resplendent starlight erupted and interrupted the Grand Pure One's actions. Sensing that something was amiss in the boundless starry sky, everyone hurriedly looked up and saw stars in the primordial world. The resplendent Zhoshing appeared and hung in the sky. At that moment, the starry sky appeared and illuminated the entire primordial world. The gentle starlight sprinkled down as if it had covered the world with a layer of silver gauze. What's going on? Why did the boundless starry sky suddenly change? What is that guy Ziwei doing again? The change in the boundless starry sky was without a doubt related to Great Emperor Ziwei. Apart from him, no one else had the ability to cause trouble in the boundless starry sky. With doubts in their hearts, everyone released their divine consciousness one after another and looked in the direction of the boundless starry sky. They wanted to see what Great Emperor Ziwei was doing. However, before their divine consciousness could reach the boundless starry sky, they saw the Zhoshing in the sky suddenly shining brightly and releasing unprecedented starlight. Rumble. For a moment, starlight fell like rain, covering the sky and covering the earth as it fell towards the primordial world. Just as everyone's divine consciousness approached the boundless starry sky, before they could react, it collided with the starlight that poured down. Then, everyone's divine consciousness that could easily kill Daluo Taoist priests was actually melted by the resplendent starlight. Above the primordial world, the expressions of the three pure ones and other primordial chaos experts changed the moment they came into contact with the starlight. This was because, in their perception, the power contained in the starlight was far beyond their imagination. It had surpassed the level of primordial chaos and reached the level of Wuji Daluo Jingxian. That's right, it was Wuji Daluo Jingxian. At this moment, during the rebirth of the primordial world, Feng Zichen finally opened the huge seal of the boundless starry sky, allowing the radiance of the Zhoshing to fall on the primordial world again. Previously, Feng Zichen had sealed the boundless starry sky with the excuse that it was too broken and needed to be repaired. He had even intercepted 99% of the star power and only allowed 1% of the star power to flow into the primordial world. By doing so, the demon clan had formed a monstrous karma with all living beings in the primordial world. If it weren't for the demon gods sacrificing themselves to save the world, the monstrous karma would have made the demon clan unable to make a comeback. However, Feng Zichen was different. He intercepted the meteor power in the name of repairing the boundless starry sky. Even if he intercepted 99% of the meteor power, he would have no problem intercepting 99% of the meteor power. Of course, the premise of all this was that Feng Zichen really repaired the boundless starry sky. As long as he repaired the boundless starry sky, it would be a trivial matter for him to intercept the meteor power. The way of heaven wouldn't care about it at all. However, if Feng Zichen failed to repair the boundless starry sky, it would be a big deal for him to intercept the meteor power. Even if his identity was said to be the noblest in the primordial world, the monstrous karma would knock him down from the throne of Great Emperor Ziwei. Fortunately, the boundless starry sky was under Feng Zichen's control. Not only was it repaired, but it was even one step closer. Its origin was more than 100 times stronger than before. It could be said that ever since Feng Zichen took over the boundless starry sky, this place had been in the process of becoming stronger. The power of the falling star power had reached the level of the Wuji Daluo Jingxian. This was the best proof. If it hadn't been promoted, how could Zhoshing star power have reached the level of the Wuji Daluo Jingxian? In fact, the boundless starry sky had been completely repaired many years ago. Not long ago, the boundless starry sky had completed a breakthrough. It had risen from the level of primordial chaos to the level of Wuji. However, Feng Zichen had been keeping it a secret, so no one knew about the situation of the boundless starry sky. Although no one was clear about the situation of the boundless starry sky, they knew that ever since Feng Zichen took control of this place, the boundless starry sky had been in the process of becoming stronger. This could be seen from how he had borrowed the power of the boundless starry sky to suppress the saints and the chaos demon gods several times. Although they had expected the boundless starry sky to be very strong, no one had expected it to be so strong that it had surpassed the level of primordial chaos. This time, Feng Zichen had removed the seal, allowing the power of the boundless starry sky to be truly displayed in front of the world. It could be said that it had stunned everyone. It was really too strong. Rumble. Feng Zichen had released the star power that had accumulated for countless years. It was imaginable how strong it was. It was not inferior to the origin of 2 or 3 chaos demon gods. The starlight fell on the untainted land, causing the evolution process, which had entered a period of calmness, to become intense again. Rumble, heaven and earth were shaking. The origin became stronger, the rules became stricter, and the void became more stable. The whole world was filled with a faint vitality. On the ground, someone tried to attack the void and found that it was as hard as it had been in ancient times. Only Lord Taoist Tai had the power to move the void, and only Taoist priest Daluo had the power to tear the void. It was terrifyingly hard. This meant that after countless years, the untainted land could once again withstand a battle at the level of Daluo Taoist priests without worrying about the destruction of the world. The world was really different, showing signs of repeating the glory of ancient times. This was the first time that after the calamity, the untainted land did not degenerate, but instead became one step closer. In the past, after the calamity, the world was basically broken and the origin was weakened. But this time, although the world was broken, the origin was not weakened. Instead, it became stronger. This was a change that had never happened before. This was a sign of the untainted land's prosperity. Rumble. The changes in the land were still happening. Under the support of the starlight, the 5 divine lands did not continue to expand, but the vitality in the divine lands was more than several times stronger. The Khanate creatures that were nurtured in them were showing signs of being born. In addition, more mysterious changes were happening. For example, the Khanate origin was constantly blending. More Khanate spirit treasures and Khanate god fiends were born and hidden in every corner of the 5 divine lands. Khanate god fiends were nothing, but Khanate spirit treasures were rare. Although the primordial chaos experts did not care about them, their subordinates needed them. As the 5 divine lands continued to grow, the Khanate spirit treasures would become common goods again in the future. In the boundless starry sky, Feng Zichen saw the changes in the world and could not help but smile proudly. Yes, he was very proud and he had the right to be proud. The broken boundless starry sky was not only repaired in his hands, but also transformed. This was an achievement that no one could compare to. How could he not be proud? After this time, except for the Tao ancestor, anyone who saw him would have to bow their heads and greet him first. Even the Tao ancestor did not dare to accept his greetings and had to talk to him as his peer. The boundless starry sky was also the foundation of the untainted land. Feng Zichen had made him transform. This merit was second only to the creation of the heavens and earth. It was comparable to the merit of Goddess Hudu's creation of reincarnation. This was a truly great merit, so great that even the heavenly Tao did not know how to reward him. It's about time to start. Feeling that the star power in the boundless starry sky had almost been drained, Feng Zichen on the Z-Way star made a move. He stretched out his hand, turned into infinity, and grabbed at the untainted land. P.S. Sorry for the delay. Forget it, I won't explain. Kowtow twice. Bang. Bang. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.